Good morning from Portugal. Sunshine this morning, bit of a breeze as well. Good news, it's from a good direction. Morning faces, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. The smell of coffee, a little croissant, the sound of waxing up. An anticipation for a big, big day of competition, potentially a finals day. The Ocean will have something to say about that. It's had a bit to say over the last few days. Storm Martinho has absolutely hammered this coastline. A couple of surfing opportunities up and down for people like Ethan Ewan. Sneaked in a session in the teeth of the storm. Caroline Marks getting everything dialed in with Luke Egan. Marco Minio's vibe's been great throughout this. Loads of energy in his camp. And he'll be ready to get into it. Some great looking matchups in the draw for us today. And power surfers like Cole Hauschman, they'll be enjoying some of the solid swell and energy we've got in the water. Time to say good morning to our mate Jesse Mendes. How you doing? How's your storm, mate? How'd you go?
It was actually not bad, you know, like obviously it's always offshore here somewhere. We're in a peninsula, so we had some fun waves on the other side, but today woke up and it's actually much better than expected. The winds are north and could have been a little bit more on the cross-side to onshore, but it's actually nice and offshore. So we're going to have some good action.
Competitors like to stay in the water, like to keep the gills wet all the time. It's actually been kind of hard, obviously, with this huge storm to have surf opportunities the last few days. How do you think our tour surfers have handled these last few days?
I mean, I think it's tough, mostly the last 2 days. The last 2 days have been like that northwest or west winds, which is kind of onshore everywhere. That's the only wind that you can't really hide from it. But the days before with the south winds, there's places to go and guys were surfing, getting barreled. Like, nothing crazy, but some fun waves for sure. And yeah, not super tubos-like-ish, but pretty fun waves, worth it. Putting on a 4-3 wetsuit and getting in the water and keeping your body active for a day like today. It looks like for the boys, a very long day, a long road into the finals.
Yeah, we're into it. First heat underway this morning. It'll feature in red Jack Robinson and Liam O'Brien will be in the whites out there. 40 minutes on the clock. We're overlapping for the round of 16. And Robbo, who was the standout surfer on the big day, is Liam O'Brien. Nice stylish flick.
Yeah, that's a great way for Leon to start. It looks like he picked up right where he left off on the last heat about, what, 5 days ago? Beautiful turn off the lip right there. Great layback. Got some good release off of it. And now if you combo it up, it would have been a pretty good way for him to start the heat.
What's Liam looking to do this morning in a heat against Jack? We know if there's going to be tubes out there, he'll find it. But I mean, obviously, Liam's pretty good in the tube himself. But what's he going to try and do here?
Yeah, he's very underrated. Like, his tube riding skills is second to none, really. Like, it's just not in the radar so many times, not in the spotlight. Let's put it this way. Like, he's just a very mellow guy that puts himself outside of the spotlight most times, but as far as technical surfing, he is amazing, incredible. I think you're talking to Jack, obviously one of the best tube riders in the planet, and his connection when the conditions are like that are pretty second to none. But on a day like today with the tide feeling in still, I think we're gonna see less barrels and more turns, and it's gonna be a pretty even match, but let's see how things go.
As we'll watch Jack Robinson in a position in the lineup and already in a decent position in the heat. He's dropped a good score, 7.33 early doors for Jack Robinson. So a pretty commanding position from the first exchange. That number in. And we are experiencing one or two minor technical difficulties at the moment. So no graphics for you or replays currently. You're just going to have vision with our dulcet tones. Jack Robinson will be hearing from the beach announcer. From his point of view, the good news that a 7 in already for him. So finding some quality out there, and after a couple of days off, you wonder how surfers are going to respond first heat. Jack's opened up pretty good.
I mean, they're responding completely different as far as positioning on the lineup. You see Lynn O'Brien to the right of her screen paddling even further north of us, and Jack on the left side of the screen. Just, you know, both surfers kind of identify different waves. Obviously, there's kind of peaks everywhere. We have more of like a northwest angle swell instead of a straight west, or even that big day that we had, even swinging a little bit to the south. So today's going to be a way peakier lineup out there. So it's going to have more opportunities everywhere, maybe less of a closeout and a straight angle that comes in. So surfers right there identifying different spots for them to sit. Even though both surfers are regular footers, just like in different parts of the bank with their coaches. One Jay Thompson and the other one for Jack Robinson, Leandro Dota.
If we were to go all the way through and finish today, make today final stage, I think it's plan A if we can do that. That'll be 4 heats for the male finalists to surf today.
It's very true. That you're trying to make heats, and when you put adrenaline, a lot of them probably didn't sleep so well last night because they're thinking about it, and it's pretty normal. Like, it's something that they mention, and it's something that you got to just deal with, the pressure, and that's what they do. I guess some people say pressure is a privilege. So I guess in the situation that Jack has, if he has a big score right off the bat to back himself up with the 7.33, it's going to help him actually put the nerves down and maybe save some energy. So that's very important on a day like today, and also keeping your body warm, because you know that could waste a lot of energy itself.
I was just going to ask you about that. You know, you stay on the North Shore, something like that, you can easily just run out 4 or 5 surfs a day, even little quick hits. But when you're dealing with the wetsuit, taking that on and off, dealing with the cold, trying to manage that, it's going to be crucial.
And that's another important factor that you mentioned. The wetsuits, they got to bring a few wetsuits to the game today, because you don't want to put wetsuits, because instantly your body gets cold, and your energy just gets sucked out. And also you want to get in the heat warmed up already. You don't want to have to figure it out as you go. The temperature's cold, the winds are north today, so it comes from up north, and it's just not the most ideal as far as keeping your body temperature high. So those surfers are going to come today with plenty of boards because the swell is decreasing most likely, and they didn't know how big it was going to be this morning as well. Plenty of wetsuits. I would say some of them are coming with 3. Having enough wetsuits for a day, and putting a wetsuit just kind of throws you off of the heat. You just get cold and you're frozen out there. You get out there already frozen, and it's not the best with the adrenaline and all the pressure that you have. And going against someone that is on a jersey.
A set that's significantly bigger than that. We've seen a couple of those bigger sets.
Yeah, and that's, I mean, thankfully to that leftover swell that it was massive yesterday and the day before. Now I think it's a very cool, a good size. It's very contestable. It's manageable. Like, you don't get caught so much. You might get once or twice, but you can kind of squeeze in through the lineup pretty quickly. And that rip is just kind of the same spot that where people have been surfing throughout the whole event. So Leon O'Brien just kind of surfing the main peak right where the water exit is, where the deep part of the banks are, in between those two shallow parts to the right and the left. And Jack Bravo just opting to go to the south part of the bank, which usually there's that left, but he's actually choosing the right going through it. And just different tactics right there. But much cleaner water, as you see it right there. He doesn't need to paddle in because there's no water moving out. He can kind of sit in the board and just wait for it. Obviously, paying a close attention to the lineup and trying to weave in. There's peaks everywhere, so you kind of got to make sure you're in the right part of the bank when the swell hits it, because you can be a foot away and you're just too deep or too far to the shoulder of a wave on a day like today.
Beautiful morning here, as is often the case with the north wind. We had a bit of a torrential downpour, then all of a sudden sun pops out. Looks beautiful out there at the moment. Pretty clean as well right now. That wind blowing into the left-handers. Let's see if that turns into an air wind for some surfers throughout the day, if they choose to go to that. Similar kind of conditions, certainly in terms of the wind to the day when Griff a couple of years ago got that full rotation on the left, blowing into that left-hander. Just looking down the draw at some of the names we're going to see surfing. Iago Dora, Imai DeVault, they're coming up next. Ethan Ewing, Cole Houshman. Great matchup, that one. In Heat 3, we're going to have Toledo taking on Jordy Smith. In Heat 4, Italo and Joel Vaughan in Heat 5. Rio Wider, Kanoa Igarashi. They'll be in Heat 6. Marco Mignot and Seth Moniz. And then we'll finish up the round of 16 with a rematch of the final from the Lexus Pipe Pro. Leo Fioravanti, Baron Mamiya.
I mean, it could be an interesting day for the goofy footers that like to go to the air, right? Like, we only have 3 names that stand on the board with the right foot forward, and I mean, they're going to have the advantage of facing the wave with the wind blowing into it, which it really helps to sticking the foot into the airs, and sorry, into the board when you're going into the air. So, I mean, it's an opportunity that they got to be looking at it and make the most of it, because the next 4 waves we have are right-hand point breaks. So the goofies are probably frothing on a day like today, but they really got to put themselves, calm themselves down to not get too much expectation and end up making wrong decisions on the heat. Looks like we have some A-frames stacking up out the back. Let's see if the surfers are in position for it.
Off the top and pushing hard, going up steep and being aggressive. He's going to need to do that out here. And belt. In terms of how hard you hit the lip here, and obviously the big payoff is the score if you take those risks, but on the flip side of that, it's pretty hard to ride out of those maneuvers.
Yeah, it was a pretty similar turn to the 3.5, but just more of a lip line, and he hit a little bit harder, pushed that back foot a little bit more, and just mentioned the lip has been a trouble for lower stratos or something like that, or like a nice beach break that people are usually water. Up, and not to mention all the rips that go through and all of that doesn't help as well. So, but I think it's a smart decision for Leon O'Brien in the situation, because Jack already has a 7.33, so he kind of needs to go big. You expect Jack to actually back it up probably with something pretty solid, so he needs to go massive. Like, there's not really any other options for a surfer like Leon O'Brien. We have a surfer with 26 minutes left, starting with that high of a score. The first wave of the day after 5 days of like holding on. So there's only one way for Leon. Beautiful down carve there for Leon. Connecting to a second turn, just gets a little shy right there. Like, I would have liked him to like drive through that second bottom turn. He got a lot of speed through the bottom turn, so that's what happened right there. He couldn't really, he kept the rail engaged, but he couldn't keep the speed down and the momentum, and kind of missed the timing off that second turn and got stuck off the lip, unfortunately for Lob, because that was a very nice first turn, and he would have kind of got back in the heat with a combination of two maneuvers.
Bit of pressure on him in terms of the scoreboard from Jack. Getting a 7.33 early on in this heat. Just a quick reminder once again, just a couple of technical difficulties we're experiencing here at the moment. You can follow on scores on the World Surf League app. We have had, well, a huge storm hit this coast. Some of the strongest, well, the strongest winds I think ever recorded in Portugal, down in the south of the country over the last few days. A lot of people working really hard down here on the site in pretty horrendous conditions to get everything ready, because we were looking at today as looking promising for getting going again. So well done to everyone that's been getting involved. Back.
I'm mentioning today is going to be an air game for those guys that are confident into the air. Obviously, these two surfers are good in the air on their forehand. They're good in the backhand as well, but not as consistent as most of, like, a lot of the surfers on tour, like names like obviously Iago, Italo, Felipe Toledo, so Georgie Smith even. So those guys that can take advantage of that are going to be a step ahead of everyone. And it looks like Jack Robbo just made a move, and he's much closer to Leon O'Brien right now. He's sitting for right in front of the Rippo, and Robbo kind of in between, not where he was so far down, but maybe trying to play close attention to what Lob opportunities for Lob right now.
Just casting your eye over some of these around the 16 heats. Are you looking for a big performance today? Anyone kind of stand out for you? Think we might see something special, maybe go all the way here in Portugal?
I mean, if I'd have to pick two names, I would pick obviously Italo Ferreira and Iago Dora, both of them amazing in the air and the most consistent surfers in yet on a jersey on a left-hander on the CT level, so that something has to break through. But this is the heat that I'll pick for the day.
Just under 23 minutes remaining in our first heats of the day and of the round. It's Jack Robinson with a solid opener, the 7-3-3. Bit of a lead over his mate Liam O'Brien at the moment. Time for a break. We'll be right back. Fight back really from Liam O'Brien, who hasn't really got his teeth into this heat as yet, certainly in terms of numbers. Trying to connect with sections, not quite able to come out with the momentum in order to stomp that, and he's still chasing down. Halfway point in this heat. Hasn't even really looked at another wave since that 7. He's looking for a particular type of wave, Jesse.
And that's the type of surfer and competitor Jack is. He's very precise. We've seen it 15 minutes up against names like Gabriel Medina, Felipe Toledo. Mind in the game on the men's side this year and the last year as well. So he's just in a very good rhythm right now, and he's one of those surfers that is not scared of just putting the time out there and sitting on the board and just waiting for a good wave.
Yeah, it's a really interesting point as well. You know, obviously when people are in form and getting good results, things are going great. But for example, kind of a shocker for him at Pipe, right? He bundled out the event early. What does he do next? All the way to semis in Abu Dhabi, which, you know, maybe it's not a wave you would have necessarily kind of picked him out and thought, okay, you know, semi-finalist, yeah, obviously he's good in all kinds of conditions, but it's responding to those disappointments and coming back, and that's been a theme, I think, ever since really he came back from that injury. I feel like for him, anytime he maybe does have an early loss or something like that, comes out at the next event, he just looks incredible.
Yeah, he's very good at just trusting the process, trusting his confidence and his skills. Like, he knows losses are going to happen early in the event sometimes, mostly in an environment that we can't really control, so that makes the variables even bigger for the big names. Like, they can lose not pretty easy, but like conditions could help them out for them to not get the win in the early rounds sometimes. But he just good to wiping that off and moving forward. You can tell in his eyes that it hurts him, but he doesn't let it drag along the road. So that's one of the most important things, and the best in the world are very good at doing that.
And as we see, carving in the sunshine, Iago Dora. An incisive mark on the wave for him, the goofy looking at the left. And just slicing up the wave face. Bit of a rainbow out the back there, Jesse.
Some magic happening right now, my friend. Interesting, like both of the other surfers from the heat without priority opting to sit to the right of the water exits. So both surfers in the previous heat, in the main heat right now, let's say Jack and Lee, and sitting to the left. And Imai opting to go to the right of it, have a little bit more down the line, because there's kind of it's no waves ever. opposite hit our regular footer, so most likely will be trying to go right now, mostly with the wind blowing into the left. The right helps you get more speed. The wind pushes you down, pushes the spray, makes everything look prettier as well. Mostly talking about two surfers that don't really go into the air on their backhand. They will if they need to, but it's not common for you to see. Imai here, just a little dip in that first section, the wave going into that deep channel. I'm sorry, I'm gonna recall that. Actually, Imai is seating by Jack Robinson, and that's the other white jersey. It's actually lobbed to the left of it, so just a little recall there for you guys. I would actually love to see Yago kind of go to the south of it and try to find that south bank with that left comes into an angle, perfect angle for the air winds right now. Gives that good lip, kind of like a faster wave down the line with a good air section. I don't think it's a bad idea if he can identify that, get some room away from the boys.
Bit of a lump shaping up there, no real entry into that wave. You just see that thing fold on the sandbar. Meanwhile, he might going again, another quick wave for him. So the Dora and DeVault heats doesn't have priority. They can look for opportunities and make the most of what's in the water in this ocean at the moment. Still with a commanding position and still with an ultra patient approach. Jack Robinson, 7.33 from the opening seconds really of the first heat of the morning, standing him in pretty good stead. DeVault again here with some speed and a dynamic, beautiful turn, releasing the tail with panache. Incomplete for him though. We expect him to do plenty of that. He's got those amazing backhand turns on lock pretty much.
He's done it on the previous heat when we were calling Paul, and it's very impressive, very technical maneuver. Not many guys are actually comfortable of doing that. This one a bit different than he did on the previous heat. This one trying to rotate all the way around and just coming unglued right there. Very tricky section. He bottomed out a little bit for him, and Jack Robbo and Iago up and right.
Here we go, Jackie down the line, and he'll clip off the top. Little double pump. Board looking really loose for him, and on a smaller wave with a couple of sections, links it together. And after waiting ages to go that wave, just combo things up with a finish on the inside. It will count for him, a reminder. Follow the scores on the app. Just having a couple of technical difficulties that we're working on right now to bring those scores for you, but the 7.33 was very early on in the heat, and he'll get a backup score now, and Lee O'Brien will need to get to work here, Jesse.
Yeah, he will. It's going to apply much more pressure to him. Just very smart of Jack Robbo. You're not in a point break where you know when the set comes, you're going to be most likely in the right spot. Like, you could be a foot away from a 10-point ride on a day like today. So after, like you mentioned, I don't know, over 15 minutes waiting for a wave, it was just smart for him to pull the trigger. Didn't oversurf. Felt like he put on the second gear right there. Was just wanting to finish and put a second score on the board. And then now you're going to see him probably trying to identify a more critical wave. That wave was like a little bit smaller in size, less energy. And I feel like now he has something to build on and to better his backup. But you're going to see that score coming on probably below average side, because it's just the wave lacked energy, but he needed to put something on the board and not trying to have the clock run down too much and apply pressure towards him.
Yeah, good time to get his second wave locked in. It comes in as a 4 for him. So Robinson, his total 11.33, and pressure on O'Brien, who has the priority now. Big numbers, what he's after, 7.83. But with over 13 minutes, time enough for a couple of waves, a couple of sixes really will get him there, assuming there's no further improvement from Jack Robinson. I quite fancy Jack's chances of improving on that 4 before the end of this heat as well. Conditions offering us some sets that have multiple waves in them that are maybe a little smaller, than every now and again you'll get a rogue bigger one. That was the type of wave that Jack got early on to find that tube, and then after being really selective for a long old time, Just get into it. Going through the turns, not life-changing kind of surfing, but the 4 pretty crucial ones in terms of not allowing things to get weird for him and sit there with just 1 score on the board for an eternity. O'Brien, after being busy early on as well, he's dialed it back a bit now, and I think he's waiting for something a little bit more significant.
I mean, the path's clear in front of him. Looks like Jack up and riding here. Again, on a smaller wave, just opts to kick out, trying to bet it at 4-point ride. But, I mean, Leon has a very tricky job ahead of him. 11.33 on the first heat of the day. They're the guinea pigs. They don't really know how the judges are scoring. They don't really know what the judges are. I mean, they have an idea, but not 100%. So it seems like Lob's a bit lost there, opting to surf on that ripple. Couldn't really find many ways. Found on one of them that he tried to push a little bit too hard and overcooked it. But on the other hand, you know, it's pretty clear. He needs to wait for a big score. Like, he needs to match something close to that 7.33, because I mean, everyone expects Jack to better the 4-point ride with 11 minutes and 34 seconds left. It's a lot of time on the clock and a lot of opportunities out there.
Robinson with a paddle there. Liam O'Brien with the priority. Good call just to hang on to it. That one was still first heat of the day. It does have priority. Meanwhile, our blue heat, Dora and Devolt. Iago Dora going pretty well in that. The Goofy, he's dropped a 7 of his own, Jesse.
Yeah, that was the wave that he split with Jack Robbo, but just mentioning we have a little bit of technical difficulty, so we can't show replays right now. Both of them better right away, but maximizing the potential up and right in there for Imai. But it's interesting to see how Lob just transferred himself to where Jack Robbo has been sitting pretty much the whole heat, besides that split moment that he kind of had to pay the close attention to Lob. So just confirming there for Robbo that he had the right strategy to start off the heat. But also he was probably hoping that Lob would just stay where he was, you know, because not many options where he was sitting the first half.
And already, but story of both heats, really, there is some quality out there. I've seen 7s go down. That wave selection will be absolutely crucial in getting the best of it. There are a few ones that will flatter to deceive. You think you're finding a good wave, it'll actually be kind of hard to surf if you can get into the quality, which is what this guy's done. Robinson, good looking wall for Robbo off the top. He'll flick one, and with a spring in his step, he's good enough to just put it back up pretty quick. Just felt like he was setting up for something really big down the line. Had to change his mind a little bit there, but made it nice and tidy.
Yeah, I think a little bit more critical than the previous wave. Had to be a little tighter because obviously the wave had more coping and it closed out a bit faster than the previous wave, but more energy. Interesting to see where the judges go with that. But with the tide coming up right now, we don't have much variation on the tide today. We have a high tide of 7.1 feet at 9:27 a.m. today, and then the low tide at 4.7, which for here in Europe, you used to. You live in France, even bigger tides up there, but that's not much of a difference on a day like today, which is probably going to
Yeah, it's a good thing that that tide is smaller.
going for a backflip or whatever that was.
Well, you mentioned it, mate, that wind blowing in the left. Goofies will be looking at that, and no surprises really to see those lefts.
I mean, he has to. I mean, he will be not left, so I think it's a very clear path for Iago. Go out there, perform, be a showman like you know you're used to being.
Eight minutes to go in our first heat of the day, featuring Jack Robinson and Liam O'Brien. Scores in, a slight improvement for Jack, 4-6 for him. And just nudging that number up now. Liam O'Brien needs to go up into the excellent range. If he's to overcome Jack with one wave, it will be 8.43 that he's requiring currently 2 waves. Still just about time for that, but he sat for a while with that priority now after being pretty busy at the start. Just kind of chasing dead ends a little bit. Now he's been patient, and while he's been doing that from under prio, Jack's been able to get it back up and then improve on that backup. Jack Robinson, of course, 7 CT wins already. Doesn't have one over here in Portugal. Could this be his year? He's looked amazing throughout the rounds, and we've had quite a bit of variation in terms of conditions. He's always seemed to make it look like there's some real quality waves out there. He's doing all right so far this morning. Still plenty of time for Liam O'Brien to mount something of a fight back, but he hasn't had much momentum with him. Out one, and it'll bowl out.
Obviously, we had some waves on, I would say, like some of the biggest waves I've ever seen here in Portugal yesterday. It was massive, mostly in the morning, but just unruly onshore winds everywhere. West winds we had in the morning, and then it turned to the northwest through the afternoon. But the banks changed, and like all that sand that was to the right of us that we saw the surfers surfing on the last day of event that we ran, just kind of going into very deep water, and all the sand is kind of accumulated to the left side of the bank where Jack just took that wave. And Imai here up and right in first turn, second turn, a little timid. Kind of starting off the heat like how he started last one. Trying to connect it all the way to the inside right here. That's better for him. Finish it off with a little bit more pressure on the back foot, stomping on. But obviously the wave way on the shore already. The judges are going to take notice of that. And now he actually sits in the place that it's very tricky. There's like, he's underneath that very to the right to get that deeper part of the bank.
Right there for Robinson. Time to say bom dia to Strider.
Right on, you guys. It's, well, it's freezing cold. I'm just in the athletes area right now in the Red Bull athlete zone, and everybody's got their shoes and their socks on and their wetsuits, and it looks like wintertime for sure. And I saw Yago with a pair of booties on this morning. I haven't seen anybody with booties. I mean, it's as cold as it's been the entire time we've been here. So getting out in the water, though, some red hot action. There's a lot going on, though. There's these rip tides and everything out here. It's been pretty hard to actually pick out the right peak. So fun to watch the surfers and the coaches try and point out the spots that they need to be. A lot going on in here in the Red Bull Athlete Zone.
Right, since you're there in the Red Bull Athlete Zone, I was just wondering, obviously you guys warm up before they pedal out. Anyone using the facility of the sauna to get warmed up before their heats, or not yet?
Oh, yeah, everybody's been in the sauna, one after the other. I think there's a line waiting. There's a wait list right now for the sauna. It's like the VIP room. That thing is on point. Actually, I think even the commentators are using it this morning to dry off.
I was going to say, we should take advantage of that because we kind of got rain poured on on our walkway here.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it was dumping this morning, but now it's just howling offshore. Sun's out. Up. Toledo's getting ready, just took off his shoes and socks in the wetsuit. So it was a good look, but now he's looking like he's ready to go. I mean, this area is just, the warm-ups are psyching. I love seeing all the athletes like in each other's face too. It's great.
And you guys on the lineup, mate, what are you seeing? Are you seeing tubes out there? You seeing turn sections to hammer? What are you looking at?
Well, this morning we had a couple of good little barrels, obviously, because it was a little bit lower tide, but tide's filling in. You guys talked about it for a second. It started to pick up. I think it's about 9:30, 9:27 is high tide. So with that, we're going to have those walls kind of backing off a little bit. More of an open face. We're just going to be seeing big turns in the lip line, I think. On the bigger sets, you might still have a couple barrels, but we're going to be pretty much high performance and big power surfing gouges in the face. I did see Felipe Toledo walk in this morning trying to hide his board. He's got that magic forefin. This thing looks like a race car, a Ferrari.
Down on the inside. And he has kicked off his heat in terms of a score.
To start to have seniority and priority over the opponent. So right now he sits in 4th priority, so just roll the dice. Obviously making the most of that 4-point ride, a little bit slow in the beginning, but finish it off strong.
Liam O'Brien, where is he? Right on cue, driving through a hollow section. He waited an eternity with Pryor for that wave, and that was not what he was looking for, that section.
Yeah, just out of rhythm, unfortunately, for Lob. When you hear a surfer starting with a 7.33 on conditions like today, that there's a lot of opportunity, but hard to find the rough and the diamond in the rough. So it applies a lot of pressure to your opponent, and him just started off the heat with a completely different strategy, and it didn't pay off. But it's a gamble. You have to kind of choose what you think is best. And for Jack, he was able to read the ocean better this morning with his coach, and it paid off for him.
Yeah, the good news for Liam O'Brien, already his best result here in Portugal. He's never made it into this round before. The bad news is he's having a bit of a shocker right now. Still chasing the 8.43 and going incomplete and giving up priority as well. That might end up being something he can actually do something with. It just needs to go and catch a wave now, but time not on his side. Just over 40 in this first heat. And it's all even in terms of wave count, half a dozen apiece. But it is Jack Robinson with a healthy lead in this. And he just has that knack, whatever the conditions are. We know we're going to get a bit of swing and some variety in what we experience throughout a day. It just seems to be that story writing itself. Whenever Jack Robinson paddles out, things come together for him in a decent way to kick off with that strong number, and really from that position, bit of a stranglehold really in this one. He's had Liam O'Brien against the ropes, and that'll be it for our first work.
It's a beautiful trainer for Iago, just such a late takeoff to it. Kind of was using that weight going to the the front feet right there, and able to be very stable off the bottom, and the weight. A pretty massive heat total so far for Iago. It's still with 19 minutes and 20 seconds left.
Iago Dora on a bit of a roll here. Jack Robinson is through to quarterfinals. More live action from Portugal when we come back from break.
By Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. By Yeti, built for the wild. And by Bonsoy, official milk of the WSL.
All right, we back at the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal. Men's round of 16 out in the water, and we've already seen Jack Robinson advance into the quarterfinals. Kaipagura, along with Mitchell Salazar on the call here. Mitch, what do you think?
Bom dia, Kaipo. It's cold out there, waves are fun, and of course after a few lay days, people need to readjust and get things going at a difficult beach break-end location like this one here in Portugal. So we saw Jack Robinson already dominate out there this morning against his good friend and fellow Aussie. Here goes Ewing on his first ride of Kipes.
Ethan Ewing fresh into the water in the non-priority heat. Double E with a duck there. Again, if you are tuning in, you did say we had a few lay days and we've had some inclement weather. We got some big storms. We got the sun coming out right now, Mitch, but we do want to apologize, and we'll keep you updated with the lack of the scoring bug on top of your screen. So we can tell you that in the priority heat, Iago Dora is ahead of Imai Kalani DeVault. Imai back into a corner right now. DeVault needing an 8.17. They have 16 minutes in the priority heat. Non-priority heat with 36 minutes on the clock. We're waiting for scores for Ethan Ewing as well as Cole Hauschman. We will update you on those scores as we get that information. Here we go, Imai trying to come back, Mitchell, and yeah, what do you think? I mean, Imai, he's got enough time to get it into two pieces to get up to that over a 12-point heat total. What do you think?
Well, that's a good heat total by today's standards, Kaipo. 12.17 out of the two heats so far. That's the highest one. Jack getting close to 12 points right there, but Imai's got to be looking for something with an open face. It seems like not only with the north wind really blowing into a lot of these right-handers, it's very difficult for you to be able to get something steep on the left that will maintain itself open for a long time. So personally, I think you just want to get one of those waves to get things going. It seems like a couple riders there, maybe Ewing and somebody else here.
Cole Hauschman, he's got a nickname.
Has a few of them. The Worm, Hauschie.
I was saying Rodman, and then
that one too. See?
That would lead into the Worm, which is the nickname for Dennis Rodman. So it's kind of a trail of nicknames for the San Clemente Surfer. Second year on the championship tour for Cole Hauschman. Opened up with a 3.67, so 3.67 to Cole Hauschman's credit right now. Ethan Ewing opened up with a 2.5. We're waiting for one more score for Ewing in the non-priority heat.
And the interesting thing about today too, Kaipo, obviously you know that you have to surf multiple times, but more importantly, how will you be able to adjust with these overlapping heats, not knowing that you haven't surfed in a few days, and most importantly, you probably haven't surfed this location in a few days either. It's been unsurfable, really, Kaipo. It's been either 1,000 feet or just two offshore.
Oh,
two onshore, I should say.
Oh, that's what you're looking for right there. Cole Hauschman finds the bubble.
Yeah, there's definitely something out there with potential. It's hard to find him, though. That was a little gem.
I like that. Cole Hauschie going upstream, if you would, into this side shore wind that we're having right now. Slowly turning offshore is what we're anticipating the day, Mitchell, to present itself and for conditions to improve throughout this finals day.
More of an easterly wind, as you're mentioning right there. Still a little bit of northeast, so side offshore right now, which obviously benefits the lefts and those ones that are coming straight in a lot more. What I will say, though, Kaipo, even though it's offshore, it doesn't matter how good it is. If that wind is strong, it's going to be hard to get really into the open face right here. So good job by a lot of the gentlemen that have gotten more than those 10 points so far. Robinson and Dora. Seems like Hauschie should be having a decent one right here. I don't know how deep he actually got into it, but when it comes to barrels, one of the cleanest we've seen all morning.
Yeah, and the judges were not that impressed. A 2.8 for Cole Hauschman. Here we go, Ethan Ewing. Ewing up into the lip there with a lightning quick couple of snaps there. Fast feet for Ethan Ewing. And Ethan will likely take the lead in the non-priority heat. Again, non-priority heat, Ethan Ewing, Cole Hauschman, 33 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, and coming from the Gold Coast, you know that he has a point break style. Kaipo tends to surf quite a lot of beach breaks growing up through the junior programs over there in Oz. Overall, though, how incredible has the development of this young kid been so far?
Let's hear from Jack Robinson. He is into the quarterfinals.
Kaipo, we are just soaking up the sun down here with Jack Robinson. We've been talking about how chilly it has been down here at Super Two Bush this morning, but somebody who didn't need much warming up. Robbo, you hit that 7.33 within the first few minutes of the heat. What'd you see?
Yeah, I've been up since super early, and then I didn't really sleep good last night, so I think it's just excited for the final day. So yeah, it's good to get going, and the first heat's always kind of hard, like, because you just don't know what to expect, but yeah, it's good.
With it being the final day and the plan to go all the way through to crowning champions, how do you prepare for a day where you could be surfing 4 times?
I've done it quite a lot, so yeah, just stay in the moment and yeah, get in the sun, go in the sauna, keep warmer. It's like yeah, don't want to freeze out there. There was no waves for like 20 minutes, and I was sitting there, I was like, like, and then I couldn't feel the feet on the next one. So yeah, just stay warm.
We'll let you get to it. Thanks, Jack.
Thanks.
Yeah, Jack Robinson into the quarterfinals. Staying warm is the key here. Mitchell, we got caught in the rainstorm this morning, soaked to the bone.
Dude.
I'm absolutely freezing. Not that anyone needs to know at home, but I'll tell you right now, my socks are wet, my pants are wet, everything. I got my Bonzoy socks, they're soaked.
They're drying off a little bit right now, I think just because we're in here in the booth, but outside when we first got out of the car, I feel like the rain squall just kind of knew where we are. And
it's like taking a shower this morning, but with all your clothes on.
And with cold water instead of hot water.
Yeah, the heater wasn't working at all. All right, so let's get to the situation right now in the priority heat, which is the blue heat. Iago Dora up ahead still of Imai Kalani de Vault. We're waiting for scores for the non-priority heat, which is Cole Hauschman versus Ethan Ewing. So 2 more scores in that matchup, and Ethan Ewing looks like he just came through with a 4.5, 4.27 for Cole Hauschman. Cole Hauschman ahead of Ethan Ewing in the non-priority heat. So again, giving you the update. Cole Hauschman is up ahead of Ethan Ewing in the red heat. Needs a 3.44, Ethan to take the lead. Iago Dora is up ahead of Imai Kalani de Vault in the blue, the priority heat, and Imai's way against the ropes. Imai needs an 8.17 though, but we did talk about the fact, Mitchell, that Imai can turn the heat with 2 scores. He's got enough time to cut that 8.17 that he needs into a couple of pieces.
Yeah, I mean, 10 minutes is more than enough time out there. The paddle back out today isn't that hard. The swell is decreasing throughout the day too, which makes things a lot easier for these surfers. I think the big difference is going to be which equipment do you ride out there this morning, Kaipo, because offshore obviously very strong. It's more of a side shore wind this morning, but with the swell decreasing, do you want to bring a little bit of a step up out there this morning and maybe eventually transition into a shortboard? Could be a possibility.
Yeah. Hey, and if you're watching and you want to turn the volume off, you can follow all the scores on the WSL app. Just making a joke there. Keep the volume on, but you can access the scores on the WSL app.
And yesterday during our lunch over there in beautiful Ediceda, by the way, nice piece of the country right here in Portugal, we talked about actually how much Imai has made an impact for Maui on the championship tour, but how he's still not got into his stride, Kaipo. Very talented surfer that we've seen for multiple years over there in Hawaiian Islands.
Yeah, and Imai is so sneaky good, and it's just, I feel it's about him putting it together in heats. He's got, although it's not one part of the criteria, flow is part of the criteria, he's got one of the best styles on tour.
No doubt, and very complete surfer too. He can do it at Pipeline. He surfs Haleiwa and Sunset just like it were any other kind of break worldwide. And here at a beach break like this, you'd be thinking with the amount of power and strength that it has, replicating that Hawaiian sensation, Kaipo, he should be doing much better than he is right now. That being said, an 8.17 at 8 impossible.
Yeah, and Imai is an alumni of the Kamehameha schools, which I am also.
Yeah.
So big Imua there. That's our cry right there. That means forward.
Could you do like an actual battle cry for me?
Yeah, Imua Kamehameha. That's
Imua Kamehameha.
Yeah. You gotta love the Hawaiian language. A lot of vowels.
100%.
Imua Kamehameha. All right, and Iago Dora. Oh, here we go. Ewing, double E, chopping it down. Needs a 3.44, and from what I'm seeing right now, he's going to turn the heat.
By a lot right here too, Kipes. We talked about flow. We talked about style not necessarily being in the criteria. It does get involved with the flow. And just looking at his results in the past, he's last year's runner-up to Griffin. Great result. He's an overall amazing surfer. what to me really stands out is how quick he can adapt to any kind of condition, Kaipo. I was talking to Jake Patterson, his coach, right before the heat, and it just seemed like they were finding the perfect strategy to not go above the lip and push too hard. He's pushing under the lip, which is really benefiting his style of surfing. Looked amazing so far on this wave, and I feel like it's not only going to be the best, it should easily turn the heat right here, Kaipo.
Yeah, Ethan Ewing, I mean, 6 years on the championship tour, a couple of CT wins, one really inspirational win for Ethan when he took out the Bells Beach in 2023, the Ripco Pro Bells, event that his mother, Helen Lambert, had also won.
40 years later?
Yeah, 40 years later.
Wow. It's a milestone right there.
Father Bill's always with him. And Bill, a big supporter, you know, loving father, but also a great coach, supporting, and more of a support squad and a filmer than actually having to be a coach.
Older brother Curtis, also an amazing surfer back in his day, rode for Billabong for a good number of years. And Ethan been at the forefront of Australian surfing the last, you know, half a decade or so, Kaipo, with Jack Robinson as the scores, and it's a good one.
Yeah, score in for Ethan Ewing on that left of 5.5. So as we suspected, Ethan Ewing in the lead over Cole Hauschman in the non-priority heat. Hauschman now needing a 5.73, so that's a meaty number. In the blue priority heat, the clock is ticking down and down to 6.5 minutes between Iago Dora and Imai Kalani DeVault. Imai now, we talked about him being able to split that 8.17 requirement into 2 waves.
Yeah.
It's looking like it's turning into more and more of a 1-wave mission as the clock ticks down.
No doubt about it, and 6 minutes to go could potentially happen with an air. We've seen Iago already take to the air in that heat, so there is something to compare to, and might just come down to the section. I also want to point out too that Imai's real big move is a big layback hammer that he does on the front hand. Here he goes though on the backhand, Kibes.
Nice start there for DeVault, and unfortunately tapering off, and that wave did him no favors at all. Imai Kalani DeVault. And another thing we can talk about with Imai is best 6 finishes count towards you surviving that mid-season cut out of 7 events. So you get 1 throwaway. Tough part for Imai is that he's got 2 33rds already, so he's going to carry a 33rd no matter what. Here we go, the backhand hammers of Cole Hauschman. Needs a 5.73, cutting it to Ethan Ewing, so quick succession, but I don't think anything of any kind of meaningful scores are coming down through those last 3 rings.
It doesn't seem that way at all, and you know, just to go back to the point of the cutoff now this year, 7 events, they count your best 6. That doesn't necessarily guarantee that you're still going to have those 6 opportunities, even if you have 1 throwaway. So there's multiple people that already have 2 or 3 of them, including this guy. Seems like DeVault right here might have a ramp or an opportunity.
You can see the body language right there, kind of giving up on that one.
It's crazy how much this place can change from one day to the other, and how fast the swell direction can also impact the surfing out there.
Look out, here comes Felipe Toledo up against Jordy Smith in the next heat.
I like this one, Kaipo. Great matchup.
Yeah, put on his Apple Watch there. Apple is a great addition to the information for the surfers. We have the on-site announcer. We have a visual priority board, an LED light, but we also have the Apple Watch that gives all of the surfers their scores, position, and priority. The cool thing about the Apple Watch is when you do get priority, it vibrates on your wrist. So it's a quick reminder of, hey, priority has just switched to you.
Is that what has happened during our heats in our free surfs too? Does it vibrate every time you make it back out, and it's just like priority over your sobrino?
No, I always have priority because I'm your uncle.
Oh my God.
And age does require a little bit of respect, Mitchell. And so if I'm sitting at the peak, turn towards the shoulder and start paddling that way.
Seems like somebody here, maybe DeVault again.
Here we go. The Hawaiian needs something. Looking down the line. Oh my, whoa. Slingshot back with the surfboard.
So 2 benefits to the leash. Obviously, the board stays very close to you. Another one thing too is that you can climb it in case you actually need to, Kaipo. There is one major con to it, and that's where Jack O'Neill did, of course, the most famous thing that he's ever done outside of creating the wetsuit, is that there is a possibility it could slingshot back to you, as you mentioned, and with the strong wind got to be careful about those kind of things.
Can you elaborate on what happened to Jack O'Neill?
Yeah, so what was it, maybe early 60s, late 50s?
Yeah.
He developed the leash, and back then, we probably don't have the same kind of technology that we have nowadays. Kicked out of a wave, and the thing slingshot back to him, the nose of the board, him, one of his eyes, and there's a reason why he wore one of his eye patches. And, you know, a bummer, but it revolutionized surfing, and the guy did two major things for surfing. He brought the leash to life, and of course, inventor of the wetsuit too, the modern wetsuit that we know of.
Yeah, and it's interesting to note that when we look at surf history, originally the placement of a surfboard leash was on the nose, not the tail. Pulling in, and Ethan Ewing is focusing in there on the Australian, who's going to look to improve upon his scoreline. He's got a 5.5 as a backup, finds a barrel there. We'll see what the judges think about that. There's 22 minutes in that red heat with Ethan Ewing on top of Cole Hauschman. In the priority heat, down to just the 2-minute warning for Yago Dora, Imai Kalani Devault. Yago Dora does have that heat control. He's got the lead and he's got priority.
And he's caught 8 waves. A lot of them have been throwaways. Has 2 great counting scores, though, a 7 and a 5-1-7, more than 12 points that by today's standards are real good. And then Devault has caught 11, but most of them, same thing, in and outs, Kaipo, a minute 44. And since Dora really got the lead and that kind of strong heat total, he hasn't really caught anything. And it's been up to Imai to try to catch any opportunity that he can, but these waves just haven't offered up any kind of scoring. He seems like he's going left again, needs an 8-1-7 here, Kaipo.
Yeah, he's just, I mean, unfortunately for Imai, he's just searching. And when you look at a low heat score of just 6.33, 2-wave total, and a high wave count, that paints the picture to me of just struggleville.
Yeah, you haven't been able to find a single wave that you're really stoked on, and Dora was able to do that really with the first 2 waves. Had a 3, and then got his best, had 10 points with just the 2 first waves alone. They backed it up with the 5-1-7. He's been in control of the heat, and last 3 waves have been real small scores, but 55 seconds to go. It seems like the Brazilian playing some defense right here, Kaipo, knowing how dangerous Imai is, either on the forehand or on the backhand.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be Yago Dora on to the quarterfinals. Interesting, setting up an interesting quarterfinal number 1, Mitchell. It's going to be good friends matching up again. Jack Robinson up against Yago Dora.
They match up quite frequently too, and for Imai, course snapper rocks, an event that he's done very well in the past at. He's made the final at the Challenger Series level, Kaipo. We saw him make finals day over there in WA before. At Salvador, to me, if the waves are pumping, should be an amazing event for him. Has the surfing to win over there. But right now, 15 seconds away from losing this one.
I like the complexity of that Jack versus Yago upcoming quarterfinal number 1, in that, to expand upon the conversation, Jack's coach is going to be Yago's father, going against his own son.
And Leandro actually brought another coach, Leandro da Silva, to work specifically with Yago right now during the rest of the year, so should be an interesting one, that quarter 1, as you're mentioning.
So it will be Yago Dora over Imai Kalani Devault, moving into quarterfinal number 1. We've got to set up quarterfinal number 2. And here comes Yago in with that victory. Well, new surfers in the water when we return. It's going to be Ethan Ewing, Cole Hauschman, joined by Felipe Toledo and Jordy Smith. Taking a break right now. More of the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal on the way after this. This happened during the break. Felipe Toledo, 77, out against Jordy Smith. Couple more waves here. Ethan Ewing pulls into a pit and comes out. Check this out, Mitchell Salazar.
Wow, how's the technique on the backhand right there? Picture perfect, and he already has a strong heat total. As of today, Kaipo, highest heat total of the round, 12.76, a 6.43 and a 6.33. How's she so far? 4.27 is his best. He's needing a mid-8 at the moment, Kaipo, to take the lead in heat number 3.
Yeah, again, we've had a lot of weather here, so we're gearing up in some of the gear. We want to apologize right now. Technical difficulties. We do not have the scoring graphic available for you. We're going to give you audibles on those scores, and also you can go to the WSL app if you want to see the actual numbers. I'm going to run down the scores for you right now if you're watching. We have in the priority heat, Ethan Ewing up against Cole Hauschman. Ethan is in the lead. He's got a 6.43 and 6.33. He's got the big goofy foot, Cole Hauschman, up against the ropes right now. Cole Hauschman with priority. Cole needs a big number. Cole needs an 8.49 to take the lead off of Ethan Ewing. So priority heat with 16 minutes remaining. Looks like it's all Ethan Ewing. New heat in the water. Felipe Toledo up against Jordy Smith. Felipe and Jordy have 36 minutes in their heat and no substantial scores in the non-priority heat. I'm Kai Guerrero. Mitchell Salazar is talking with me as well.
Yeah, and not only it's still not Kaipo, of course, multiple lay days in a row. You've seen the wind change a lot, the swell direction, of course, too. And for a lot of these surfers, really, yes. Wouldn't be surprised to see these surfers really paddle out early this morning, knowing that they probably haven't been in the water in more than 24 hours, Kaipo.
Hey, Mitch, let's hear from Iago Dora. He's all the way into the quarterfinals, and Iago's with AJ.
Mitch, to build on what you just said, I was just talking with Iago about the free surf this morning. How do you feel like that sets you up for your heat today?
Yeah, I felt like it has been a couple of days since we surfed here at Super Tubo, so I just wanted to get in the water here again and feel the waves and feel my board, because I kept that board on ice for the comp, and I just wanted to get a few waves on it, and yeah, it was worth it.
Well worth it. On to the next round here in Portugal. Just how do you stay ready all day today?
Yeah, just I've been surfing like really long sessions like during my stay here in Portugal, so I feel like I have the energy to go all the way to the final, and that's what I want to do. I want to keep the energy levels going and keep making hits.
E para o Brasil, você surfou em muitas condições essa competição. No que você confia para conseguir se adaptar?
Sim, cada round para mim era um mar completamente diferente, né? E isso é legal, né? Ver que eu tô conseguindo me adaptar ali a cada dia, a cada condição, e deu tudo certo. Acho que já vai estar um pouco diferente de novo no próximo round, né? A maré muda bastante aqui e eu tô preparado. Vamos embora.
Parabéns.
Obrigado.
Give me the translation, Mitch.
Well, you were waiting.
That's the missing part of these. I mean, yeah.
Well, he was talking about the conditions, how much they've differed and changed since the last time he surfed, real long surfs that he's had during the free surfs. But keeping that board on ice, he was mentioning once again during the Portuguese part of it, he's ready to be able to surf 4 times, and he knows what he's capable of in order to win an event like this. And of course, he talked about the matchup against Jack Rabo in the quarters. They match up a lot, and despite them being pretty even in the rankings the majority of the years, those guys have to go head-to-head, and not only head-to-head, they tend to have some of the best heats we've ever seen in the last 4 or 5 years on the CT level.
And they're like tour brothers.
I mean, they're just brothers in general. Those guys kind of live the same mantra in life, just very stoic, zen-like, and of course, talking about 2 of the greatest surfers out of this generation, 2 Kaipo. Here's
Jordy Smith. And
for Smith, well, traveling here with his dad Graham on Smith Shapes, which his father is not only a great shaper, also a great surfer. He said that back home, waves in Durban, the quality of surf has not only been amazing, the weather's been great too. So big different conditions here to where we're at in Peniche right now, but luckily for Jordy, he resides the majority of the time in Cape Town, which tends to be one of the coldest locations worldwide, coupled with some excellent waves and, of course, world-class surfers like Smith.
All right, giving you folks an update on the scores and the time allowed. 12 minutes and 25 seconds for Ethan Ewing, Cole Hauschman. Ethan is in the lead over Cole Hauschman. Ethan has a 6.43 and a 6.33. Cole Hauschman with priority over the entire lineup needs a giant number, needs an 8.5. 8.49, but I'm rounding up to 8.5. Non-priority heat, we have Jordy Smith up against Felipe Toledo. No meaningful scores in the non-priority heat for either Jordy or Felipe. Here we go. Take a look here with a paddle between Ethan Ewing and Cole Hauschman. Remember, Cole does have priority.
Yeah, and Hauschi, one of the few people in the history of the Championship Tour that have won an event as a rookie, and one of the most historic events on the World Championship Tour schedule as well, beating his good buddy and mentor in that final, Griffin Colapinto. Of course, Cole, sophomore year right here. Kaipo looking for his best result in Portugal. Wants to make it out of this round, but look at the heat total that Ewing has at the moment, 12.76. That is real strong given the conditions we have out there this morning.
Yeah, Ethan's looking like, as he usually does. I mean, when we have a talk about, you know, a potential new world champ, you have to have Ethan Ewing in that conversation.
Yeah, and, you know, the run that he went on at the finals at Lowers a few years ago in 2023 when he narrowly got edged out by Felipe in the final matches, I think to me has been one of the best performances we've ever seen at this. It seemed like Jordy had a big wipeout there on the left.
Yeah.
Seems to be all good though.
Finds a barrel, but finds no exit. Now we talk about Felipe Toledo as well as Jordy Smith. Matched up a lot on the championship tour. 12. This is their 13th time matching up against each other. When we look at the history, Jordy Smith winning 4 of those 12 matchups, and Felipe Toledo winning 8 of those 12 matchups. Bravo on deck.
Bravo.
Italo Ferreira.
Can you give me a big Bora this morning? Bora!
That was your job.
Well, no. I've got to do it.
Now this is an interesting matchup that's coming up with Felipe Toledo. I mean, with Italo Ferreira, because he's got a young rookie coming up against, and that's what happens when you're the top dog. You got to scrap it out against some of the new guys. When we look at the seeding, and so it's going to be Italo Ferreira coming up against Joel Vaughn, and heat number 5, and that is Joel Vaughn. North Shelley representing a big opportunity for this tour rookie.
And shout out to our co-worker Jess Grimwood, also from the same area. Always reps North Shelley well, and Joel Vaughn, one of the most talented aerialists on the championship tour, going into the left today. Major possibility that happens, especially going up against world #1.
And another guy who's crazy in the air, Italo Ferreira.
Yeah.
This guy's pretty good in the air too, but he's good at backside stabs as well, but he just gets one chucked off there, Felipe Toledo.
A lot of these lefts are just going into deep water right there and can't get a reform at all, and for Phil right here, opting to go for something a bit stiffer with these conditions out there this morning.
Yeah, Sharp Eye building those carbon boards in-house now.
Yep, in San Diego, yep.
Yeah, and so previously Sharp Eyes that were glass, but Sharp Eye has now developed their own carbon technology in which Felipe is riding.
Yeah, and of course, having Taylor Clark here, one of the main shapers for Sharp Eye, I think they can get a lot of input in these types of conditions, because this wave changes a lot. I mean, as we've seen, we haven't had the event in multiple days, Kaipo, but even when we did have the event, it changed, what, 5 different times, too, during that period? So as of right now, for him to be able to go to a reliable board right there, that goes to show that he has a lot of trust in the shapers and what that board's capable of.
But it's all developing those relationships, and a lot of times you'll see Felipe Toledo. We'll take a look at the board when he comes back out, but he's been riding quads a lot.
Yeah. Well, first person to win a world championship with performance surfing like that on a carbon board and on a quad over there at Lowers, 2022. And the scores in this heat are reflecting how difficult it is, though, Kaipo. I mean, Phil's only broken at 1.5 as his best.
Yeah, so non-priority heat, Felipe Toledo, Jordy Smith is pretty low scoring. It's been all Ethan Ewing in the clock. Met up, we said 12 times. They've met up in finals before too. In 2021 over there at the Boost Mobile Pro over in Margaret River. In 2019 they had a final at the Oi Real Pro, and way back in 2017 they met up in a final in Trestles.
Yeah, and I remember that event in Bahia when Phil won. The waves were pumping. Jordy had a stellar event up until that point, but there was no beating Felipe over there in Saquarema. And I want to bring up a point that I think is super interesting. Last few days we've had a food tour, and that's just us. Single time we've seen him over there at MH Paniche, and he's been on point.
So talking to Reynos Hayes about, let's see what they're saying. We listen in first. Not a lot of words there. Not a lot of words there, but talking to Reynos Hayes about where Italo Ferreira is, he has been an absolute gym rat these last couple of years. He's in such top physical shape, and look at what he's doing. He's trying to do, maybe put some dents in a new board, get some traction going there. Interesting.
Don't break it though.
Nah, put the dent in there. Get the wax going. Hopefully he has some foo wax on there so you
know he
get
does.
The sticky icky.
Bravo.
Like a warrior to battle. Bravo, Italo Ferreira. Here we go, another Brazilian warrior in the way of Felipe Toledo. Times it with that backwash right there, stretches the back out. Oh my goodness. It looked like he had that all under control. I love how he bottom turned with the backwash to accentuate that maneuver, but just got stuck on the limbo.
Yeah, that was nasty too right there. Unfortunate fall for Phil. Has a lot of time though, 25 minutes, and nobody in that heat really has a solid score, so it would have been a keeper for Toledo. The other heat though, how she's been waiting for a long time just for a proper wave, Kaipo, and might be in position for a left right here, has to let it go, but with just under 5 minutes, he's needing a mid-8, and talking about a guy that's capable of doing it both on rail, in the air, and with a great barrel too. Cole's one of those guys that is sneaky good in these kind of waves. Seems like he's got a left coming towards him, Kipes. Oh, out of position though. And Toledo here.
Unable to come out of that one. Sometimes if we, also another explanation, we got a flickering screen sometimes. So if we go a little bit blank on you, don't think we're not paying attention. It's just because sometimes you just got to use the force, and sometimes the blast shield's down and we can't see anything, and we're just driving through the galaxy just purely using the force.
In our Millennium Falcon, we got gave you a real good
3 minutes and 45 seconds. Ethan Ewing on top of Cole Hauschman. Cole Hauschman still searching for a big number. He basically needs an 8.5. Hauschman with priority. And now it's just, you gotta just hope that the ocean serves something up for you.
Yeah, and once again, he's waited more than 10 minutes for a wave to really pop up for that guaranteed score of an 8.49 that he's needing, but hasn't happened so far, Kipes.
Let's go to Strider Wazalewski in the Red Bull athlete zone.
Does that make me Luke Skywalker?
Oh, easy there, easy there. Don't even start.
Well, just jumping into the headspace just before the heat there, Reynos really just kind of breaking it down and talking about it was like a basic motivational speech about doing all the work that they've done and how this is what they prepared for and how it's go time and there's nothing else to think about. This is it. And it was just, you know, the coaches, that's what they're here for. They really just kind of put those guys on the playing field and put their head where it needs to be and let them go out and, you know, the body just takes over at that point when they get in the water. But the headspace has to be there, and that's what we love about the coaches. And, you know, I was talking to Snake earlier. He's doing the exact same thing with his athletes, you know, Ethan Ewing and everybody else, like really getting rid of all the noise. And that's been fun to watch over here in the athlete area.
A lot of knowledge coming there from Strider Yoda Wazalewski. he's the ultimate Jedi, if you would. And just breaking it down, I love how he's able to extrapolate all that information, Mitchell.
Look, and to be perfectly honest and fair, has an excellent point, and Italo's one of those guys that can't switch it off. You know, he's 100% or zero, depending on the conditions and the day, and that's one guy that just is like that during the entirety of the event, whether we're on a lay day or not. And there's certain people that need to reactivate it, and that's why I think Reynolds has done such an incredible job keeping him level-headed during the entire event. You see that with Jake Patterson and him getting Ethan Ewing fired up, because look at the heat total, Kaipo, 12.76 for how the waves are. That is massive.
Speaking of Ethan Ewing, he's got the big lead. It's down to 90 seconds for Cole Hauschman, who's in the challenge against Ethan Ewing. Cole needs an 8.5. He's got for Cole Hauschman. Hauschman paddling to the south. Sets coming through here, a lot of energy. He's gonna have to get the magnifying glass out right now, Mitchell, and find some type of diamond in the rough.
And here goes Phil now going left, Kaipo.
I think an air. Oh, maybe a floater. I was wrong.
It's kind of dangerous floater right there, though. Under the lip and not really getting to the crucial part of that wave. So Hauschy here, 40 seconds, Kipes. We've seen his best results on the backhand so far at the CT level. Has won multiple big events, though, going left. Seems like Ewing here, though. Nope.
Let's go to that. The big Jordy Smith. Here comes the Safa in the barrel. That's a closeout. 20 seconds for Cole Hauschman. San Clemente Surfer. Cole. Oh, man. I feel bad for Cole just not getting that opportunity to answer back.
Yeah, and sometimes that's why priority can be a bad thing at a location like this. You wait for a long time for a wave that just never pops up. Gonna have to have a bounce back event at the next one in Punta Roca.
That's gonna be an equal ninth for this man, Cole Hauschman, and he will gear up for stop number 4, Surf City El Salvador Pro. Next on the schedule for the championship tour, Cole Hauschman. It's gonna be Ethan Ewing, however. The lad from North Stradbroke moving on to quarterfinal number 2.
Yeah, and looking good while doing it too. The highest heat total of the round so far, 12.76. Made the final last year. He's looking to do one better this year in 2025.
Let's take a break, Mitch, but when we come back from this break, we're gonna have world number 1 in the water. It's gonna be Italo Ferreira up against Joel Vaughn when we return to Super Tubos. bandit is what Italo Ferreira is. Ferreira, just a ball of energy.
He's trying to stay in the zone, and he's got Red Bulls everywhere.
He's willing to sacrifice his body, his boards, everything for the win.
And the persona that you guys see, you know, the rock star that's necessary for this world is somebody that's different from the human that he is. Deep individual, you know, operates on a lot of feeling, and the best do that.
You can say how much it means to him.
Let him celebrate, you guys.
It's so unique. It's so fun to watch. When the Italo show's on, it's something you don't want to miss. Oh man, you gotta check out Inside Pro Surfing, worldsurfleague.com. See some more Felipe Toledo on Inside Pro Surfing as well. Toledo got this wave during the break, Mitch.
Yeah, it seemed like his best so far, Kaipo, and even with the whitewater rebounds on the inside, some good surfing and great adaptation there by the two-time world champ and the former champ a decade ago right here in Peniche.
Let's talk about the new heat in the water as we came out that promo with Italo Ferreira. Italo, world #1 on the rankings right now.
That got me fired up, by the way.
Yeah, bravo. So, well, that's his nickname, and it's for a good reason. 30 years old. He's just coming off his 10th CT victory for Italo Ferreira in 10 years on the championship tour. He's up against a young buck, just a 21-year-old out of North Shelley, Joe Vaughn. There's a veteran on tour there with Jordy Smith up against Felipe Toledo.
That was a hard second section right there to manage, Kaipo.
There's Jordy's dad.
Probably the best mustache in the Red Bull Athlete Zone, I'd say. Graham Smith.
Absolute legend. And give you an update. Priority heat out in the water, Felipe Toledo and Jordy Smith. Jordy Smith trailing Felipe Toledo. Slow scoring affair, however. Just a 3.5 and a 2.1 for Felipe. Jordy Smith just with a 1-point ride and a 0.9. So that is a wide open. Our priority heat right now is a 15-minute heat. There's 15 minutes on the clock for Felipe and Jordy, and it's anyone's game.
And it seems like Bravo here to the south. Italo, he's up.
Nice carve there on the Timmy Patterson for Ferreira. And just keeping it on the face there.
That's what I told you. This guy, he can't switch it off. He's just, you know, guns blazing the entire time, pedal to the metal. We've seen him at the gym over there in our hotel. And the kid's not only dedicated, he knows how good he is and the generation of surfers he had to come up against, Kaipo. So right now, valuable experience on the line against Joel Vaughn.
Yeah. Well, coming out of this break right now, we do want to let you know that we are having some technical difficulties on this broadcast. We don't have replays, and we'll be giving you the scores audibly because we have no graphics right now too. We had a tremendous storm come through, and we've been recovering from that storm to bring you the best surfing in the world, but just technical difficulties. It's been hard on a lot of the equipment. I mean, we've seen, yesterday we were driving on the freeway, Mitchell, and we saw entire structures blown down.
God.
You saw the big billboard.
Yeah, like
metal,
3 of them.
A metal billboard
Yeah.
bent in the wind, down.
Which has to weigh at least a couple of tons. So that just is an example of how gnarly that wind was the one specific day.
And the storm as well. It was 100 foot yesterday.
Yeah.
102 feet, I think.
I told you I would have brought my 6'6" and we were going to paddle out.
So Mitchell's like, oh yeah, 6'6".
I was joking, obviously, but then my 2 uncles over here, Kaipo and Strider, were like, Grom, you're not paddling out on your 6'6".
The uncles said, we will buy you a surfboard and both pay you 250 euros if you make it out the back. Whoa, make it into a tube here.
Sick.
Oh, get it. Oh. That was right on the razor's edge, and that's got to be frustrating for Felipe Toledo because that would have turned the heat.
Oh!
And a broken board on top of that.
That's crazy. I've never seen the carbon get ripped off of the bottom of the board like that.
This is a unique equipment, damaged equipment.
Wow. And so it fully snapped now.
Well, after it, there's no skin on it, so now we're just dealing with EPS foam, and that's just going to go bye-bye. That's just a foam coolie right there at that point. You take the shell off of one of those EPSs. All it is a a little styrofoam cooler.
Yep, one of those igloos that you got over there to head to the beach, and you saw how calm he was, how relaxed he was. He's been in these situations before. That's a two-time world champ. We're talking about an Olympian in Felipe Toledo. He's got time, Kaipo, and luckily for him, still in the lead. Jordy was close to matching the best of the heat, though, a 3.37, as there's the backup board.
Backup board for Toledo on the beach. It's going to have to be a quick turnaround here. Let's see what the drill is.
Little bit of info. Hey, close heat. You got time. Make sure you just get on another wave and back up the 3.5. See how calm he is, though? That's a guy that's been here and done that multiple times, Kaipo, and many different levels, too.
And some wet shoes.
Yep. The pants, too. It's all good. We've been through that today. That's why you bring the boots to this event.
We got soaked. All right, so 12 minutes on the clock, on the countdown between Felipe Toledo and Jordy Smith. Jordy Smith in a good situation. He just needs under a 3-point ride to turn the heat, but Joel Vaughn, the rookie, looking at his second ride, he just opened up with a fractional score. Joel Vaughn. We'll see if Jordy's able to take advantage of Felipe Toledo's absence in the lineup.
And saw a really good right-hander right next to Jordy. Wasn't in position for that one, but there's potential out there for sure. It's just whether or not you're in the right spot for that wave. And I saw Vonnie right there, and I don't know if you concur with me, Kaipo, but his body language is indicating I'm looking at this ramp, I'm going to rotate whenever I can. One of the best aerialists in the world right there, up against one of the all-time greats from Brazil, and Italo as well.
Jordy with priority. He's got to come out of this one, and he does.
Solid.
Just needs under a 3-point ride. Combos it up with a nice carve there that should turn the heat and give the advantage to Jordy Smith over Felipe Toledo. They're just under 11 minutes in their heat.
And then Phil still not out the back. He's paddling out. Kaipo Smith might be able to recover priority here. So a 2-for-1, if we call it that way. He's going to turn the heat, and then most importantly, be able to recover priority and gain heat control. There's Phil to the right of your screen. Still paddling out.
18 years on tour.
Yep.
And veteran move there. He's going to get the score and regain priority.
That guy's been there and done that multiple times.
And the wave for Joel Vaughn. When we get that. I'm going to tell you right now, even though you can't see it, he did something big. And we'll give you the number on that. But Italo Ferreira starting to flare up in this heat. Again, we apologize. We do have some technical difficulties right now, which will not allow us replays. And our graphics are down, so we'll give you the audible on the scores. If you want scores quick and fast, you can always tune in.
I get a few scores and that, but yeah, it's pretty difficult out there. Really strong wind and different swell direction, so it's kind of new to everyone now.
And with the conditions expected to change throughout the day, just how do you prepare for your next heat, knowing it could look very different from the one you just won?
Yeah, it'll be. I'll probably just get off the beach for a bit and defrost. It's pretty cold right now, so. Try and, I don't know, switch off a little bit and then come back, and I'm sure it'll be different again. It changes so much.
We'll see you in the next one. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thanks.
Sorry for the
Okay, we did get a replay here of Italo Ferreira. Bravo! That's what the crowd was going crazy for. So,
oh my God!
So we got the replays back, and we get to look at this one more time. Oh my OMG!
That is the man without fear right there, Kaipo. I mean, you talk about how gnarly the wind is right now, and nobody able to complete an air the way we've seen it so far today. That guy went out and just demonstrated that he's capable of.
Look at the Brazilian flag. You know what that represents? Progress. What we saw from Italo Ferreira.
Kaipo, and it's the best of the day so far.
9.17 for Italo Ferreira.
Well deserved. That's crazy.
I wouldn't have been surprised if that was a 10, though, because we did see in Sakurima, Oirio Pro, Yago Doro do something very similar.
In the final, too.
And get a 10.
Yeah. No, just rad stuff, but you're getting anything above an 8 today, and that has to be something otherworldly. And we just saw somebody fly through the air, land perfectly.
Let's look at it again. I want to see this again. I see replay.
As casual as it gets, too. I mean, straight into the bottom turn when he stands up, perfectly placed. And look at the landing.
Give me a 10. What's going on right here?
Look at that rotation, too. I mean, his ability to rotate as quickly as he does, impeccable. And, of course, the landing, once again. Look at how casual he is riding out of it, though.
There's his shaper and his partner. My opinion, I would have loved to give away a Yeti for a 10 right there. I would have loved that, and that's my opinion. So you got the 5 judges. They have all their numbers that came in, but then the number from the set and myself, 10. I know it doesn't count.
It counts for him. He's going to appreciate it. He's going to be like, Kaipo, you know what? I love you.
You think? All right, let's go to Strider Wasilewski.
Well, we just had to come down to the beach and check the board, the damage. You don't see these boards break much. They're carbon fiber. The construction is super solid, and I guess that just shows you the power of Super Tubos. That from Toledo, breaking the board, ripped through the tail. The board he came in. Damage on this board, and well, the dream got broken today, unfortunately for him, but only took him 3 minutes to get back out there, so he's back in the lineup search and get back in this heat.
Thank you so much for the reporting, Strider. Yeah, let's see. Felipe is searching for 4.55 up against Jordy Smith in the priority heat. They're nearing the 5-minute mark in that priority heat.
Go.
For Felipe for a mid-range score to turn
what he needs, but we talked about the experienced veteran in Smith, got the score that he needed on the previous one and then went back out and recovered priority, so decided to let Phil go on that one. Kaipo just under 5 minutes right here now.
So waiting for a score for Felipe Toledo, and we will see if that turns the heat. 4 minutes, 25 seconds. Meanwhile, Italo Ferreira and Joel Vaughn in the non-priority heat. If you're just tuning in, you're going to want to go to worldsurfleague.com and hit the replay and scroll back. We're going to show it to you again. Italo Ferreira did a monster air for 9.17.
Bravo. Scores in for Toledo, not enough, Kipes.
3.93, not enough, as you said, Mitchell. So Felipe Toledo still trailing Jordy Smith. What's changed is Jordy now has priority and can be, in a way, the warden, a jail warden. Keep Felipe locked up.
Wow.
He's got priority.
You're going Shawshank on us this morning.
Joel Vaughn, he's got to answer back against Toledo. I mean, against Italo Ferreira, because Joel is really pressed. And remember, Italo Ferreira, who we can see there in the yellow jersey, has a backup of a 2.83.
Yeah.
He gets a mid-range score, and it could be a trip to Comboville for Joel Vaughn.
Yeah, he need a couple of 7s if that were to happen, and has lots of time. And if you are going to kick out of an air, it's the right way to do it right there. He pushes board away from himself, especially with this wind coming towards them on the left. So smart stuff. That's an experienced young kid right there who has an amazing air game. And Phil right now, I mean, he diminished the requirement, Kai, before 1-2, so it would just have to be above the score that he just got. Close heat between him and Smith, and a low-scoring one, too.
Yep. But as we said, Jordy Smith out there, he does have priority over the entire lineup. On the paddle here,
Italo
Ferreira looking for a backup from his excellent score. Pops it up. If he was able to put that down, it'd be lights out. But energized.
He's close.
Energized Italo Ferreira. Just amazing to watch. Hey, look it. It's difficult out there.
It is.
It's super hard.
Yep.
He's doing airs in not the perfect air wind.
Nope.
And the jumbled water, the thing's a challenge. And Italo travels, and comes out. That could turn the heat. Look at Felipe Toledo.
He let him
He's not done. He's got more. He's got an inside bonus section. Stings the lip. Roar to the crowd. Are you not entertained?
He let him go on that one too. That's a world champ right there. Somebody who's been here. Probably not going to be able to make it back out, but oh man, Jordy, that might have been the chance to just keep him off of it, and Felipe might not only make him pay, he's probably going to drop the best of the heat right now.
Talked about Jordy with priority control, heat control. He could have been the warden and locked. He found the skeleton key. He escaped, and we're going to see freedom from Felipe Toledo. Probably freed his way into the quarterfinals with that effort.
But what happened with Andy at the end of Shawshank? Dug the hole, went to see Watanejo, met Morgan Freeman over there on his way to freedom, and 50 seconds to go, Kaipo, 4-1-2. I feel like it's much better than the threes that he's had in this heat, so Smith probably going to be needing a score in these last 45 seconds. And when we talk about the year that Phil's had in the first two events, they haven't been great results. Jordy's had somewhat of an okay start too, but this would have been a pivotal moment for him going into major events, and scores dropping right now, Kaipo. It seems like it's going to be more than enough for the two-time world champ.
There he goes, 5.5 for Felipe Toledo. He turns the heat. Jordy Smith needs a 4.77 on this wave right now. Smith with a nice start, banging the lip, nice carve. Control here from Jordy Smith. Now looking for opportunity on the inside. Smith, final snap. Was that enough? Just needs a 4.77.
Well surfed. Couldn't really surf it any better than he did right there. Just don't know about the critical nature of a lot of those sections though, Kaipo.
This one coming down to the final seconds between Felipe Toledo and Jordy Smith. Toledo hitting the beach. Looks like he's getting ready for an interview. But don't put that champagne on ice yet.
Nope.
Because we still need a score for Michael Jordan Smith. Needs a 4.77. He had to grind that wave out. Take a look here at the 5.5 for Felipe Toledo. This is the one that turned the heat in his favor.
Yeah, and I mean, Jordy just kind of saw it run down the line and was thinking, okay, to me personally, I probably don't fit in that barrel as well as Felipe does, and it's just too much of a fast wave right there on the opening section. But due to the size and the speed that Felipe is able to garner at the beginning of these waves, I mean, he made it count truly, Kaipo. The best of the heat up until that point. Still waiting on the score, though.
Yeah, we're still waiting for final wave score for Jordy Smith. Needs a 4.77, and he comes up short. A 3.8, not enough for Jordy Smith. So Jordy's going to take an equal ninth out of Portugal, and Felipe Toledo is going to move on into the quarterfinals, turning the heat in the final minute.
Wow, big win right there, and considering that he needs to get things going before the cut, looking for his first victory this year, Kaipo, major one against Jordy.
We're going to take a break. I hope you're entertained. We have fireworks in the water here at Super Tubos. More action from the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal after this.
In the water, Italo going great guns at the moment. A 9 on the board. Jesse Mendes will be feeling pretty good.
I mean, you have to with that, you know, type of maneuver, so technical, so high up in the sky, using that wind into his advantage. And that's what I mentioned, those goofy footers that are comfortable up in the air, they're gonna make the most of what the conditions we have today. Surfing way far on the south bar that we have that left that runs down the line. The wave that I was almost hoping Iago to be on it. He was a little bit wide on that one, but that wave is peeling and draining down the bank. He just missed it. And then there's gonna be one behind. Let's have a look who's in position for this one, much wider, going towards Joe Vaughn. He's gonna let that one go.
This one will swing through. You can see that wind getting the grips with the lip. Still cross slightly further throughout the water in the blue heat, non-prio, taking on Kanoa Igarashi.
This is what Rio is showing us. Like, he found such a hard wave to surf, very critical, a lot of whitewash, and he treated it like it was just a perfect clean water, and he went to town on that wave. Such a hard wave to read and negotiate, and just airdropping off the sky. Hold on to dear life right there, and very impressive for him. Just shows how in rhythm he is this year. Like, it's really impressive to see Rio.
Let's go and hear from Felipe Toledo. He's with AJ.
That heat had everything, Felipe. And then it broke in the middle of your heat. You had to recover.
We're professional surfers. We got to be prepared for everything. I definitely wasn't expecting to all of that to happen in my heat, but it did, and I was ready for it. You know, fortunately, coming out of that barrel, the lip hit me, and then I went up a little bit with the wave, and then I came down on the nose of my board, and then I felt the board breaking, you know, while I was on the wipeout. I was like, oh no. It came up, it was like all crooked. I was like, oh no, it's gone. You know, swim back to the shore, grab another board, which was a good one too. Yeah, that last minute, Jordy had priority. He let that little right go, and I, you know, took advantage of it and tried to do everything I could on the wave, the barrel, a few turns after, and yeah, stoked to get the win.
Knowing everything that was at stake in that last wave, what was your mindset heading into it? How did you identify how you could get that critical score?
Just focused, super focused. God just helped me, and he did.
Para o Brasil, como você recupera depois de quebrou sua prancha?
Bom, foi realmente difícil quebrar a prancha ali, uma prancha boa que eu venho surfando há vários dias. E é isso, a gente tem que estar... Deu certo, Deus me abençoou com aquela onda no final e toda a graça a Ele.
Parabéns.
Obrigado.
Carving in the sunshine, he needs to get going. Needs to find something of major significance. He's half to go and find that. Strider was a loose ski. What are you thinking on what we're seeing, mate? Big ramps, big air sections.
Por favor, descreve seu mindset para...
$12 minutes to go in that priority heat. That's Kanoa Igarashi. He's in the blue heats, taking on Rio, who's been much busier at the start of that one, Jesse.
Yeah, and you kind of have to, like mostly with the heat without priority, you kind of have to get things going. Rio being very smart, and like I mentioned, that first wave came in at a 5.67. The two backside massive maneuvers right there for him. Maybe like the score keeping it a little bit lower for the degree of difficulty, but that's just because of the quality of the wave. He had a lot of whitewash. But just very impressive for him to pull a 5.67 out of that wave. Very hard to read and make it happen.
Man, that wind out there right now is just whipping. I mean, down on the beach, literally cutting through the jackets, just like everybody just huddled up down there. People have got like little tents out. They're just like pretty much squeezing together to get that body heat going.
It's the coldest. It's the coldest day since we've been here, right?
It's the coldest for sure. I mean, I feel like it's going to snow. Yeah. Literally, it's so cold. This morning, we were walking down in that rain, and there's just like, okay, you know. But then you get that wind whipping through you. It's pretty hardcore.
Well, one way to warm yourself up is make a strong start into a heat. This was Rio getting busy right from the get-go.
And that's the confidence that I'm mentioning. Like, of course, like, you can't really go much higher than that on that score with everything we've seen it so far with the tube riding and massive airs, but the technical difficulty of that wave was so impressive. And this one, missed opportunity for Jovan right there. He could have been deeper in that barrel, maybe slow himself down a bit more, because that wave had more potential, mostly in that first part of the wave. But now he's going to come back without priority, and it looks like Rio's second wave here. Just one big turn out the back and kicking out.
Yeah, Rio's training is just paying off. Seeing all the stability work, you know, you can see he's taking his old twigs and throwing them away. He's got some new trunks down there on his legs. It's just like he's really looking solid, which is pretty impressive. And to see him like hitting that section, I mean, it's so unstable and warbly and windy and just heavy, riding right out of it. It's pretty sick.
And how much that translates to your confidence as well, to put in all the work outside of the scene and when people don't see it, you know, like all the hard work that he has to put outside, and it's just translating to the jersey right now. He looks confident as anyone.
Yeah, I mean, the physical side, that's obvious, right? And, you know, all psyched up, the highlights reel, but he's also act to feel like he's someone that's really learning to every event he goes to. He's sponging up information, and his head game, mind and body, coming together real well.
Yeah, it is, and that's the importance. If you want to beat guys like, you need to
He's out the back, it's a bit of a rip. You see him just dealing with that, trying to stay on the peak, essentially, find some quality. That first wave of Rio's is the one that opened things up for him. What are we expecting from Kanoa here?
I think the patience is going to pay off for him. You know, it's just one of those things where you kind of have to have a game plan and stick to it. I mean, well, actually, you can only stick to it as long as the tide stays the right way, right? Things change so fast out there. It's wild. No, but they're pretty far south on the
performance in that last team. I feel like we haven't talked about him that much this season, right? Obviously, had the time away last week. Expect to come back just absolutely blazing. A couple of ninths so far. It's below par for him. Chance here for a big result at an event he won 10 years ago.
Yeah, this is the time. Like, obviously, you can see that he's not on the same level as he was when he left off last year.
That's just ring rust? Like, what's that from?
It takes time. You're not just going to take a year away and come back. Like, sometimes it does. You click right into it. But for a guy like him, he's still getting ninths, and he's in first gear still. So as soon as you start building that confidence and getting the rhythm of the heat, like, you know, there's timing. You have to dance how the ocean provides you. So
he also looks well trained, though. Like, he looks stronger than he was when he left.
I think he's the most fit he's ever been.
You know, second world title. So I feel like he's coming back looking really fit and strong, heavier for sure. But you know, that may have paid off. I mean, look at that barrel he pushed through the end there. I think that's just training.
Yes, I totally agree, and that's all because he spent so much time at home that you ended up putting a lot of time in the gym and outside off the water. So you focus your energy a lot on that. Besides on the road, you just kind of get stuck on, you know, on flights and jet lags and surfing, trying to get your boards down for the heat. So it's definitely an advantage right there for him. And I know he's been working a lot with Rafael outside as well and just putting in the work, physical work, and Italo up and right in here.
Here goes Italo loading up here. Big meaty section. There's the punt. That one will fly away from him. Looking to back up that massive 917. Still got a pretty solid lead over Joel Vaughan. Certainly not insurmountable at the moment. Needs a high 7, does the Australian. It's under 6 to go in that heat.
It's, you know, he's no stranger to the air game either. So, you know, big, you know, throaty one, come out of the barrel and huck a backside 3 on one of those lefts. He could get the score.
Series on air than today, but the wind pretty similar. It's still a very chunky wave, but it's a dumpy beach break as well. So use that wind to your advantage right there, but it can also kill you. That last wave from Italo, you can see it when he was hitting the lip right there, just not having the right angle, and then your best friend's going to be your worst enemy, just throwing that board out of his foot, not able to.
A little replay right here of the 917. I mean, that was just ridiculous. Chunky, gnarly section. You know, the ability to stay connected at that point with all that wind. I mean, there was some velocity when he left the ground, and then you have to push it out there into the wind, and then I don't know how he stuck to his board though on the end of it, because you're turning away from the wind as you land. And how does, you know, the board stick to your feet?
Well, if you notice, like the back foot actually started to come off, and then he put it back in. And what was very interesting as well of that air is that usually you see the guys pushing the momentum forward and down the line, but this one, he kind of kept the rotation.
It looked like he was almost going backwards.
Yes.
But still rotating.
It's crazy. He went way up, straight up in the air. The wind helped him keep the foot glued to the board, probably about 90% of the rotation, and as he was landing, like Strider mentioned, like come off, it's hard. He doesn't know how he actually managed to keep his board under his foot, and he rotated central, like he didn't have the momentum forward, which is very interesting.
Here goes Joel Vaughan in the hunt for a number. Meaty section, it'll just stretch away from him, and it leaks up a little bit more time as well. He's looking for a way to get back into this seat. High 7 will get him there. And he'll just need to keep finding more opportunities like that if one does cooperate and provide him a ramp. Amazing to see Italo Ferreira going so high and technical. I mean, it's sort of not that amazing as well, though, isn't it? It's kind of exactly what we expected to happen, but it's one thing kind of teeing it up and thinking, all right, but to go out and do it, amazing. What a performer. That's why he's been the best in the world this year. That's why he's in the yellow jersey. And he's been dominant so far. He's going well in this heat. Under 3 minutes to go. His corner looking on. They'll be pretty pleased with the way things are going. But just in terms of the backup numbers, still door slightly ajar for this guy, Joel Vaughan. Not a great choice.
Yeah, just not enough time right there. It was almost, he had that good angle. Yeah, like a little takeoff on the bigger part of the wave with the closeout section a little bit smaller, so it kind of launches you up in the air, but just needed one more second right there.
You can see Italo right there, right? He's just like, ooh, do I want it? Is that enough of a section? I mean, literally, these guys, all they need is just enough time to get back to the lip, right? There's so much spring in the way that they surf. They can get above the lip in like one turn.
Igarashi goes for a punt of his own on a flyaway section, really, with no landing available for him. And And he's looking to build up a bit of momentum here because he's not really been at. There's still loads of time to go in that heat. It's under 22 minutes, but it's been on the wrong end of a little bit of a flurry from Rio from the beginning of their heat. But actually, since then, Rio's calmed down a bit. So not loads of scoring to get overly excited about in that one. The 5.67, the best of it. That was Rio Wider's first wave. 90 on the clock now. Joel Vaughan without priority. And Italo Ferreira, he's enjoying this. Or is he? Does he have a good time in the water?
This worked too, though.
Does he get angry? Does he get happy?
He gets everything. I feel like he's
every emotion.
He's one of those guys that wear his hearts on the sleeve, and if things are going good, he'll be super stoked. Things are going bad, he's going to show it as well. We've seen it before, and that's all part of it. It's you put so much on the line, and he's going to block Joe on this one.
Italo with speed, with a section, tosses that one away into the wind.
There's no downshifting when he surfs, huh? There's no like, oh, I'm gonna take it easy. It's just all, it's all just wop, 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 wop.
Yep.
And you can just see him revving the engines at 5,000. He's just redlining that thing.
That was another showcase of how the wind could be your best friend or your worst enemy today. You need to come out of that lip with the perfect angle to have the board stick to your foot, otherwise it's gonna fly away. Which they love this wind. The angle that the wind blows into the left here is perfect for the airs, but you really got to time it right. And if you're a little late or a little early, it's going to cost you. But once it sticks to it, you can just kind of push as hard as you want, and the board's just going to stick to your foot most of the time.
Countdown. And that'll be it. Italo Ferreira will continue his stellar year. And he's through the quarterfinals here. And it's another ninth for Joel Vaughan. I mean, he's been super consistent this year. He would have loved to try and crack those quarters. Wasn't to be this time around. The main character energy of Italo Ferreira will continue here. And he's looking pretty good. So we've got some specialists out in the water with air game, looking to use that win. Next heat's lining up well. More live action from Super Tubos real soon.
Going crazy about Kelly Slater, you know, oh, my God, it's Kelly, but I was like, who is Kelly Slater? I don't know this guy. My family had enough to just to live. You know, it wasn't like we poor, but also we wasn't like rich, so we were kind of had enough to just to live normal. It's a lot of money to travel, to reach next level or to make to the world. I need money. So my dad, he started to work in Japan to make more money. But at the same time, I had a lot of me. So to be honest, I was lucky.
What an amazing story it is. Really enjoying his participation so far in this heat as well. Taking on this guy, Kanoa Igarashi. He's matched up against Rio Wider. Meanwhile, having a look at Seth as he'll carve down the line. Not finding an inside section, but not wasting any time at all in his matchup, which is against Marco MEO. Conditions out there, a little bit of wind hugging through that lineup. We've been talking about it since first thing this morning. Favouring those ramps, those air sections, particularly for goofies. But thinking of backhand rotations as well. Marco MEO, he's got plenty of pop on the left too. He'll be looking to try and identify that. But someone who did it face to the wall, and he entertained, and he went huge with a 9. Italo Ferreira, he's with AJ.
Day for you. Just talk to me about that 9.17.
Yeah, it's pretty hard out there. It's hard to find like a good wall. It's a lot of windy, but I had like the 9.17. I had like a nice pump, and I grabbed the boat so strong on the air, and then I landed like with the feet like so close, and that was crazy. I had a look that I had like a big board, so I have like space to make the maneuver, and yeah, and then after that I tried to like find some like low score, but it was pretty hard. But yeah, I'm super stoked, so let's keep going.
On a day like today, when you just admitted how hard it is to find the right ramps, how do you identify that? What do you lean on to give you the confidence you know what to look for?
Yeah, it's the bank is different because the storm just moved, and then it looked like a channel in front of the comp, and then there is a left and a couple rights over there, the other side, and then I tried to like find the lefts, and yeah, but there's a lot of opportunity, so I like it, you know, like changing the score and then having like action every time, so yeah.
Fábio Brasil, me diga sobre a sua onde que 9.
Então, foi uma bateria boa, realmente consegui fazer uma onda muito boa no início e isso me deu muita energia, né, para continuar procurando boas ondas, mas é isso, achei uma a uma, devagar. Hoje vai ser um longo dia e espero que eu consiga continuar performando, né, e Deus venha me abençoando muito, então é só aproveitar as oportunidades.
Parabéns.
Obrigado, gente.
Yellow jersey, still looking good here in Portugal for Italo Ferreira. He has been flexing around town in a big truck, all puffed up in his warm coat, looking great.
Splashing through all the puddles, having a great time. It's all about the right gear, right? Got to have the right gear for the conditions. He's had it.
He spends a lot of time here, so he feels right at home. I even see him on the lineup, like with the local boogie boards here, that usually hold it down pretty tight. They're always talking to him, telling him to go into waves. So pays his dues, you know. Like
That's
it's kind
a
of
luxury here. Huh?
It definitely is. You know, the more time you spend in the spot, you know that a lot in Hawaii, right,
yeah.
Strider?
You
spend a lot
the
of time there.
You're gonna find, you know, a spot in the lineup and gain the respect of the people that dominated the lineup. But the thing that is interesting about it, he said it in his interview. There's a lot of opportunities here at this wave, and I talked to Reynos about it a bit. He said this is his favorite event because reality here is that in the beach break conditions, you have so much opportunity, so many waves coming at you. So you can really, you know, if you're behind in a heat, you can come back. Or if you're dominating a heat, you can stay in a flow. And he was just like having this thing about it. You know, his fans here love him, but it's not overwhelming like crazy, like say in Brazil, you know? So his headspace is really good here.
Just picking up something else that he mentioned, Jesse, he was talking about the confidence as well that he's getting, and that's something that's been really with him the last several seasons. Was he always like that? I mean, when he was really little, was he that confident, or is that more of a product of the success that he's earned for himself?
No,
really?
I think it was just a situation. Obviously, he was a confident surfer, but he was never in the radar for being the surfer that he is right now. Just proved everyone wrong. Had a few stumbles throughout the years, like on the transition from like amateur to professional, and then had a few injuries as well, and then started. Once he put on the third gear, it seems like no one could stop him. Went from one of probably the quickest passes on the QS in history, you know? Started off in the beginning of the year with barely any points, couldn't even get any events, and all of a sudden he qualified. Next year, top 10, and it's just from that on, non-stop. But he went through like a moment after he won the world title for his standards. He went through like a down moment, almost fell off the tour a few years ago, and then now it's back on. That's why you just got to keep yourself strong and believing that it's just part of the, you know, of the process. Like, you're gonna go through good moments and tougher ones, and you just gotta stick through it.
I was fortunate enough to be sitting in the water, you know, interviewing him when he won Tahiti. That was like his event where he came back to the winner's circle, and the emotion was just wild out of him, you know, like he's welling up and crying, and the vibe was just the energy, and you could see like he could feel the moment where the tide had turned. And I feel like, you know, that's carried through, and now he's, you know, he almost won the world title, and now he's looking really good for one this year.
Yes.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, that one. I mean, in his own mind as well, just the way that final series went, he felt that he did enough to get that win, and it's interesting to see whether you just wipe that off and forget about that, or can you turn that into your fire? Can you develop that siege mentality and use that really to bring extra motivation? To feel like that's exactly what we're seeing this year on tour so far.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about any surfer on tour. They're the best at being competitive, and those guys are very good to not letting things put them down, or they will for a period of time, but they'll bounce back most likely. So he's one of them. Like, he's no doubt on it. Leo's another one of them that will be paddling out pretty soon against MEO.
The crowd loves him. Leo is just a fan favorite down here. It's pretty fun to catch the energy when you're down there. You saw him get out of the water after his last heat, you know, 3 or 4 days ago, whatever it was. There's Stephen Bell going by. He's excited, his stepdad. And the amount of people that met Leo on the shore break was insane. It was really cool. I think, you know, it was the most I've seen, really, out of all the fans, getting to surround somebody. So it was a lot of support for Leo down here.
And he's the type of surfer that drives through the energy, you know, like when things, like he's a very emotional and outspoken person. So whenever, the more you feel him in, the better he's going to do. So this is going to be interesting to see. I think conditions suits him very well.
Well, just on that subject of close calls as well, the final at Pipe, I mean, a lot of people feel that could have easily gone the other way. And in terms of the way he's responded to that, he seems to be thriving at the moment after that. I mean, it's a great result getting second, but, you know, second time in a final over there, would love to go all the way for the win.
For sure, and I think he's one of the surfers that have went through this a lot of times, like a lot of close heats. It happens a lot on tour, and a lot of times not going his way. I'm sure a few times going towards him, but he knows how to deal with, bounce back, and he's back in, you know, in a very good chance on a day like today. I think he could be one of the guys to be making the final.
Yeah, he likes the crowd support. He almost brings his own sort of flash mob of a crowd as well. This is sort of a squad of Italians that at any point when you see Leo around, they pull out of a little minivan and they put the Italian flag
They'll
together.
be
Just
there.
follow him around.
They'll be there.
Cheering him on, which is just rad.
It's super awesome to watch. And
meanwhile, out the water, our priority heat under 9 to go in that. It is still Rio Wider. It's got the lead that he garnered at the start of it. And Kanoa's been real busy trying to chase down numbers. Not a huge score that he's after. 5.45 is the number that he's looking for at the moment. He does have priority as well. So situation for him to think about, try and get himself towards that mid-range point. He's been unable to find much in terms of the quality. Someone else with an interesting story in terms of where he is on tour, and a bit of contrast in fortunes from going really well to then struggling a little bit, and on the comeback sort of upswing from that. Someone else at this venue with all those extra opportunities would fancy his chances here. Rio, he snuck away, and he's into this from a low line, some speed, not enough to get around.
yeah, that wave just running a little bit too much from him, but they're in clear waters right there. It seems like in the right spot. It's a matter of time. Obviously, we have the high tides hitting pretty soon. So you can see the waves, the medium-sized waves are kind of going too on top of the bank and closing out pretty quick, or going straight into the deep water. Last opportunity right now, but it's a matter of time and a.
It was a pretty scrappy heat, the Seth and Marco. You know, they're just like, they both are tenacious. You know, we've been seeing the rookie come onto tour and just like hucking big airs, taking big names down. He's not scared at all.
Yeah,
Marco, he's just, like really fierce
and vocal about it as well. You know, like been mentioning on his post-heat interviews how it's all his idols that he's surfing against, but he's here to, you know, to take them down, and it's time. It's about time. So it's good when you recognize your reality and what's your path, and it's easier for you. Get too humble, they're gonna eat you alive.
Looks like Rio is hunting the corners out here.
Rio off the top, gives it a crack. Nice whip in that turn. Not loads of content on the wave, just a quick one for from Kanoa, who will need to fire up now.
It's like the heat without priority, Marco and Seth, they're sitting. And with the tide higher right now, this wave seems to be a little bit on the fatter side. Like, obviously, they're a little bit easier to surf, but less critical. And the boys on the main priority heat surfing towards the left of it, a little bit more energy there. Shallower bank. I was actually talking to Jack about it, that he liked that part of the bank because it's shallower, it's more critical. Italo also mentioned that how the bank scaffolding behind where we're seating with this big storm. But with all that sand moving down there.
And the judging and the criteria and what they're looking for. I mean, you know, you say that those other waves were kind of fat, a little slopier. It doesn't have that like really heavy section coming down, and the judge that's not it's just rolling along. But if you have that, you know, we've seen some heavy sections being slammed by Rio. Like, that's what they want. They want
yes.
That criticalness of the wave. They let everybody know.
And they've been telling that, and it's reflecting on the score since day one. How many times we've saw it, mostly on the smaller days, like one big section was getting people, and like the men's and the women's side in the 5-point range, and some people applying multiple maneuvers, but like less critical, less intensity on the wave, and just getting a smaller score. So I wonder if they're going to move as the heat gains priority, if they're going to move down there, if they think there's not enough opportunity down to the south with the both surfers on top of it, trying to get some room from them. I guess we'll see that in about 3 minutes from now.
Here goes Rio, using his priority that he snaffled back from Kanoa, who's having a little bit of a mare as this heat gets towards 3.5 on the clock. Kanoa surrendering that priority without being able to add to his score. And an opportunity for Rio to see if he can work on that low number, the 3.5. Kanoa struggled out here. Expected quite a bit more from him.
Yeah, me too. He's so good. He's like, this is where he thrives the most in challenging conditions, because he reads the ocean very well. Puts himself in good rhythms usually, but sometimes it's just not your day. It's still enriched though, 5.45. If he's going to turn though, he needs to go pretty big, because I feel like the scale is probably going to change a bit. It's on the lower side. There's expecting probably more from the previous heat, because there's obviously massive airs and the heat before some drainers. But that wave from Rio, 5.67, or 2 very massive turns on very critical sections on a solid size wave. So Kanoa, if he's going to turn, he's going to need to look some of substance.
Yeah, needs to find a bit of fire here to keep his strong opening to the season alive. Been going good in 2025, and 9th at Pipe, 5th in Abu Dhabi. And coming here at 7th, ranked inside the top 10 and very well positioned in an event that's in a second home for him, really, backing himself to go real far in the event. He's not shown us very much at all in this. A couple of threes, not good enough at the moment. He's being covered by Rio. Keeping real close to him. It is Cano with that priority. No addition to the numbers for Rio. And now it'll all kind of crystallize for Cano with the priority. A minute and 40 odd. 5.45 the requirement. What kind of a wave is he looking for?
Oh, it just needs, like, you know, Jesse was saying, a wave of consequence, some action, a big section, just one big Hail Mary hack will do it on a bigger wave. I mean, if you have that thing standing up in front of you and you just go for it, looks like we got something approaching. Look at this thing. Oh, he's a little late. He just paddle over it. Ooh. That was unfortunate. What do we got behind? Nada.
Nada, that's what it looks like. Still priority though, a minute and 10. Anything can pop up in front of him there. Interesting, very interesting. The boys are still from the heat without priority, still all the way over here towards the deep. Marco, but see how the wave just loses energy, goes to deep water.
There's a big gutter over there. So it's just, you know, after that big swell came through and the tide is higher, and so it fills it in, and then all that water has to rush out, and so kind of going against the grain. Yep. We call that a rip bowl, where the kind of a rip tide going one way and the waves are coming in against it. So it's super fun to surf, but doesn't give you the dynamic bowl at Rock. One of the best pipeline surfers ever from Hawaii, so they named a little section inside at Rockies that he always used to surf. And RB's bowl, man, that is really fun little wave. And we have that same scenario here, but not enough energy on it for everybody to get the big scores.
Not enough energy or surfing for Kanoe Igarashi. And he's out of the event here in the round of 16, just before the quarters. He'll be disappointed with that, but it is well done once again to Rio Wider, who was just growing in stature and in strength, literally in front of our eyes. He'll bring this one in, and sometimes those grindy ones, you get out of those, and he's starting to feel, maybe I got a little mojo going here.
Yeah, that's how it works. You never, like once CJ mentioned, you never know when it's your next win. So getting those out of the way, you can put you in a good rhythm, mostly in the finals day.
Rio will head to quarters. Marco Minio, Seth Moniz still in the water. We'll send out Leo and Baron. Time for a quick commercial break. More live action from Portugal real soon. Out in the we're watching this go down, pretty epic.
Oh man, just barrels. I mean, just throwing blows, lefts, rights. I mean, look at these sections of slabbing over. That was a really sick wave too during that thing. It was just like all, you know, building up and building up and building up, and then, you know, in the end there, Leo had that one insane wave. I think this is it right here. You can see he had to slow himself down, but look at how long he stayed in the barrel.
Yeah, how he went through that fumble in that first section, second one as well. Just the intensity of it. and how gnarly. Like, dog, definitely not happy on that one. And I could understand. They tied, right? Like, so there's different opinions on it.
It was definitely splitting the hairs.
No doubt about it.
What did you think, Jesse?
I thought he was going to get the score. That was my personal opinion. They tied, so there's judge.
It was, you know. Literally, he came out of the barrel right where I was standing. Wow, that was pretty darn sick. And I looked over, and this whole crew was just erupting on the beach. And
Who did you think had it? You asked him. I'm asking you.
Well, in the end, when I watched the wave, I was like, it was sick, but there wasn't never like it was a moment where everybody got caught up on the beach, but the barrel wasn't the rod. He did do well to stay in it for a really long time.
And the fact that he has to slow himself down, I'm not changing my, my perspective.
But I think this is where this is why.
Yeah. If you see that backdoor barrel from Barron, he was driving through that barrel. The wave was more.
What happened at Pine?
For sure. Going back to it, right after you reflect on it, after you watch the replays, and Dog obviously thought he won it.
Read the messages from all of your crew as well.
Oh yeah.
Kind of echo.
They're gonna back you up.
Your echo chamber obviously backing you up as well. But yeah, great to see this matchup in the water. There'll be non-priority for the time being, and they will be able to just snaffle some opportunities. Meanwhile, the other side of it, whereas we were score-wise, not a classic, but Marco MEO doing a bit of good work early on. He's got a reasonable number of a 5, backed it up with a 4-5 scoring. Just gone a little quiet on us at the moment. No one really locking into anything. We had a bit of excitement, didn't we? A couple of heats ago.
It's that high tide. It's really being tricky with the surfers. But back to this heat, forgetting Hawaii a bit, I think this is a great opportunity. I think this condition suits Leo very well. And him going against Barrow, obviously a very heavy-footed. He's going to surf well these conditions, but I feel like Leo's better at navigating through the beach breaks. Obviously grew up in Hossegor, very familiar to the cold waters, windy type of conditions that we have today. So, and the most important heat of your life. So.
Back. He's chipped away at a couple of good scores there. They're right in the middle of the scale, but his body language looks good on the waves, looks opened up and a little bit kind of free on his waves, which I like.
Rio Wider is through to quarterfinals. He's with AJ.
Paul, we were just talking about how Rio made it through that heat. We described it as grindy. In a heat like that, how do you find your edge?
I think, I don't know, I feel a little bit more belief and happy if I have Reynolds next to me. He will give me like 1,000 of information. So for my job was kind of just go out there and find the waves and just surf, I guess. I've seen it's been grinding since this morning. Whoever lost today, they're getting 2 and 3 and total score 5 or 6. So I saw that. So I was like, if I can get 5, I'd be stoked. And if I can get 3, I'd be stoked. So my game plan was kind of building up, If I get 3, okay, what's next? 4, okay. If I got 4, 5 and stuff. So it's definitely hard. So I'll just keep my head down and just keep going forward, I guess.
Speaking of Reynolds, he told me that he reminded you before you hit the water that you are one of the best in the world, and it's time for you to start believing it. Going back to last season, you've made the finals in 2 of the last 3 regular season events. How would you describe your mentality this season as you work towards what you want to be a world title year?
Man, I have a big goal. So to achieve a big goal, it's not an easy job. You know, I feel like I have to keep working hard and keep grinding, I guess. And then I'm blessed to have this opportunity. You know, not a lot of people get these opportunities, so I'm just blessed to be in this position, and I just want to keep working hard. You know, just keep being me. You know, I've been doing this since 10 years old, so why not? I wouldn't change.
Another heat towards that big goal. What do you want to say? Do you have anything you want to say to friends and family back home?
Terima kasih teman-teman Indonesia sudah dukung, dan quarterfinal akan bertanding lagi hari ini, jadi saya akan lebih semangat dan semoga bisa lebih baik untuk babak berikutnya. Terima kasih.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
In Portugal, something of a fan favorite as well. Conditions as ever, as we might expect on the change. That wind's still whipping in.
Number 7 in the world right now, Rio. He's kind of on fire.
He is, and quarterfinals is probably going to bump up even more.
Right?
Very important for him this heat, so keep moving.
You know, it's wild. There's just so much surfing left to the cut. You know what I mean? Like, not even close to there. There's so much can change.
Also, Seth Moniz right there, just kind of a mistake. As soon as Marco started approaching him, moving towards the other side off that ripple, Seth decided to pull the trigger and go on a wave that closed out straight, took off and kicked out. So now playing a little defense there. Marco up and riding.
Here's MEO, floater with the wide stance. Almost catches on the bottom. And gives it a little wiggle in the pocket, cutting down. Just slightly off tempo on that wave, but being, I think, sort of realistic in terms of what sort of scores are out there, not really waiting for 8s.
I just want to know, like, I know for me, floaters on a big gnarly section, it's a lot of risk. I mean, a lot of risk. And the judging has kind of veered away from giving scores to those maneuvers. I mean, I guess it's a transition maneuver. A great maneuver. I love it.
There's a lot of criticalness into it, and it's sketchy to airdrop off the skies and up and riding just a little too deep right there for Leo. Trying to backdoor that section. Wave running a little bit too much on that situation. And now they're getting a little stuck on the inside, trying to paddle back out.
That sandbar over there is so shallow, it's crazy. Even on the high tide right now, things just wedging, and I've seen waves just coiling off over there, even with the higher tide. So that means that we've been having a lot of sand movement from those big swells we had. I mean, sheesh, a couple days ago, it was gigantic. Yesterday down in Cero, we were watching like 30-foot waves come in, no joke, like sweeping down into there.
That was yesterday. Oh, we see Leo up and riding just in and out, but yesterday was the biggest waves I've ever seen here in Portugal.
Yeah.
It was massive about that. It was breaking a mile out the back.
A lot of that onshore wind was probably pushing them over, so you know it was pretty messy, but wow, it was impressive to watch. A raw energy yesterday. All the
It's kind of amazing that there's sort of any sand still on this beach, really, after how wild it was yesterday. I mean, it kind of looks like sort of pretty similar to when we left it before the storm came through.
Well, we're sitting in the commentator's booth. The wind was so strong that it moved it about a foot. It was crazy.
We're tilted right now, right?
We're sitting at a couple thousand pounds, and this thing just got pushed to the side. That's how raw and heavy and, you know, dominant that Mother Nature is.
Yeah, we weren't sitting in it at the time. That probably would have anchored it down a bit.
Well, yeah, we were, after the amount of food we've had over the last 2 weeks.
Those cheese and egg rolls for breakfast.
Pastel de natas every morning, that would have helped it stick. Probably would have moved that much, huh?
That would be a challenge, actually, if you're an athlete and you're here. I've been watching people walk by the buffet, the breakfast buffet, and they're just picking away at the fruit. The athletes are anyway, and they're just like, catching a few things here and there, and it's hard to hold back. All the food here.
I saw Reynos getting involved with the cheese baps this morning, getting a little butter on there, a couple of slices.
Even Doug Silva today had some bread, and he's not the carb guy, right?
I mean, you fall into the trap here of the food. Hard not to. Gotta love it. We love this place for that. It's the weather, the wild energy, all the good food around town, and great people. We got a round of drinks last night from the
event happened back in the very beginnings.
Really?
Yeah. So I mean, people have been surfing here for a long time, but the effect that first CT event had really on this town since then, and the amount of people that it's attracted, and it's evident. I mean, every time really you leave the hotel, you go and check the surf, you see people from all over, mainly from around Europe, different parts, but further away still than that. And it really is, if you're going to attribute it to one man, Jose's had a load to do with that. He's still down here this morning watching, enjoying the action out in the water. 6:20 to go in our red heat. Marco MEO representing the flags of both France and Mexico on his shoulders and doing all right in this. Not loads of numbers available, but he's had the better of them. What's happening with Seth at the moment? He's unable to lock into anything, Jesse.
Just out of rhythm right there for Seth, unfortunately. Kind of had a feel of those, actually, like throughout the heats that he made so far in this event. He felt like he was struggling a bit to find a rhythm. But
you got to score
pulling it
right
off
in the
at the end, yeah.
And I guess it's all that counts, right?
Doesn't matter if it's the first minute or the last minute, as long as you make it happen. But obviously not needing a small score for a day like today, mostly with the high tide right now, 6.5. It's hard to find more than actually it's hard to surf the wave. Looks like some A-frames going towards him.
The Seth Chase broad scheme of things, the specifics of
just all that sand, even with the high tide, going into straight closeout afterwards for Barron right there. Looked like it was going to be a dreamy run for a second.
I'm sure on the beach somewhere there's an Italian flag flying high and a big group of people. You know what I mean? That guy's got so much support, Leo. I love to see it, and I feel like that's the kind of stuff that motivate you too in the water. You catch up on the energy and the mana of your crew. Oh, look at that! There it is. Look at the crew. There's a pack down there.
Oh, there's a few flags actually. One before, one after, off that main one. So, cheer squad for Leo. Strong today for the finals day.
Beach is filling up too. People don't mind the cold here. They're coming down to check it out. They want to see the world's best. They're filling into that beach, stacking each other.
Down the beach, here's Leo, raking bottom turn, big clip off the top, drives in real nice, incisive, sharp, surfing, aggressive. We needed a bit of this. This was a sleepy one. Fioravanti onto the inside. He'll hit that section. And he's right back in this heat now. He's going to go to the lead here, and hopefully this will continue to fire up.
That was a banger. That second turn, that section was right over that heavy sandbar we were talking about. That was insane. I loved every second of that thing.
That looks like excellent surfing in my opinion.
That was excellent surfing.
The bottom turns, like how he gained speed throughout it. The first turn generating the drive down the line, very critical. And then the second one looked like a big lip. It almost felt like he was bottom turning, setting himself up for failure because the section was so heavy and the lip was thick. And he just hammered that. And then once again, we're talking about Rio being fit and prepared for it. Leonardo is another one that has just been
one of the most
fit
surfers
outside.
on tour.
And also, what's impressive, he's had nothing in this. It's a cold day, it's windy, he's got nothing on the board. He's got a 1 and a score lower than that. And to be able to be straight into your finest form and be able to surf that well put together, really impressive.
Yeah, definitely, and that's the danger for Barron on a day like today. Like, he's really gonna have a point of difference when you're surfing on your backhand and opening up to turns. It's gonna look bigger, more critical.
You did say though, Jesse, that he's probably on paper the favorite here in this conditions, right? After growing up surfing the French beach breaks in the cold, understanding the environment. That sharp.
Yeah, I didn't expect that.
And that second turn was mental.
Significant number drops in for Leo Fioravanti, a 7 for Leo. And that'll cheer up the Italian cheering squad as well. And he goes to first place in this heat. Puts a number on Barron to the tune of 4.91. Still bags of time in that one, just inside 22 minutes in that non-pro. This heat right here is under 2 to go. This is a bomb. Mignot behind the curtain drive, and he'll pump. He's traveling, Mignot. Can he emerge? He won't.
That was a good opportunity for him, just a little bit behind, maybe half a foot or a foot on the takeoff, and didn't have the wave pushing and giving him the energy to generate speed down the line right off the bat. And with the barrel being a little tight, it gets streaky to navigate. So unfortunately for him right there, passing priority to Seth Moniz right now, who needs a 6.5.
It's not a big score. Oh, look at that thing.
Leo controls the drop. Bang. Hammers a lip.
I don't know what happened there, but looked good at the start.
To your point about that shallow samba down the beach stride, good to see still barrels coming through. There's a bit of wind blowing across that as well, but that thing was gaping open for Marco Mignot.
I think the wave got a little bit holler than he expected as he bottom turned, and with the backwash shoe, made him go over the handlebars. Just bummer for him.
Seconds. Is very mean. Final. Dad's down here with his coach, Jason.
Impressive. He's been stomping around and, showing no fear up against his heroes. But again, everybody's playing in the same sandbox, so you might as well do your best with it, right?
Ricky Marco Mignot heads to quarterfinals on a strong start to his campaign. We've still got a rematch of the pipe final in the water. Leo and Barron, more live action real soon.
Search by Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. By Yeti, built for the wild. And by Bonsoy, official milk of the WSL.
The rematch from the final of the opening event of the season continues here. It's looking a lot more paniche than Pipey right now at the moment. Good number in for Leo. He's in a decent position. Still needs to get a backup score though. Still sitting on a 2. He's got that 7. He's got the lead over Baron Mamiya, who will want to get going. His requirement not huge at the Mo, and a concerted paddle effort. And you can see how hard it is to get into some of these waves here. Leo wanted that wave. The wave didn't want him. And he might get another crack at it here. Again, Leo not quite getting there. In terms of Baron and that 5-5-1, still enough time for him. Doesn't need to panic in this so far, but just wants to try and find himself a bit of rhythm.
I mean, you kind of have to. You have to pull the trigger. I mean, you can be selective only so much. Like, I think Gabriel mentioned with us how important it is here for you to find your rhythm by catching waves and putting yourself, you know, maybe in the lineup where you didn't expect for a wave to come. And if you sit too much, sometimes your wave can break about 5 feet away from you. That is a 10-point ride and you can't get to it. It's just that changing so much, such a tough environment. Peaks kind of everywhere down the beach today, so Leo making the most of it so far. Even that 0.93 for Leo is kind of a missed opportunity. You know, that wave was great, it wasn't bad, so he's in a good rhythm right now. Just need to back himself up.
They're on down to the beach, though. I love it. Leo's just blowing up. These guys are making signs. Flags are flying. The Italian stallion. That wave he had earlier, I felt like that was an excellent ride. I mean, it was the way he ripped into that thing, and that second turn over that heavy section. It was really fun to watch.
Who's going to be heading to the 4th quarter to take on Marco Migno? One of these two at the moment. Leo going all right with that 7. And really, other than that, isn't that much else actually, so it is just about seizing those opportunities. We'll get another little nugget here. Fioravanti almost loses that bottom turn. The wave just went a little wobbly for him as he squared off to try and take on the lip.
Yeah, that one who went over the handlebars, you're right, Jesse. That was a big missed opportunity because he could be sitting in a position now where he probably could have got, you know, one more turn off, even a solid 5 or more, and then had, you know, Baron in a place of dismay out there looking around.
Yeah, probably not looking for a combination of 2 waves, but something very high that he'd probably be trying to find something to better himself and then to back it up. So chance to be 2 steps ahead of Baron right there, and just for now keeping things in range.
Yeah, on the flip side, it was quite funny.
I mean, entertaining for us.
Something's funny, right?
Hey, I mean, even the pros go over the handlebars, right? It's like there's a lot of elements moving around. You know, this is the wedge, the wall of water coming at you, the wind coming across, the backwash coming back. I mean, you know,
a lot of elements.
Yeah.
All right, here goes Mamiya. Needs to get involved here. There's that tripod stance as he pumps whilst holding the rail. It's so technical, so impressive. He'll come out and tag it as well, and he's right back at this. Game on it.
And that's the problem that we were saying. He could have been 2 steps ahead, leaving the gap that close to Baron. Now Baron most likely is going to get the score and apply pressure to Leo right now, because that was a very deep barrel.
It's going to be the fight back here, isn't it? That was actually, I couldn't see him at all looking into it, and he really gave it a pump through us. I mean, we've seen it at Pipeline. He's the best backside tube rider. He's taken the throne over there, back-to-back wins at Pipeline, so he's definitely the man when it comes to pulling into those nuggets.
If it was someone else or most of the guys on tour, we would probably roll them off being on their backhand and being that deep, but just for how many repetitions he had and he proved us wrong, you kind of had the expectation that he was going to pull out of that, and as he did. Very technical, very deep, and like you mentioned, Strider, looking into it, and when someone disappears from a side angle, that shows how deep he was. From the front angle, if he was going to be almost impossible to make it.
Well, at that point, you're on the foam ball, right? Which is that little bit of water that comes under your board inside the tube from the lip hitting, and so to navigate over that, so like it's not a familiar place for most people, But for Barron, it is, and he understands how to navigate that, which is, it's really hard. You have to throw the center of gravity, you think leaning forward, but you actually have to like kind of lean back and kind of almost just center it, or otherwise you go straight over the handlebars.
No doubt it. And just mention how deep he was in that situation, and he said going over to fumble, like there are probably moments, right, that he could not see anything with water on his face and just everything gets very tight. So just a lot of feeling there and repetition on his brain.
Well, we heard Kaipo and Mitchell Salazar talking about Star Wars earlier. Well, he's just using the Force.
He is. He definitely is. And into the rhythm. Let's see if that's going to pay off. Riding waves.
Mamiya into it again. Aggressive snap off the top. Just the one turn. Buckets of spray on it. And while he paddles back out, he'll hear the news of his score from his previous to last wave. A 6-1-7 for Barron. Goes to the lead. It's not a huge lead, though. Leo doesn't have a big number that he's facing him, but Barron Mamiya really needed to get involved in the heats. Exactly what he's been able to do here. Just a quick update for fans watching on YouTube or Facebook Live. Those streams will stop at the end of this round, so shortly when this heat wraps up, a new live stream will then start with the quarters and beyond. Everything in Brazil, coverage will continue exclusively on WorldSurfLeague.com, on the WSL app and Global Play. For fans in the US, coverage will continue exclusively WorldSurfLeague.com, on the app, WSL app and ESPN+. Hope you're enjoying this show.
I think one thing that I just picked out from the screen, it was we were mentioning about the importance, you know, finding your rhythm by riding waves, and you see that Leo knows that exactly well. Like as soon as Barron got that 6-1-7, he probably heard people screaming on the beach, noticed that it was a good score. He started sprinting throughout the lineup to get to Barron. Barron took off on the right and went to the opposite way, and he just followed him all the way through, trying to block him and take that mojo out of him, and he's taking off right now.
Here we go, ding-dong battle now. Fioravanti belts one off the top. He's got another section here, just a little sticky. He'll clean it up for a little flick on the closeout. Whitewater only needs a small number. That wasn't what he was aiming for there, but likely to go back in the first here.
Yeah, 100%. He'll make the shift. You know, he'll get the score he's looking for, but on the other side of that, now Barron's going to be in a great position to come strong with another wave, and this is going to come right down to the wire, I feel like, because they're the only two in the water. They got full, just, you know, of the whole playing field, and they can catch all the waves, and with priority, you can, you know, find your best part of the sandbar out there, which can be actually kind of foxing, you know, trying to run around out there and find it. Speaking of foxing, look at this. He's using the foxhole in there.
This is a massive
Staying
heat.
warm.
Jack and Iago. Rematches. We have seen a few of those. Obviously, I think with the conditions right now, in this situation, favoring a little bit of Iago. Amazing guy in the air with his wins. He could take advantage of that, but we got the Jedi, you know, the guy that's in the most connection with the ocean that we see on tour right now, and probably the most confident. It's going to be so interesting to watch this one.
And I know Jack's not an evil guy, but the comment at Pipe from Shane Dorian, his evil plan is working. It was one of those moments you're like, oh, what's going on back there? Because, you know, he's not really vocal about everything that he's got going on. He keeps a lot of his cards close to his chest. So he doesn't really talk about, you know, the game plan or in his post-heat interviews. It's just like, it's kind of like, yeah.
As he should have.
Yeah, you know. But, you know, a lot of people, there's a lot more information out there on what's going on. But with Jack, he just keeps it all nice and quiet.
Leo does go back to first with a 4-2-3s in the lead in this one. Priority with Barron Mamiya. Only needs a 5-0-7. 8.5 on the clock here. And this one is now setting up really nicely, enjoying the increased intensity that we're seeing here. We already talked about any residuals from Pipe, particularly more from Leo's point of view, really, that tied final that Barron won.
And you never really, we never posed the question to you there, Paul, watching that. What did you think on the score of the final at Pipeline?
Yeah,
Leo's wave.
I thought Barron
won.
Okay. Which he did.
Yeah.
Do you know what else is a fact? Facts. Marco Minio's through the quarters. Let's go hear from him. He's with AJ.
All right.
Yeah, Marco, we were seeing you up there against Seth. Just seemed like you really tried to stay busy. Took almost twice as many waves as Seth did. How'd that play into your strategy?
I mean, you know, in these kind of beach breaks is stay busy and create opportunity. And yeah, I found those 2 waves in the beginning, and then it kind of got it wasn't really good after. We couldn't really find a wave, which it played in my favor having those 2 waves in the beginning. So yeah, happy.
First CT finals day, just how are you approaching it?
No, just really grateful and blessed to be here, you know. So yeah, it comes from the heart. It comes from a state of gratitude. So yeah.
Anything you want to say to friends and fans watching back home?
J'ai envie de dire à tous les Français sur la plage et en France, merci pour vos soutiens. Franchement, c'est incroyable. Merci beaucoup. Et a todos los de Sayulita, puro para arriba, ya te la you know.
Congratulations.
Good arrows from Marco Minio.
That's a replay of Leo's huge air. I mean, look at this landing. The knee looked like it buckled a little bit there. That looked like it hurt to me. And then right behind him, look at this drop, Jesse. Isn't that mental?
It's like he almost gets unglued right there. There's like a little step that he goes forward. He almost moves over the handlebar using that front, like the weight on the front foot. You're going to see him going over that lump right there. Almost going over the handlebar. It feels like he was almost going to touch his chin into the water and somehow squeeze through and just pulling something off.
I felt like I was at Pipeline again. I mean, the wave wasn't really compared to it, but the claim after the barrel was.
Love that vision of him in the tube, so acrobatic. You know, I was hating that Leo on the inside saw it.
I had to watch the whole thing
in front of him.
Oh, that's a knife in the ribs right there. You can just feel it. It just sits in. He's going to have to go back out and try. If he would have stuck that air, it'd be a different story, though.
Yes.
I mean, that air was just gigantic. But
the wave jacked up right in front of him. It gave him that little A-frame and the extra pop to it, but he launched it a little bit too much into the flats. As he landed, like you mentioned, he almost felt like he got hurt because so much pressure on top of the board and on top of his legs that he couldn't handle it. Expectable, though, not a mistake, I think, in my opinion. It's just you're going massive, not always you're going to land.
So many elements, right? You're working with the moving wave, your body, the board, and the wind, and you're, trajecting towards the beach to try and time that section.
Robbo heads down for a quarter with his mate, Iago Dora. Baron Mamiya in the lead now and heading for a quarterfinal matchup with Marco Minio. If it stays as it does still, 5 to go in here. Leo with the prio, doesn't need a huge score, 5.84. Once again, for everyone watching on YouTube or Facebook Live, this stream will conclude in around about 5 minutes time. At the end of this round, a new live stream will start. 4 quarters beyond, everyone in Brazil. Exclusive coverage on worldsurfleague.com, the WSL app, as well as global play in the US. Worldsurfleague.com, on the World Surf League app, and ESPN Plus. 4.5 to go here. Leo's next wave is going to be crucial.
It's definitely going to be crucial. Doesn't need a massive score. But what I think it's very important about this heat is the maturity that Baron has. Like, we've seen it previously, him doing so well in waves of consequences. And then when things wasn't so favorable for him, he would just kind of get lost. Identified, obviously, the best chances he would have on a day like today is try to find those barrels. Get as deep as possible, even if the barrel wasn't that wide and open. And that's exactly what he did. Found a rhythm throughout this last 10 minutes of the heat and just went to town, really making the most of the opportunities he had, mostly that last one. I feel like most people would have come undone on that wobble that he went through, the little ledge halfway through the wave, and somehow regrouped it and came out pretty clean and very impressive from Baron.
Little time will tick away on this one. Those two just waiting patiently. The work is as yet ahead of Leo. 5.84 is not a big number. They'll need a wave that'll split his 2 scores essentially to be able to get there. 4.23. Those multiple maneuvers on a right that ran. It didn't have loads on it. As a result of that, it didn't push too hard. His high score absolutely belting a left with turns. Baron Mamiya He's done his work from inside the tube, tries to sell something.
Boards are going sucked over the falls there.
So right there, Baron Mamiya deeper in second priority, sort of feigning a bit of interest to see if he could try and get Leo to go, and as a result of that, it's board going over falls.
Well, he was just trying to, you know, if he could get out to the wave in time to put himself in a position to go for the wave, he might have actually dragged Leo into that, and I think that was the idea, but they weren't on the peak enough, so, or far enough out to do that.
Yeah, both of them just a little under, which it looked like kind of an opportunity mostly for Leo, needing a 5.83. That wave looked clean, it was steep. Couldn't really tell down the line if he had opportunity for two turns, a combination of it, because most likely that's what he's going to need right now.
You know, you talked about Baron and his maturity in this, you know, to really understand what he needed to do after he got that one score and to kind of settle into it. He'd also be feeling pretty confident being number 2 in the world. I mean, you come into an event, I mean, I know we're just starting out here, but I think all that kind of plays into your feeling and your vibe when you go out into the heat. You know, you got to put yourself in a winning position headspace-wise.
No doubt, and I think he just needs to step up and put himself to the top 5 contender. He needs to start thinking like that and act like that as well. It's just obviously not, you got to put in the work for that. So it seems like there's definitely a shift on gear right there for Baron this year, and just, you know, starting to do well in conditions that he might have not done so well before.
At the moment, our rematch of the season opener showdown at Pipe. The final from that event is going the way of the winner of that event, Baron Mamiya. He has got a lead over Leo Fioravanti. Leo's got the high score, but his backup is significantly more modest, and that's why he's chasing. Final minute now in this. Leo's had to be patient. What's he feeling inside? I imagine he's churning a bit right now.
He's trying to pull in the calls from the beach, from his fan, and he's looking at the flag maybe back there, just trying to psych up. He's looking interested. Looks like he sees something coming.
Well, we get a bit of drama as we wrap up the round of 16 quarters. Already hitting the water. We'll see Jack Robinson, Yago Dora in that first men's quarterfinal. And it's all about this next 20-odd seconds for Leo. Can he use the priority, find himself almost a 6, really, is what he's after. He's going to have to just try and go that way. Won't even let him in. Not sure.
Might not even have time to get another wave, huh?
It looks like, as we'll count down here, he's not going to get there. And Leo Fioravanti will be disappointed he was unable to at least pull the trigger on a wave. But you have to say, Baron Mamiya, well done to him. We know about his backhand tube skills. That's what he showed us.
I mean, it's crazy to think about it, which looked like everything was going in Leo's way. Starting with that 7, backing it up, and just all of a sudden, Baron stole the game, stole the show.
But Baron also, in his, you know, he actually showed some theatrics in it too. You know, there was some over the handlebars moments, some action you didn't think he was going to make, coming away with the win.
That's the way it wraps up for the round of 16 here in Portugal. Quarterfinals for the men hitting the water. Jack Robinson, Yago Dora coming at you real soon.
Robinson, first thing in the morning, up against Liam O'Brien. He's able to overcome. Friendly fire for the Australians in heat number 1. Jack Robinson on to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, and just as we've seen so far throughout the event, he's been one of the first surfers out there every single morning during the free surfs. Good stuff to start things off finals day, Kaipo, with a victory.
Another one for Down Under. Ethan Ewing coming up. Ethan found lefts, found rights, found the barrel. Ethan, another Aussie, making his way into the quarterfinals.
Yeah, defeating Cole Hausman in the round of 16 right here. Some great surfing, Kaipo, given the conditions. Wave selection on point as always. And Haushi had a couple of chances right here going left. Not really breaking anything above a 5. Nice showcase from him, though, here in Peniche.
Equal 9th for San Clemente's Cole Hausman as he exits out of competition. Ethan Ewing finding a couple of super tubos.
Yeah, and really the wave selection once again from Ewing. He did his homework before he paddled out. Seemed like it definitely paid off in the heat.
Drama-filled heat coming up here. Felipe Toledo, unaware that the drama was going to ensue up against Jordy Smith. Toledo comes through, breaks a board. Clutch surfing by Felipe Toledo, but great surfing and a great challenge by Jordy Smith. Jordy, though, coming up short.
Yeah, and he was in the lead for the majority of the heat. Phil made a comeback right there at the end. Had something in the 4s. Nice little bail right there on the back end.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no, Mitch. Broken stick.
And went through the tail pad, too, which is not something that you get to see every single day right there with the carbon, especially. Guess what, though? Kaipo got the wave right at the end to get the buzzer beater score.
Under priority, he actually got this one. Oops. Toledo on to the quarterfinals, and the crowd goes wild.
Yeah, they should. I mean, great surfing right there. Gets the score on the beach. He was stoked moving through.
Bravo. Number 1 in the world. Italo Ferreira. Up, out. What? 9.17.
He's surfing like the guy in charge right now. He is surfing like number 1 in the world, not only getting that air, but also a solid backup to that score too, Kaipo. He's been on point, 0 to 100 at any given moment for him.
Shaper, partner, all the crowd happy to see Italo Ferreira. He wants to keep dressed in yellow. He wants to win here. Looking in form. That's the pulse. We're caught up as we come to live action here with quarterfinal number 1 out in the water. We had a men's round of 16 this morning. That was an overlapping heat. This is a normal heat right here. This is a replay of Jack Robinson.
Yeah, this came in as a 3.5. Really strong surfing right there with the first, and unfortunately unglued on the second one. This one a solid score though, Kaipo, by the Brazilian Dora. Off to a fantastic start in this heat. The 2-turn combination right there by the kid from Floripa. And the scores in, Kaipo. Great way to start off this heat for Iago.
6.33 for Dora, a 3.5 opener for Jack Robinson. These two surfers, not just good friends, they were sharing in the same coaching camp for many years on the championship tour. We've seen them meet a number of times before, and I feel that really good friends bring out the best in each other when matched up in competition.
Well, let's just call it as it is. They're brothers, really. You know, these guys grew up the last few years on the championship tour, traveling together with the same coach, Iago's father, Leandro. Now he's traveling with another coach himself, and overall, we're talking about 2 of the most talented surfers in the world, Kaipo. Not only that, when you look at these conditions out there, these are 2 of the best guys in these types of waves. Considering what Robbo did when the waves were pumping a few days ago, he is lethal in barrels, and the creativity of Dora should be something to look at right now.
Let's hear from Baron Mamiya. He is on to the quarterfinals. He's with Strider.
Aaron, you were out in the water. We saw and heard, you know, your opponent lay down a hammer of a wave. Does that get into your head at all?
Yeah, I mean, I knew Leo got a good wave. I think he banged it like 4 times. I couldn't even hear anything going on down there. I could just hear the beacher up. And I didn't even know what score he had until like the very end of the heat. Oh wow. But yeah, I heard the beacher up, and then I was like, oh, that's a good score. And I was like, yeah, I just gotta forget about it and just focus on myself. You know, it's hard. Obviously, you know, your opponent drops a 7, and the waves are not as sick. I mean, it's fun, but it's hard to get 7s out there. So I kind of just focused on myself and focused on my surfing. Got the win.
You got the win with a couple of barrels. You know, talk about navigating through those tight little tunnels out there.
Yeah, it was so hard to get turns for some reason. He got like the best wave of the heat for turns, and I was just like, dude, screw it. I'm just gonna get a barrel. Just do what I do best. And then I got a couple sick ones. I had one where I did a nice little turn, but the wave just died. It was just hard to read out there, honestly. Like half the waves you're taking off on, they look like closeouts, and then you're just trying to figure it out. But yeah, I mean, I got 2 good waves and I'm stoked.
Well, congratulations back on the glass. Can't wait to see the next one.
Sweet, thanks. Right on.
Quarterfinal number 4 for Barry Mamiya. This happened in the interview.
Yeah, good-looking left-hander right here. Solid backup to the 6 that he already has. And once again, coming from the southern part of Brazil, there is a beach break over there in Joaquina that has a lot of similarities, especially with the strong wind that we're seeing this morning here in Super Tubos. When the score's in, he's already up to double digits in the first 7.5 minutes on the clock.
4.33 to back up the 6.33 of Iago Dora. Jack Robinson sitting with priority, sitting with a 3.5. Again, we apologize for some technical difficulties right now with our score graphics. We will do the best to update you on all the scores that drop and the situation and the time throughout these heats. You can always go to the WSL app or worldsurfleague.com to see the scores drop live as well.
Yeah, and you know, you talked about them matching up a lot, being real good friends, of course, and being coached by Leandro, Iago's father. They've also met in real important matchups. 2023 in Tahiti, whoever was making that heat was still having a chance to fight over qualification for the finals, Kaipo. Jack Robinson won the heat. He eventually won the event to qualify for lowers. And next thing you know, they're matching up against here in the quarters.
Yeah, it's actually 4 wins for Jack, 2 wins for Iago out of the 6 times that these two have matched up.
Pretty close right there when you consider the conditions, the waves that they've been at overall too. And Iago was basically 1 spot away from not requalifying, making the cut last year too. And then he went on that incredible rampage, Kaipo, 2 finals in a row in El Salvador and then Brazil.
That's right. And after that comeback, you think of 2024 for Iago Dora, nearly made the final 5, 1 spot out from the final 5 after being the last surfer to qualify mid-season. So to me, Mitchell, that's an illustration that the mid-season cut is not the end of the world. Nope. If you make that cut, you still got a chance. Step number 1 on the championship tour, make the mid-season cut. We have 7 events before that cut. You get 1 throwaway. You count the remaining 6. Now think about Iago Dora. He already has his throwaway when you look at the math for that cut.
Yeah.
33rd at pipe, that's his throwaway. So every result for Iago needs to count. Good thing for Iago Dora, made the quarterfinals at Surf Abu Dhabi. Quarterfinal here,
guaranteed.
So he's right on the track.
Right.
And it guaranteed. I mean, at the minimum, quarterfinals, equal 5th. The math on that is 4,000 some odd points for equal 5th.
And then you look at the back end of the schedule for him with the inclusion of lowers now as we look at Leo Fioravanti right there.
Yep.
Good heat total, by the way. 11.23 by today's standards. Was a really solid heat total right there, Kaipo. But just going back to Iago, you have lowers, which we haven't seen him compete at the CT level in many years.
There's Leandro, who's Iago's dad, but Jack's coach. Talk about a web right there. We talk about the points. Leo Fioravanti's got an equal 9th. He's going to get 3,320 points. The minimum that these 2 surfers are going to get with the equal 5th is 4,745. Heat leader Iago Dora pops it up as we expected, puts it down with a full row. Comes around the corner here, slashes a turn, and Iago building up steam in this quarterfinal number 1. Ticky-tack through some flat section, finishes it off tidily for Iago Dora. How was that air?
Really impressive when you consider how strong the wind is. And
that's the first time you're going to see a coach for the opponent clap at.
You're a parent first, though, right, Kaipo? You're always a parent first, and
they're a tight camp.
You know, and that's what we're alluding to. These are 2 brothers really in the lineup out there. 2 guys that have grown up, ride for the same brand too, so they've had multiple free surf trips outside of competition as well, and just give props to both of them and their incredible career so far.
Yeah, Jack Robinson, 5 years on the championship tour, 7 CT wins. Yago Dora, 7 years on the championship tour, but 1 maiden win that he was able to put down in home waters in Saquarema for the Rio Pro.
Yeah, and has 2 finals there consecutively as well. And, you know, we talk about people barely making the cut, how much that really meant to them. Of course, requalifying is one thing, but then that kind of extra push that they get after it, Kaipo. Italo was the same thing. He had a razor-close heat against Caden Madsen over there in WA last year. That's where he came out, banged his board on the water. He know how important that heat was, and for Cade, you got the other side of the coin. And now look at where Italo is right now. Number 2 in the world last year. He's currently the rankings leader, so it kind of puts you in that headspace of being appreciative of the few chances that you actually have before the midseason cut.
Yeah, I'd be very surprised if ever in his career he doesn't make it. Italo Ferreira, 2019 world champ. Well, let's wait for that score for Yago Dora to come through. I feel that he's going to certainly improve upon the 4.33 that he has in his score line right now. We'll see how high it goes. There is a possibility of seeing Jack Robinson in a 2-wave combination, depending upon the last score. We're waiting for the last score, and it comes in a 6-point ride. So not quite a combo for Jack Robinson, but a tall hill to climb. 8.83. So again, situation in this heat, Jack now to turn the heat needs an 8.83. Takes a look at that one. He does have priority, paddled for that wave. I don't know if Yago was anywhere near him. I don't know if we're going to have a priority switch at all. So priority remains with Jack Robinson.
Yeah, and it seemed like not really a possibility to really get anything out of that wave either. So good to hold back right there by Jack. And nearly halfway through the heat, has only the 3.5 at the moment, Kaipo. And he's, you know, usually a quick starter out there. Wave's not cooperating with him on the peak that he's sitting at. Pretty far south, both of these guys.
Yeah, both surfers, and the bank is just switching, right? So we passed the high tide mark today. It is, let's see, it's 10:19 the local time here in Portugal. The low tide is at 3:34 p.m., right around there. But the coefficient is much less than what we started with at the beginning of this contest window. The beginning of this contest window, we had about 9 feet of tide change. Right now, today, we're only going to have about 3.5 feet.
Yeah, so just a smidge when we were starting off, Kaipo, 9 feet. It is a lot, and now you have much more even tides, which I think are extremely beneficial, especially on a day where the swell is decreasing as well. But it's really that strong north wind that's made things difficult. It's really shifted that bank, as you said, to the southern part. Ooh.
Here comes Jack. Screaming down the line, was looking for the barrel. You could see that he had his barrel radar on there, but unable to find a section. Throws it away. Heat control now to Yago Dora. Dora with the lead, as well as priority. The need is the same for Jack Robinson. We see him on the power back out. He still needs an 8.83.
So now in the quarters, these results count also for the Vizsla CT Shaper ranking. So for Sharp Eye, you got Jack Rabo out there, Yago Dora making a big impact for Team Mayhem over the last 2 or 3 seasons, Kaipo, and got a lot of surfers from varying, you know, companies out there in the quarterfinals on the men's side, and same thing for the women. Seems like Team Mayhem, they're looking real strong with 3 surfers in the semifinals on the women.
Yeah. Sharp Eye is going to have another surfer in quarterfinal number 2 with Felipe Toledo, adding more points to Sharp Eye since we got to the quarterfinals. Again, for the Vizsla Shaper rankings, we start all of that scoring at the quarterfinals for both the men and the women. We tabulate the total points in all the placings for those surfers, and that's how we update the rankings.
Yes, sir, and the last board that you ride is the one that counts too. There's some surfers, especially in Hawaii, that tend to switch shapers. See Dora right here, good looking left.
Yago tucking in, pulling through, draining barrel. Yago Dora puts on the gas and comes out. Yes, it's momentum, all Yago Dora.
That was an incredible barrel too, Kaipo, when you consider how strong that wind is going into the left. Way to maintain the speed on that one.
Yeah, well, you talked about the Mayhem. It looks like there was a gas pedal. He had a little extra boost there, maybe turbocharged that Mayhem because he was gonzo.
Yeah, and
nowhere to be seen.
Riding the driver 3.0, had a great lunch with Mike Riola yesterday too, and just talking about how much they've developed their equipment the last 25, 30 years, Kaipo, they're still, you know, really the big label out of Southern California at the moment. Here's Robbo, though.
On the answer back, pulls in straight off the takeoff, but that wave does not cooperate at all. Sometimes surfing is a momentum game, and it seems like all the quality waves, the momentum, everything is going in Yago Dora's favor at the moment.
Especially in this wave, multiple surfers have mentioned that it's a rhythm-based wave. Yago's been in rhythm, throwing away a 4.33, gonna drop a massive number here.
Jack's got something going on with us, checking his board. All right, excellent. Wave comes through for Yago Dora, 8-point ride. So now Jack Robinson is securely in a 2-wave combination. Jack Robinson needs 2 wave scores to total 14.33. So Jack needs 2 7+ rides to turn this heat. That is a daunting situation for the Western Australia.
It is improbable, but not impossible right there for Robbo, especially when he consider that he still has 2 of the highest numbers out of the event so far with those barrels on the big day. 12 minutes though, and Yago with priority right here. That's the major issue, Kaipo.
Yeah, so the game right now, I feel, Mitch, is for Yago really to play a bit of cat and mouse and try to wind the clock down. He can't play full-on defense. There's too much time on the clock.
True.
But he can try to be in the zone and wind the clock down, knowing that Jack needs 2 scores. That's the challenge, 2 scores.
Just remind your opponent that you're around. If the best wave comes through, you're probably going to be on it. And
here's the 8.
Looking at the replay here, Kaipo, he had to stall a little bit at the beginning, try to shave off some speed, and then had to pump on the accelerator, as you were mentioning. Those 2 pumps right there were key just to be able to make it out of this one, though. Excellent stuff right there from the Brazilian surfer.
Yeah. Think of surfboards, man, that mayhem. Back foot's the steering wheel, front foot's the gas pedal. You got a little steering going over there with the back foot, got the gas pedal going with the front foot.
The Driver 3.0, probably the most standard board that you're going to see out there when it comes to predominant performance shortboards on the market, Kaipo, and Matt Biolas, Gian Bernini, the entire crew over there in San Clemente. And of course, worldwide, they have distribution center right here in Europe and in South America too.
Yeah, Gian, Matt Biolas. Let's mention Mike Riola too. Kind of the hidden, he's the shadow of the brains of the operation of Lost Mayhem. He lurks in the shadows, but he is an integral part of their whole strategy as a brand.
Should we talk about lunch yesterday too?
I don't know what you want to divulge.
How he brought out the credit card yesterday.
and a financial mastermind.
Hey, shout out to Diego, sales rep over there in Florida, our kid, 21-year-old, who's on the trip in Portugal with Mike Riola too, and brought us not only an amazing lunch, he also bought it for us too. So thank you, Diego. We love you, brother.
Yeah. Here we go. Jack, he's going to go right this time. Wants to chip away at it. Remember, just needs, that's not going to do it. He needs to chip away. The math is he needs to get a couple of 7s really to turn this heat.
Well, and looking at the conditions, it's been mostly lefts, at least out of the best ones. Barron's 2 best waves were predominantly on the left, and you look at Yago's 4 waves, they're counting. All of them have been left so far, Kaipo.
Yeah, and again, we do have a technical issue if you're watching right now with our scoring graphic. We will give you audibles on all the scores, but you can also go to worldsurfleague.com or the WSL app for the live scores to drop. I'll give you the scores right now. Yago Dora with a big lead over Jack Robinson. Yago has a 6.33 as a starter. Yago has an 8-point ride. So 8 and a 6.33 for Yago Dora. Jack Robinson needs 2 new scores. Jack needs 14.33 on 2 waves. Jack needs a big air.
But with the small coefficient in the tides, I don't think we're probably going to see that much steepness out of a lot of these barrels. You kind of have to really get playful with them and try to fit in there anytime you can.
There's our wind indicator. Side, I would call it side off right now.
Yes, sir. Yeah, absolutely right. How was that rain squall when we walked in this morning, too, with that side offshore that was just pushing into us the entire time as well?
Sideways rain this morning, showed up to work. Soaked.
Are you dry already?
Finally got dry. It's been 4 hours, Mitch. 4 hours of wetness, and now I'm finally dry.
As long as my socks stay dry, I think we're cool, but the pants took a little while to fully dry off.
Hey, that's a challenging, and that's the challenge, and that's also why, again, we're apologizing for any technical difficulties. All of our equipment that we've been running here has been put up to the ultimate test. We've had torrential rain. We've had
extreme wind.
Extreme wind. We've had huge surf. I mean, we have had it all. And 4 lay days, and this site has taken a beating in those 4 lay days. I want to also thank the crew, the Portuguese crew, and everyone here for putting in some time. There were people working throughout the evening, a couple of nights in a row, to make sure to bring this show to you.
Yeah, and this is really where behind the scenes everything happens. Shout out to our incredible broadcast production crew, of course the local crew, as you were saying, security, and just want to thank the locals, really. I mean, they've been very hospitable, and most importantly, they've really showed us the areas where the best food is so far the last few days, Kaipo. I've been enjoying it myself.
Yeah, well, we found the secret peak on our own. 7 minutes and 45 seconds on the countdown in quarterfinal number 1. And just like the skies, things are looking a little gray for Jack Robinson. It's gonna, hey, but you know, in this competition, out there with a really good friend, you said nearly a brother with Iago Dora, I think it's the time that, you know, they can kind of keep it light. I mean, if you're gonna lose to someone,
you'd like it to be this person.
Yeah,
yeah. I understand that. Goes Jackie boy.
Jack, slash, lip glide, disaster slide.
Wow.
Releasing the fins on the Sharpie.
Ooh.
Great surfing. 7 point is the mark that he needs to make, really, to you know. To
break that combo, yeah.
Well, he'll break
realistically.
He'll break the combo with a 4.34, but to really get in the game, he needs something around a 7.
Right. I mean, I think if he gets a mid-5 out of this, he's probably content with it. But as you were saying, just looking at the replay here, the variation was really solid. I think the quality of the wave wasn't necessarily there. I really love that second turn, though. Pushes the back foot a little bit, and that third one. Didn't necessarily see it coming with how flat it was going and how sudden that was happening as well. Made a score out of nothing, Kaipo, and Iago had no other option but to let him go on that one. 6.5 to go and waiting on that one.
Yeah, we'll see if Jack Robinson can cut it down to a single wave requirement. Anything over a 4.33 is going to do that. And likely he's going to at least get it down to a single wave requirement. When this number checks in, we'll keep you updated on the scores. Scores are starting to tabulate through our score system. 3 judges have shown us their number. Waiting for 2 more. Overview here of our Super Tubos, and the conditions, like you said, Mitch, improving.
Yeah, very, very much so since we got here this morning. Waves were already fun, but now they're actually to the point where on a free surf basis, you'd probably be paddling out there at this point of the day as well. It's close to trickling in that score. It seems like it should be in the mid-range.
5-point ride for Jack Robinson. Now, Jack needs a 9.33. He's out of combo. It's a single wave requirement for Robinson on your screen there. He is under priority. He has 4 minutes and 20 seconds are counting down on the clock.
You know, on a personal level, these are 2 of the coolest guys on tour. You have really chill guy, Iago Dora, and then you have the Zen mentality, as you always call him, the shaman, in Jack Robinson. Not only can you hang out with them all day, these are the guys that really push you to a next level when you're free surfing out there with them. Talk about elite status. We got 2 of them in the quarterfinal, number 1.
Cream rises to the top, and these 2 have consistently been top performers on tour. Bravo, up, out, nothing going on there.
Tried to sell him on that one too.
Hey, gotta try to sell your friends sometimes a lemon, you know?
And it's really an orange?
It's really an orange. Or just, you know, tell your friend go on a double up and he goes over the falls.
Hey, I thought we were past that already.
4 minutes.
I thought we were past that.
We're past it. 4 minutes and 30 seconds remaining in quarterfinal number 1. Again, the numbers, 8-point ride for Iago Dora. He backed it up with a 6.33. Jack Robinson now needing a 9.33. Iago Dora has priority. Iago Dora has the lead, so Robinson has to get tricky right now.
And
Iago calling for the time.
That's smart. Get it in his head. Make sure that he's listening a little bit more. He truly has to pay attention right here. Anything that you can gain to your advantage, Kaipo, you're using.
Ethan Ewing's coming up, and this one you want to stick around for. Ethan Ewing coming up against Felipe Toledo in quarterfinal number 2.
Like that heat, there's a lot of history between the 2 of them. They've had 2 of the most memorable heats at finals history. Kaipo over there at lowers. He's been on point so far in this event. Parental discretion is always advised. Easy eat.
77, Felipe Toledo paddling back out. Toledo, unfortunately, on his backup board, I think it's a thruster.
Yep.
His favorite quad, he broke in the round of 16. Carbon fiber quad, one of his, just a cherished board for Felipe, destroyed out here at Super Tubos. So we'll see how he adjusts to the backup equipment.
Yeah, it seemed like it worked well on that last wave when he needed a score, Kaipo, so I wouldn't be surprised that he has multiple ones of those in his locker room. And look at this, the chase right here. Iago's playing some defense, which is really smart, knowing that Jackie can easily get a 933 with an epic barrel out there. Look at how chill Iago is, though. He has the lead. Dude, Kaipo, he's throwing away a 6 and a 433, which at the moment would still have him in first place. When you look at the 4 waves he's caught, he surfed a perfect heat for how the conditions are at the moment.
Yeah, we talked through the heat about just sometimes. Look, it's a dynamic playing field that we operate in, right? And sometimes just the momentum goes to a single surfer. And I felt just from the very get-go, from the first exchange, the momentum was always in Iago's favor. I feel like skill set-wise, they're completely evenly matched. We're dealing with the ocean. That momentum's so important.
And I can point out 2 events where Jack Robinson had the same kind of momentum in his way. Both of them were at home. Because remember, he never lost a title in WA.
No.
One in 22, was injured in 23, and then came back in 24, won the event in the same fashion, Kipes.
Iago uses his priority here. He loves barrels, and why not? Gets another one. Iago Dora, all the juju, all the momentum, everything going to the Brazilian's way.
Truly a masterpiece what we're watching out there. This is Picasso in his heyday. Beach is packed. Rain, squalls, wind, they don't care.
It's freezing cold and wet outside, and we got thousands of people coming down to the beach here.
Portuguese.
Some of the hardiest, best, most fanatic fans on the championship tour you'll find here in Portugal.
Told you, O Sebastião, great restaurant. The sushi place last night was amazing. And how about this barrel roll right here by Iago Dora? Excellent positioning into the layback hack, which we've seen numerous times throughout this event from him. He's like, I'll get it, brother. I got this one. Look at the positioning, though, Kaipo. Always in the right spot at the right time in this heat. And as you can just see, spoke about rhythm and how things are just going your way. That's been happening in the 30 minutes we've seen so far in this one.
Could put Jack back into a 2-wave combo. We'll see where this number comes through. Comes through at a 7.5, and indeed, Iago Dora puts Jack Robinson in a 2-wave combo. That shuts the door of the refrigerator right now, Mitchell. The eggs are cooling, the butter's hard, the jello's jiggling.
The milk is cold.
It is in the fridge.
Pour them Fruit Loops out. Pour them Fruit Loops out, baby boy. And for Jack, that's 2 keeper results in a row, though. Abu Dhabi semis, here at least a quarter.
Yeah, equal 5th, that's a keeper for Jack Robinson. And Iago Dora with a much needed semifinal right now, but that's going to change the whole complexion of Iago's year with a minimum of a semifinal finish. First semifinalist we have, Iago Dora.
And momentum builder too after Abu Dhabi made the quarters over there, and a major shift really when we come to see the top 10 Kaipo after losing out in the ER over there at Pipeline.
Oh man, what a great heat from Iago Dora. Got barrels, 7.5, 8-point ride for Iago Dora. We'll be back with more action. Quarterfinal number 2 featuring Ethan Ewing and Felipe Toledo when we return.
We just dropped the iPhone. It's just an excuse to dive in Berlenga. Going to Berlenga's Island, just 10 kilometers off the coast of Peniche, but you feel like you are in a different world. Tem alma da Berlenga aqui, ó.
Este senhor, que era o meu avô, foi o primeiro barco que veio para as Berlengas em 1958.
E o que é que as pessoas dizem, tipo aquelas que vêm aqui a primeira vez, qual é que é a reação?
É pá, ficam encantadas para já, quando vêm aqui, vem esta janela virada para ali, parece um quadro.
When I come here and I make some shots of Berlengas, I realize even more how beautiful this is and how unique it is. You don't hear anything, you're just completely disconnected. That's why I love to come here with friends.
We are back at the MEO Ripcrow Pro Portugal. Quarterfinal number 2 out in the water. It's Ethan Ewing up against the 2-time world champ, Felipe Toledo, in this quarterfinal. Kuiper along with Mitchell Salazar on the call here. Super Tubos conditions are improving. Outgoing tide, wind clocking around to a more offshore conditions. We just saw, came off a heat with Iago Dora and Jack Robinson, which Iago was able to go excellent in his score. We'll see if Ethan Ewing and Felipe Toledo can do the same. Toledo on the backup board here, caught behind. And that's going to be a misfire for the 2-time world champ.
Yeah, it seemed like he was just trying to reposition himself on the back end right there, and Ewing with priority. A lot of history between these two guys. Kaipo mentioned the finals a few years ago. Two of the most historic matches we've seen in the WSL finals history. And of course, these two gentlemen have been runner-ups in the last 3 years at this event. Philippe in 2022 to Griffin, and last year was Ethan Ewing also to Griffin Colapinto. So a lot of great results here in the past. Philippe's also been a champion a decade ago, so great memories for them.
Yeah, matchup between these two. 3 wins for Ethan Ewing, 4 wins for Felipe Toledo in their history of matchups. Let's hear from our first semifinalist. Iago Dora is with Strider.
Thank you very much, Kaipo. Iago, you started out in the air, finished off with the barrels. That did not look like work.
Yeah, that was a fun heat. I was glad I got the right rhythm on that heat. I just kept busy and kept finding some really nice waves, and I was able to like keep improving on my scores. And that's a dream kind of heat. It's the heat you want to surf. It's like sometimes you're so focused then you're not even able to have fun in the heat. But on that one, I was able to do that and just keep getting some nice waves.
Well, you looked really comfortable out there. The board and you looked like one. You looked connected.
Yeah, that's a Old Faithful one. It's a magic board from last year. I rode in a couple events last year and just was there sitting in my house waiting for its moment again, and now it's here.
And what board is that? Is that a 3.0 driver?
It's a step driver, 6.0. Yeah, 6.0 is my regular shortboard, but it's just on a step driver, so made for a little bit more push, better waves, and it's been working good here.
Semifinals, this is a great finish too.
Yeah, it's nice to be in the semis and another opportunity to go surf out there and make one more heat and hopefully fight for the title in the final.
There you go. Good luck for the win. Can't wait to see you back.
Thank you.
All right, well, love the board info there, and that's the interesting thing about board design. You can have the same size board, but the way that the rocker and your overall foil is shaped make them for very different boards. A step driver, more rocker in that board, made for better waves. I'm sure the foil on that board a little further up for good paddling ability. So some surfboard 101.
Just something you would ride at maybe a steeper wave or something a little hollower like we see here on a regular basis. I know Crosby was riding that the other day. João Duru has been a big Whiplash member for a number of years, which has similarities to the step driver too.
Tucking in, Toledo. You could see the lip and the hairline at the same time, kind of taking him down. Couldn't compress enough to get through that. That wave really tapered, but Felipe Toledo tube seeking.
I like the fade off of it too. A lot of style in that one, which is always something good when you're looking at a barrel that isn't necessarily straight off with a takeoff cut, but you got to sell it just a little bit more. It's going to be an incomplete for Philippe, but just going back to the board talk, we went to 58 yesterday, one of the local stores right there in Cero. There's one here in Peniche. There's an old Landy board right there. As we look at the replay here, Phil, look at the way he just fades right here. Takes his time, bottom turns into the barrel, then that's when he really gets the positioning going. That wave, unfortunately, just runs off on him. And, you know, we see,
back to live action. And
wow,
a big double up there. Ethan Ewing right behind Toledo. Ewing pulls in. It's a wide one. The spin comes through, and so does Ethan Ewing.
Maga. That to me is the most perfect barrel we've seen all event long. I mean, when you look at perfection, quality,
wide. He was still in the barrel when the spit came through the opening. Then he came out. So anytime the surfer exits the barrel after the spit, that smells like excellence to me.
Oh, and the quality of the wave. Once again, I mean, that thing drained for a while. How's the perfect positioning and the calm and chill head that this guy has to be able to surf the wave like that? Well, not just that, it adds to the drama too, coming out after the spit. Some impressive stuff right there, and mention him making the final last year. Knows how to surf a beach break, and coming out of Strati, that's one of the heaviest waves over there by the Gold Coast.
Toledo looking to break another board.
Hopefully that's not the case anytime soon. That was a heavy wave right there. Nice to see him commit to that kind of drop. He needed to.
But Felipe, you know, he wants to recreate the feeling, right, that he had here in 2015, that when he won, the title here. 2015 winner, Felipe Toledo. But guess what? Our scoring graphics back, and it gets to present to you a big number for Ethan Ewing, a 9.17 for the surfer from North Stradbroke Island, Australia.
Bang, bang, Niner gang right there, Kaipo, and 21 minutes on the clock. Something excellent, close to perfect, one of the highest scores of the event against one of the most dangerous people still remaining in the competition as well. It's an excellent start for Ethan, and just considering once again how good he is going left and right. Right here, it's the priority game. Wait for the right wave with that score.
I already feel it in the air, Mitchell. How we saw all the momentum with Iago Dora versus Jack Robinson. All the momentum was in Iago's camp.
Yeah.
This is certainly a roll-in for Ethan Ewing, momentum-wise. Jack Robinson rinsing off the shot.
But that's what you were talking about right there. So it wasn't the board that got creased or anything. It was the traction pad that slightly came off a little bit, and that's why maybe he didn't have the same kind of grip.
Yeah. Well, let's check in with AJ McCord.
Kaipo, I'm down here in the Red Bull Athlete Zone, and I have found some people that are really important to the history of this city here in Peniche. Jose, he's a former mayor, and then Marco, an author, and they have created something really beautiful to really encapsulate the history, the adventure, the spirit of Peniche. Marco, tell us a little bit more about it.
Yes, this is a project that started a few years ago because Jose told me that I should write a book about Peniche, and I wrote a book about Peniche, about the history, the legends of Peniche, and then a whole team of Peniche brought this into completion because we created a book that is a novel, and that it has also a history book, and has a map that tries to explain how Peniche is also...
It's a novel for you.
Yeah.
A novel, yeah.
And a history book. Sorry, it's lots of things with a microphone.
It's wrote by him.
Yes, and also a map, just to explain how Peniche was also an island. People don't normally know that, but this was an island, and we call it a treasure island, following a very famous novel, not written by us, but this one was. And so this is just all this event, all this what we are seeing here is another chapter in this history that already has thousands of years, to be honest.
And it's a chapter that we are so excited and grateful to be a part of. Thank you guys so much for encapsulating all of it. Thank you so much. Muito obrigada.
Thank you.
Kaipo, we'll send it back to you.
Hey, we love the former mayor, Jose. He was out with his entire family last night. He is the biggest surfing fan, and he's been a supporter of surfing here in Peniche, in Super Tupos. By the way, socioeconomically here has benefited this area First unveiled in the Rip Curl Search in 2009, Mick Fanning winning that event, and ever since then, it's been part of the championship tour here in Peniche, and we have seen the surf scene flourish here year after year after year, and thank you to the support of people like former Mayor Jose.
And not just for the local people or the Portuguese. I met Dave yesterday, an English brother that has been coming here for about 11 years, I believe, for this event.
You're talking about South Coast Dave.
Yes, sir.
And Dollyland, some of the WSL super fans that make it here all the way from England every single year. We have people who do that.
Yeah, and it's so cool. I mean, it's an easy destination. There's a lot of international flights that are pretty short flights to Lisboa, and talk about the quality of the waves, the quality of the food, and the hospitality of the people. Why wouldn't you want to come to this area? By the way, we need to go check out Berlengas, because that to me it seems like something very interesting. 10 kilometers off the coast, Kipes.
Get a couple paddle boards, we'll get right out there.
With that wind, we're not making it out there, I don't think so.
We'll see how it works out, Mitchell. But yeah, we are enjoying our time here. Enjoying so much, I think we're going to hang out for a couple extra days here and do some fun stuff. Mitchell.
Yeah.
So much to do, so much to do. Oh, yeah, and you're almost. That's another thing. Secrets out. I'm not giving up any secrets. It was unveiled in the search, and the secret's been out now for a long time. But Portugal, if you're a surfer, is holding absolutely beautiful waves with a wide variety of breaks and a long coastline. It's just littered with different surf spots. Yesterday, we checked out probably 5-6 different spots yesterday. Incredible.
There's best result in Portugal, runner-up last year.
Last year, yeah. To Griffin Colapinto, Ethan Ewing.
Double E.
Double E with 2 CT wins. One at Bells, one at J-Bay. Felipe Toledo, he's a monster. Not only is he a 2-time world champ, Felipe Toledo with 15 CT wins to his credit. Talk about a career, and that career is still going. He's the 2015 champ out here at Super Tubos.
And beat #1 in the world right now in that final, Italo, in really different conditions. It was blown out, windy chop, and I think when you talk about his career and the 2 world championships that he has, the victories in Brazil, which few locals have really been able to achieve, Kaipo, he's had a majestic career, an illustrious one, and I'd have to say, when we look back on when he retires, he's going to go down as one of the all-time greats, really.
Well, let's see if Felipe Toledo can crawl back into this heat. It looks like he's stroking into this wave. Toledo pulling in, and there's no exit for the 2-time world champ. So still trying to gain momentum and get it back on his side.
Yeah, and he might just need to go for a Perso wave, as Stace would say. Just get something on the board, a 3 or 4 after this.
Let's take a Bonsoy brew break, Mitch, and we'll be back with more action from Ethan Ewing and Felipe Toledo. This is Ethan's 9.17. What? We're unlocking the WSL vault, looking back at the inaugural year. It was a search event here at Super Tubos. Final featuring White Lightning, Mick Fanning against Durbo. beat Durbridge.
And I think this was Mick's third consecutive victory in 2009, defeating one of the all-time greats out of Australia, beat Durbridge in the final two. Look at the suit, look at the colors. Everything back then was flashy Kipes.
Mick Fanning en route to his second world title. Great year for White Lightning, dominating the world of surfing, with surfing like that is timeless. Looking back in 2009, and Mick Fanning. On the women's side, it was a spicy rookie, Coco Ho, who took it apart.
Yeah, the Hawaiian defeating Silvana Lima in the semis, and then eventually got Chelsea Hedges in the final. Kaipo, great stuff for a breakthrough victory right here in Portugal.
Wow, what a moment, the WSL vault. Felipe Toledo, live action here. Toledo looking down the line, looking for a ramp, launches, full row, puts it down. Felipe Toledo combos it up. Write it down, he says. Take a note, give me the number. Felipe Toledo, an 8.55 will give him the lead over Ethan Ewing, who's holding a 9.67. So high scoring affair happening, but look at this IC replay.
Are we watching live action, or is this True Surf right now, Kipes? How's that? I mean, dude, as critical as you could possibly get right there on the IC replay. That was nasty, incredible rotation, and of course, take notes.
This is good stuff, and we're going to be waiting for the score for Felipe Toledo to get him back into action up against Ethan Ewing. Judges deliberating on the number, and the number's revealed, Mitch.
7.83, Kaipo. One even going up to an 8.5. I don't blame him. I was right there with him.
Now we got a true battle. We have Ethan Ewing with a keeper score of a 9.67. We have Felipe Toledo answering back with a 7.83. Takes two to make a thing go right, Mitchell.
Takes two to tango as well.
So it's all going to be about the second scoring wave for each of these surfers to determine who's going to the semifinal.
Yeah, and obviously the big outlier is that there's nearly a 1.3 difference right there between the high score of Ewing and the high score of Philippe. But just consider what he was able to do on a wave that didn't necessarily have the kind of quality that we saw out of the 917 from Ewing.
To me, that's the danger of both surfers like Italo Ferreira as well as Felipe Toledo, that they can make numbers. And Iago Dor, I'm going to put him on the list too. Here go. Ethan, smooth off the bottom. Little glide off the top there. Wave goes a little crumbly after that first turn for Ethan Ewing.
Backs it up, use priority on that one though, so now you got to play the back third of the heat, Kaipo, under priority of Phil, and you know how dangerous he is. He's been kind of barrel hunting though. His wave count is up to 6 right now, and up until the 7.83, everything was basically off of the barrel as Double E gets the backup right here, Kipes.
This is a 3-point ride.
So just really the one strong turn off of the lip line right there, an airdrop coming out of it too, and kind of a weird funky turn for the second one, but it's a backup at the moment, and it's going to extend his lead. Good projection out of the lip line right there for the first one, so some smart stuff. I think he just wanted to get something to build the momentum right there in the back third of the heat.
Yeah, that sets the stage right now. You can see in the needs column for Felipe Toledo in the blue jersey holding on to that priority. Just needs a 4.35 to turn the heat. So it really is, as we said, going to be that second wave, second counting wave for each of these surfers that's going to determine who moves through.
And this has been a good event for the Stratty kids, right, Kaipo? You saw Pete Durbridge right there with the vault. He made the final in the past. Cooley kid, Mick Fanning winning here in that search event in 2009. And Ethan made the final last year against Griffin. So similarities with Stratty beach breaks, but of course you have the power and how eloquent that wave is over there on the Gold Coast, especially at Snapper Rocks.
Yeah. Versus a former champ in the way of Felipe Toledo out here. So, and Toledo, he's been looking focused. I mean, he jokes around. He's a light-hearted guy, great guy. But when
you're right though,
when he switches to the switch on,
he ain't saying hi to anybody.
His laser beams come out the eyes. You know.
You don't really want to be around him. He's warming up. He's got everything going, and you're just like, okay. I'm going to give you your space, make sure that I'm not around you, and just go ahead and do your thing.
Yeah, the lasers shoot. And speaking of laser sharp surfing, bravo. Italo Ferreira coming up against Rio Waida, a rematch of stop number 2 final.
And Reynos got both surfers in the quarters right here too. I spoke to him about it, and just got to let everybody do their own thing.
Yeah. Take a look at that. I actually have a quote from Reynos, that man right there, in the Jumpman hat, Rio. So both Rio Waida and Italo Ferreira, coached by Reynos Hayes, surfer out of Hawaii. And Reynos tells me this for his athletes. Reynos says, I can only ask of them what they can deliver and deliver at the biggest show that they can produce. That's his coaching mantra. This is Ethan Ewing looking to better a three-point ride. Ewing. Nice flow on the backhand. We'll see if he improves his scoreline on that effort. What do you think, Mitch?
Silky smooth, I like it. On the 3, there was really just the one turn going right. I feel like this combination should excel that, Kaipo. Looking at the IC replay, straight off of the bottom into the lip for the first turn. That was beautiful stuff. Gets the variation going with the combo here on the backhand. And as a competitor, you know that you want to edge out any kind of advantage over your opponent. He did that with the finishing turn as well. Scores in. It slightly improves Kaipo, but it came off of really the first combination right here. But once again, Leo said it the other day, everybody comes from the QS, you grind when you need to.
You know how to grind. Yeah, slightly improves upon that left score, a 3.33. The need now for Felipe Toledo. With priority, Toledo needs a 4.68.
Important to point out, too, that he's been way more efficient with his wave catching, 4 waves, and since he lost priority, he's up again, Kaipo, been active.
In the barrel, foamy, and the board makes it, the DHD gets shot out, but without a human being on top of it.
He was close. He traveled a good amount of distance right there to get out of that thing.
It's a focus moment for Italo Ferreira. Woo-hoo. Giving thanks, the prayer, and then the psych up.
Hey, props to security, because they had about 4 or 5 guys down there protecting him from all the fans, and you know, they really love to support the Brazilian surfers right here in Portugal too, and that's why they've been so dominant in the past, Kaipo. They speak the language, of course, a lot of similar food and culture too, but when you look at the statistics, the last 10 years, they have really shined here at this location.
Great point. We've had Adriano de Souza win here. We've had Felipe Toledo win here. We've had Gabe Medina win here. We've had Italo Ferreira win here twice, and we've had Joao Chianca win here. That's the list of Brazilian champs here at Super Tubos. So great point that you made there, Mitchell.
And now you have Iago making the semis too. You know, so
perhaps another one. We'll see how
I wouldn't be surprised.
We'll see how the day plays out.
Yeah. Could be an all-Brazilian matchup in Semi 1 if Phil gets the 4.68 that he's needing at the moment. 5 minutes though, Kaipo, and I like the strategy from Ewing. You went on the 3, you got the backup, and now under priority, you've been a lot more efficient and you've really tried to select and pursue some waves, adding pressure to Phil. But we talked about it, he has the difference maker, Kaipo. He can really just bust out one of those big airs at any given moment on any type of wave.
Let's check out our heat recap, and what a heat it has been here in quarterfinal number 2. Look at this barrel for a 9.17.
Yeah, one of the highest scores of the event so far. A perfect wave by Ethan Ewing right there. Excellent barrel riding, Kaipo, by Double E.
Watch the board. And then the comeback here from Felipe Toledo. This is a 7.83.
This was nuts. I mean, look at how inverted he got with that thing right there on the back end and how fast the rotation was for the 2-time world champ Toledo.
Write it down. 7.83. Here's the backup, or just one of the tries here. This is not one of his top 2. This is a 3-point ride for Ethan Ewing. He was able to find a little left and get a 3.33. Again, Ethan Ewing searching for a backup, but he did better that score on his next effort. We're back to live action.
Boy, tense here, Kaipo, tense, 340, close heat. Both of them have a really solid number. I'm excited.
We are, yeah. I mean, gosh, the day has presented itself. It was challenging this morning. It was tough. It was grindy. It was overlapping heats. We had to see surfers make the best of the conditions, but now we're seeing excellent wave scores in each of these quarterfinals. So that's lining up for a really positive action for the end of the day.
Let me, really point out that is not only an excellent point because you're seeing the wave quality increase. You're getting to a point in the event where now you're surfing to those excellent scores because you have to.
Yeah.
You're going up against the very best people that have made it into finals day already, and you need to elevate your performance to really get into those final performances, Kaipo. And not just that, you have multiple world champions out there at the moment.
All right, priority, Toledo, under 3 minutes. Needs basically a mid-range score, needs a 5-point ride for Toledo. Has to be very selective because he may only get one chance getting that number as this clock ticks down. 2 minutes, 30 seconds, Mitchell. I feel tense. What do you think Felipe is feeling?
Well, based off of what I've seen in the Red Bull Athlete Zone, the guy looks very chill and concentrated. Hasn't really been in the spotlight in the first two events due to, his results. Only needing a mid-range score, as you were mentioning, 2 minutes. I feel like it is going to come down to just the one opportunity. And if you're right here, if I were Ethan in this moment, I'm making sure that I'm on another wave too, just to distract everybody, gain attention on your side, and make things not only favorable for yourself, give yourself another chance in case Felipe does get a wave, Kaipo.
Well, you can see the separation right now. So Ethan's staying way clear of Felipe Toledo because Toledo does have priority, and to your point, he's definitely going to want to give himself a backup chance, an insurance policy, if you will, if Toledo's able to get the score. Again, mid-range score, but that's not a guarantee. And the clock's ticking.
Absolutely right.
90 seconds, adding pressure to the two-time world champ, Felipe Toledo. And as you said, it looks like Ethan Ewing is just going to stay busy. Just some foam on that one.
Well, and looking at the backup score, realistically, a 3.33, that's something he can improve on with just a single maneuver. Want to be in another wave right here, a minute 10, Kipes. Phil also on the search.
Yeah, talk about the search here since 2009. Rip Curl, the ultimate surfing company since 1969. Felipe Toledo certainly searching the Atlantic now for a wave. Just needs a mid-range score. You can see him zigging and zagging back and forth, trying to position himself. Oh, it's going to come down to this.
And I'm going to pose the question too. At this point, you get a wave, 45 seconds. Do you risk it and safety surf it and potentially not get the score? Or do you try to go for something as big or maybe not as strong as the 7.83?
I don't know, Mitch. You got to get to your feet first. It's 30 seconds right now, and that's about 2 more waves passing the sandbar.
You know what's interesting, though? There were a couple insiders that he let go right there with about 2 minutes left and decided not to go on it.
He's going to have to go now.
Well, there's no other choice. You're forced to have to go on this thing. 15 seconds, Kaipo. Hands need to leave the rail. Oh.
That's going to be... Oh, here we go. On the double up, 10 seconds. Doesn't get the wave and shows his dismay. Felipe Toledo, equal 5th for the 2-time world champ for Toledo. Ethan Ewing started off excellently with that 9.17, and we're going to see Ethan Ewing up against Iago Dora in semi-final #1.
Well, he had the outlier with the 9.17, but he also played strategy extremely well once he lost priority, Kaipo. Best result of the year so far for Ewing right here in Portugal. Semi-final.
Yeah, another semi-final. Had a semi-final at Surf Abu Dhabi Pro. He's in the semis again. Ethan Ewing moving on. Felipe Toledo, great show, but will exit Portugal with an equal 5th.
And the Australian looking dominant, made the final last year. He's looking to go one better this year.
We'll be back with more action. Italo Ferreira, Rio Waida in the water, and the pride of Cascais, Federico Moraes on the set. Stick around.
Welcome back to the action here in Portugal. Sun's out, waves. Guess what? They're actually getting pretty good out there right now. A couple of tubes going down, some big performances as we look to send surfers to semis. An amazing matchup in the water as we have the yellow jersey, Italo Ferreira, taking on Rio Wider. And a pretty good lineup in the studio as well. Joining myself, Paul Evans, Jesse Mens, and Fred Moraes. Mate, how you doing?
I'm doing good.
You're looking really sharp. I'm liking the drip, mate.
Yeah, do you approve this?
Really nice. Yeah.
No, I get to choose my own clothes, which is nice.
What do you think about conditions, mate? It's actually continues to surprise us here. It's actually got a bit better.
I know, it looks really fun. There's a couple waves now, maybe with the low tide coming in, it's probably going to get hollower, so we'll probably see more barrels.
Bring that on. How about this matchup in the water, Jesse? Ferreira, Wider, kind of two different schools of surfing, really, in almost every way.
Talk about destiny, right? Like Rio just starts working with Reynolds, and all of a sudden that's third event of the season and second match they have against each other. But it's going to be exciting to watch, obviously, with the conditions favoring Italo with his airs and just how good he's in those beach break conditions. But Rio has been pretty solid all year long. Seems like he matured a lot, and he's ready to take down big names.
Fred, it's been epic to have you back in the water here. You're still on the comeback from that injury. Just tell us a little bit more about that. How's that all going for you?
It's going good. I'm lucky. My dad's a physio, so I've been just working every day and yeah, just trying my hardest to come back and being able to surf again. Slowly feeling better every day. The ankle's feeling a lot better, a lot stronger. So yeah, everything's looking good. I was stoked I got to surf the event. It was super fun to hang out with everyone and make a couple of hits, and yeah, it's good to be back.
A good energy around this as ever. It's been a bit of a challenging one with a big storm coming through as well, of course, this week, but as ever, a lot of people on the beach here, die-hard fans, they love it here.
I know, everyone loves it. They're really passionate fans, and you know, surfing is becoming a really big sport in Portugal. There's a lot of surfing. Our surfing culture is growing as well, which is really nice, and just to see a packed beach, even with a bit cold weather and a bit of wind, but there's a lot of good surfing to be watched, and yeah, it's pumped to be here.
This one will just slip underneath these two. Rio Wider, as we mentioned, going really well this season, everything dialed in. His learning curve gets steeper and steeper. Got a tough bat in his hands here though, and he'll need to find some real quality out in the water. In terms of your time away, Fred, are you watching events? Would you rather just kind of not follow it too closely?
To be honest, I was pumped to watch the events, but watch everyone else score up waves just during their free surfs. I had to block everyone. I had to mute their Instagram accounts. I'm like, if I'm not surfing, I don't want to see anyone else surfing. I'll watch the comps because I want to cheer for the boys. But other than that, nah, if people are scoring in Cero, in Peniche, Super Tubes, I'm just like, nah, I don't need to watch that.
Mostly reachable places that are just there,
know,
right?
yeah.
Like you're just
Exactly.
30 minutes away and you're like, oh.
It gets so eggy. I was just at home, couldn't walk, and I'm just like, no way. These guys are scoring.
Little moment on the beach between these two. Ethan Ewing look really smooth out there, joining up the dots, doing it really with a lot of panache through to semis here as we set up. Expecting this to be finals day. Looking forward, and the forecasting's getting a little smaller, and right now with what we got, we're thinking probably, Jesse, maybe a bit more wind blowing into this at this stage.
That's
kind of clean out there.
Yeah, it's expectable. I feel like the wind's like kind of going straight north, but it angles a little bit to the west sometimes. It comes back straight north. So, and also as the day came in, it was supposed to get a bit stronger at moments. So it's kind of going to be doing that all day. Right now we're going to a very nice, cleaner part of it, and Rio up and riding.
Here goes Rio, meaty section, big hit off the top, full body, and again he'll go lip line float to get down. Won't get a completion on his last turn. He can't afford against Italo to make too many mistakes like that. Someone that surfed with polish and aplomb, pretty much mistake 3 through to semis. Ethan Ewing is with Strider.
Thank you very much, Paul. I don't think I could actually draw a more perfect wave than the one you had out there in that heat for the 9.
Yeah, that was a great wave. That's what you come to Super Tubos for. And yeah, I was just in the spot. It was good vision. Yeah, it's always good to get something like that.
Coming up against Toledo, obviously he's won this event. He's got a lot of mojo here. Was that in your mind at all?
Oh, 100%. We've come up against each other a lot, and that guy is so talented. One of the best to probably ever do it. So always nerve-wracking coming up against him, but always exciting too. Some of the stuff he does on the surfboard is super inspiring. So yeah, I wish him all the best.
Well, you're looking great out here. You're just going to go relax and get ready. What's the plan now?
Yeah, just try and get it pretty warm. This wind down here today is pretty icy, so just try and stay warm and get eyes on it in a little bit and, yeah, make a game plan.
Can't wait to see it. Congratulations.
Thanks, Strider.
Fred, as a fully paid up member of the kind of rail surfing, power surfing contingent, how good is it to see someone like Ethan doing what he's doing at the moment?
It's really good. Ethan's such a good surfer. Just his style and how smooth he is. It feels like he never catches a rail. Just the way he serves so committed, but at the same time so effortless. It's really hard to do. I think people that surf and know the technique really understand how hard it is, but for an average fan, maybe sometimes they don't realize how hard it is what he's doing. And I'm a good friend and I'm a fan as well.
Makes it look too easy. Yeah, that's the problem sometimes.
I know,
For people watching, it's so much easier for you to just be attached to the surfer being dramatic and make like almost fall in or something like that. But yeah, he's the opposite of that. Everything seems in place every time he stands up on the board. Kind of a mistake there for Italo, paddling for that wave, losing priority, and mistake on top of mistake right there. Rio obviously started with a 3.33 and felt on that second turn, would have started with a great score, but now having a chance to take off on a wave here.
Bomb stretches out for Rio, and he'll work his way across a wall. Eventually a section looks to provide something for him, but it's really just an eject with all that momentum, goes flying through the air. So just another look really speculatively at that wave for Rio, wide up. Got a small number in for his first effort, 3-3. Looking for Italo to get involved. And Fred, seeing him back here in the yellow jersey, absolutely full of confidence. After struggling for a couple of years on tour, it's a very different Italo we're watching this year.
Yeah, Italo, he seems to be really, really confident. You can see just the way he warm-ups and the way he approaches his heat, and I guess the results he's been getting, you can see that, he's obviously every event one of the favorites, and especially today, he's good in the barrel, good in turns. There's a air wind onto the left, so he did a huge air this morning already. So, but like we're seeing Rio now, and Rio's just a really good surfer. He, like you're talking about, his mistake-free. We saw him in the pool, and he was just doing everything perfect, nailing not too complicated, not too easy. He found the perfect flow at the pool, and he's been finding that flow over here in Portugal too. So like Italo could be a favorite, but we gotta watch out for Rio.
Just offering a really different approach in every way, really, not only with his surfer, but his whole vibe. Compared to Italo, we generally see kind of, got a lot of outward expressions of his energy and quite shiny cars and some nice jewelry and some pretty sharp haircuts and stuff like that. And Rio, it takes different characters to make up the tour, right?
Yeah,
you do need to have individual personalities, and we love it when that comes over in the surfing. Having someone like Rio, real good story. A lot of people obviously have great relationships with the nation of Indonesia and love going there, but it's great to see one of their surfers against the very best in the world doing amazing this year.
No, 100%. Even because for Indonesian surfers, it must be hard. They're used to just perfect waves every day, all day, and then to come and surf the QS and having to qualify through the QS and some grindy conditions that they don't have to surf it. They're not used to it. It must be hard. We see Italy here looking for a section. So yeah, but it's awesome to see Rio on tour. He's a quiet guy, and you don't notice him around, but he's a hard worker, and he's really committed to surfing and to his results, and it's awesome to see him shine.
And the fact that he had to break through the ice of qualifying has never been done in a country. Like you come from Portugal where not many people have done it, but you had someone to look up. Like Saka, you know, like
Yeah,
to
100%.
actually create a path in front of you. It makes it easier because it feels like it's reachable. But for him to start it off from a country that has never been done, it's very a mental battle that you have to break through, that it's not easy. And the boys are there very stressed that he almost had that massive ramp. And almost like from some surfers, you'd hope you'd be a smaller ramp, but for him, the bigger almost the better. Like, you know, he'll match the energy of it.
Ferreira still on the prowl out there, really looking to get into this. Nothing on the board. Although while that's been going on, it's not like Rio's been really dropping anything of significance. That 1-3 came at the start of the heat. That's it really in this one. We're waiting for it to fire up. A spot in the second semi awaits one of these two. A fourth quarter. That'll feature the rookie Marco Mignot of France taking on Baramia, number 2 in the world, coming into this one. A great looking matchup that. 16 minutes and 40 odd seconds on the clock. The yellow jersey of Italo hasn't really fired up as yet. Expect that to change when we return from break.
Today, Reynos is the mentor for both Italo Ferreira and Rio Waida. As the bell rings for the final heat here in Abu Dhabi,
Italo Ferreira taking on Rio Waida. That'll be the matchup for the men's final.
Reynos finds himself campaigning on both sides of the ring.
What do you think of the final, bro? Yeah. Heavy. I'm not sure how many times that's been done before.
Italo's fired up, hyper. He's ready to go. Let's go.
What's the number? Doesn't take tricks. No need.
Reynos is always going to be that fine line of wisdom, feet on the ground, that can just bring him right to the level where he can succeed.
Concentrate yourself.
On the other side, you've got Rio, and he's pretty balanced in his decision-making. Rio trusts Reynos' experience, and with that, they've created a great recipe for success.
Point of difference can be in the middle for you, right? In the middle there. Yeah. I have. Looks good,
It's
bro.
fine also, nothing to lose, but at the same time, yeah.
But you're going for the win.
Yes, that's it, you know. The answer's only one. You know?
You're going for the win.
Yeah.
Throw it in the middle.
Yeah.
You can, 100%.
Will do.
From the basin of Abu Dhabi into the Atlantic, and guess what? Right into the action here. And after a bit of a slowish start, Italo does this.
I mean, look how impressive that is. He's going to eye it down, and then he had, because of the angle of the board, he had to kind of pop up and then rotate on top of it. He's going to, you can see that he uses the upper body and the head to kind of spin it halfway through and get the rotation all the way around. Very impressive from him. Obviously, we've seen it much bigger, but that was very technical. And During the break, we had this barrel here just a little bit too deep. That was a beautiful wave. Would have came out of that, would have been awesome for him and probably something close to the excellent range we've previously seen it on the other heats, but important move there for Rio that he kind of wasted.
As this one starts to fire up, let's get down to Strider.
Thank you, Paul. Yeah, down here with Reynolds. Reynolds, you're doing something right. These guys have matched up, you know, in Abu Dhabi now. They're down on the pointy end. This one matching up again.
Yeah, it's hard for me because obviously I want both guys to win, and a little bittersweet, but they're doing the work, and that's why they're here at this moment. You know, quarterfinals is really a good result for both of them, and now it comes down to who's putting in that extra effort, who's playing the game a little better, and ultimately who's surfing better, because that's really what it's about. This is about as difficult of a venue as you could have on tour. A lot of changing conditions, tide, wind, rain. It's like, and it's a heavy wave. You know, it might look rideable on TV, but it's about as gnarly as it gets, and it's a demanding place, you know, with the cold and everything. So these guys to be at this place in this event at this stage is all I could ask for. It's huge.
Well, thank you. I'm just going to leave it with that. That was enough information to wrap this whole show up. So this man's on fire. So are his athletes. Back to you guys.
Yeah, love it. Thanks, Strider. Fred, I want to ask you, what's that like? Friendly fire in the camp. You say you're coming up against another one of Dog Surfers. What is that like for you guys? How awkward does it get?
It's always really hard because, especially with Dog's team, we've all been traveling together for so long, you know. Especially like Ryan, who's one of my best friends. He's one of my best men. So you're just like, you know, like you kind of almost, it's just hard. But in the water, it's, you know, it's a job and you just got to surf and whatever. You just try to respect and make sure, you know, you go, there's some fair play. But yeah, it's always tricky.
And from the coach's point of view, I guess he's just trying to give everyone a plan to succeed, but not show any favoritism. It must be quite a difficult one, a fine line to tread.
Dog always has his favorites. No, I'm joking. No, I'm joking. But
he's been a little bit grumpy, hasn't he, Dog?
He's always grumpy. He's
been
extra grumpy. Yeah,
lately.
Yeah, it's hard. No, but no, it's hard for the coach. It must be a lot harder than for the surfers because, you know, you're giving information to both surfers. And yeah, Rio here, oh, tricky wave. But yeah, for the coach to give, you know, you just need to give the surfers different information, but at the same time you're giving them information to win, and just to manage everything and make sure that you're not helping one more than the other. It must be hard, but you know, you just gotta trust.
And in the end of the day, you know, the work's going to be done in the water, and it's up to you or Ryan or Connor or Leo, whoever it is, to get it done. And he's just going to pass you guys information and, hey, may the best man win.
100%.
But you guys probably had plenty of heats together on the QS and on tour, so.
Yeah, we've had a few. It's always hard.
Italo bails off his board there. Just testament to what Reynolds was just saying about how heavy this wave is. So rather than go the duck dive, there's not a lot of places for that water to go on that shallow sandbar. Just bailing off, just over 9 minutes to go in this. Of course, the matchup from the final at Abu Dhabi for these two. We've met a couple of times, 3 times in fact. There's the head-to-heads going the way of Italo twice, most significantly, of course, in a final. But just in terms of those overall numbers, I don't think Rio's got too much to be afraid of. He's got a great opportunity here.
Yeah, that's some great numbers and stats for such a young man, mostly going against a world champ, you know. If you think about the scores and everything, obviously Italo is just a step ahead of him, but way more experience, has been on tour probably close to 10 years already. And Rio just starting his career and building up to it. So it's going to be interesting to see the next few years how that's going to lead.
Rio getting involved here. Cupped out wave, hollow on the face, goes up vert. Not a lot of room as the walls come tumbling down around him, but gets out. And looking to try and build up something. Meanwhile, Italo douses Rio. And then again, just a little off balance. We saw him kind of snatch at sort of air to kick out attempt prior to that, and a wry smile as he'll get the attention of the whitewater on the inside, or tug him around a bit before he get the board back. Let's have a look what happened here.
Yeah, it starts off with a nice drawn-out carve, cuts it tight because he knew he had to get it up and early, but he goes a little bit inside of the lip line right there, and what that does, it pushes that board under you, and he just went over the handlebars. A lot of power out there. We do have a swell coming in a little bit from the north more, so it's kind of bending into the left now instead of going away, which that was the previous days that we had here in Peniche, so just a lot of water moving. Just couldn't find the perfect timing for that lip line and came unglued, but that was very important for him. He would have gotten another decent score and apply a lot of pressure into Rio.
Marco MEO heading down the beach for his quarter. And the rookie's loving his time here in Portugal. He's got a tough hit against Baron Mamiya, who's looked pretty lethal, particularly a couple of tubes, really technical, tight tube rides. Little acrobatics from him from inside the confines of the barrel here already today. That'll be our fourth quarter. And of course, Baron outside of the tube. Real powerful, dynamic maneuvers as well. Solid air game too. Looking forward to see how that one plays out. Good stage of the tide, right? We're heading down towards mid, Fred. That's what we're after here, isn't it?
Yeah, kind of not too high, not too low. You'll get some turns, some barrels. Hopefully, Italo and Rio can find a good backup, and we'll see some more stuff happening. You know, Rio has a really good air game as well, so he could obviously just look for a ramp and get a big score. So it's totally open, the heat. Anything can happen.
Looking at Marco and how he's kind of come on tour and the way he surfed, but just the way he sort of carried himself as well. How do you like that approach as a rookie? He's not overly humble. He's pretty confident and assertive.
I think you kind of need that, you know, being a rookie, and you know you're probably gonna match up guys like Italo and guys like Felipe and Ethan and Grief, you know, Iago, all those top dogs, you know, and you need to be confident on yourself to make sure, you know, like you're able to match them, Italo here.
Just keeping the door open.
Yeah, totally. On the wave before, I thought Italo could have done just one big turn and get a little backup score, you know, make sure he gets a 3 or a 4, and then Rio needs a 7. But right now it's 5 minutes to go. Rio needs a 5.2, and he can definitely get that score and put some pressure on Italo.
Under the 5-minute mark here. And Italo having a couple of swings. He will stick something at some stage. Rio with the prio now, and a bit of a decision to make in terms of exactly the kind of wave and where he wants to go score-wise with this. 5.28 the requirement. I think he'll go and surf for much more than that. Started off pretty good for him.
Yeah, a lot of mistakes for both of the surfers, but this one definitely being the highest one. 3.33 just for that first turn. Probably would have went in something into the high 5-point range, and here Italo kind of squeezing a lemonade out of a lemon because that wave didn't have so much, and he was just able to do a beautiful rotation, coming out pretty clean. And so far, that's all it's been done. This attempt here for Italo as well, the one you mentioned, maybe just one big crack right there, getting a 4-point ride, putting way more pressure into Rio. But right now, door kind of open. Looked like Italo got another wave right there on this break. Paddling back out now.
Ferreira down on the inside. Nothing of significance coming through on the scoreboard. I think that's just an incomplete for him, but it will take a little bit of time. It's still Rio with that prio out the back. Here's a look.
See what happens here. Another closeout. Not really. Oh, actually it was, but just landing on top of that lip right there. And as you're coming down without momentum and the energy of the waves coming back up and rebounding off your foot, so just getting stuck. You need to land it maybe a little bit more into the flats and more in transition, which is very easy saying right here. I can't even do that turn, but that's what he needed to do.
Get down towards 3 to go here. Getting close to wrapping up quarters. That's the requirement to get to semis at the moment for Rio. 5.28. What he really wants to do is just connect with a quality wave and surfed it to the absolute maximum visibility, try and get close to Italo's high number, solid 6, something like that. His read on the lineup's been pretty good. Combo turn sections. It's been absolutely lightning between his maneuvers so far from what we've seen of him this year. Just picking up on that rookie chat again briefly. Fred, who's next from Portugal? Who do you think is the next rookie going to step up?
Right now we have on our regional QS we have Afonso. He looks really good to do the challengers now in the second half of the year, and hopefully we can get Guilherme Ribeiro and Joaquim. Those are the kind of, not the upcoming kids, but the ones that are kind of fighting for the challengers. And then we have Jaime Vezelko and then Matias Canhoto. They're two really good surfers. So yeah, hopefully there's someone to come and be a rookie and represent Portugal as well.
And of course Hopkins on the women's side, she came so close last year.
I think we're really solid on the women's side. We've got Francisca, Yolanda, and Teresa. They're really solid. They all have really good results, and they've been doing a really good job.
Oof. Here's a wave stretching out from Ferreira. Wader not tempted by that at all. He's been pretty staunch with the prio thus far. Hasn't been sold anything, but at some point the wave will need to be ridden for him if he wants to stay alive in competition and even up these matchups to 2-2 between him and Ferreira. It's with the yellow jersey at the moment, though. That's 6-6-7 for the rotation. It's the only real significant score in this.
And that's the problem of him not capitalizing on all those waves, trying to maybe go too big for it and not getting that backup for Italo now, leaving the door pretty open. With a minute left, you know, I could see a wave coming towards Rio, getting a 5-2-8, and Italo not bettering, you know, like it could happen. The chances are not big, but you never know.
Looks like we do have a set out the back. The drone will just pick up some lines, making their way in. The energy from this more northerly swell does tend to focus a bit more in the same part of the bank. And right now, Italo will spin under it. Rio's a long way away from this. Elevator drop. The big hit with some glide from Italo. I'll have a look at the watch and realize that'll be it for me, which leaves Rio Waida in the lineup. So if Italo can improve on that 193 or just nudge up that requirement, Rio, it's not looking good for him at the moment. Can't see much coming out there.
Yeah, and the ocean's so clean. It feels like the wind got a bit more onshore, but I mean offshore, but no opportunities on this end for Rio Waida.
We're all wrapped up here for quarterfinal number 3. Crowd loving this. They absolutely love Italo Ferreira around here for good reason. He's been an entertainer. And there's results, but there's performances too. The way he surfs, this brand of surfing, they love it here. And once again, the yellow jersey shining bright. And Italo will just add to his own momentum. He'll head to semi-finals. Fred, it's been epic having you in. Thanks for coming in to chat. Hope you heal up soon, mate. Look forward to seeing you surf again.
Thank you so much. Hopefully I'll be back on tour next year. And yeah, I can't wait to be at 100% and do the challengers.
Bring it on, mate. Well, just one more quarterfinal yet to come. Still some nice quality waves out in the water. Who's going to face the yellow jersey of Italo Ferreira? We'll find out real soon when we come back from break.
The Male Rip Curl Pro Portugal presented by Corona Cero is brought to you by MEO, your official network connection in Portugal. By Rip Curl, live the search. By Apple Watch, official wearable technology of the WSL. And by Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients.
Back at it, a Super Tubos, resplendent in the yellow jersey. Italo Ferreira, #1 in the world. And looking like it as well in all sorts of different ways. Able to get it done in tricky heats that don't offer loads of waves. And then, of course, when it gets good, he's all over it. He's into semis. Who's going to face him? Be one of these two, the rookie Marco MEO, taking on Baramamia, #2 in the world. Got another win over at the Pipeline to kick the season off. And he got pretty piped this morning. Let's see what conditions offer Jesse in terms of these two, what they're going to go for. Feels like everything's in play. A few tubes, still some air sections, some thick lips as well. This is Marco finding cover.
I mean, that's a nice little drainer. Honeypot he found out there and banged it on the closeout. Beautiful way to start the heat. You can see how the conditions have improved with the tide getting a little bit lower. The waves are starting to bottom out a little bit more. Much cleaner than we had this morning. The wind's more offshore, and that's what's supposed to do. It's supposed to swing a little bit more north. Get even better throughout the day, so hopefully this keeps happening and we get more action.
The rookie MEO draws first bloods in this heat. Reasonable number as well, the 5-5. In the context of the last few, it's actually been a pretty handy score. We haven't really seen someone get 2 banger scores for actually a couple of heats. Even the exit numbers that went down the heat with Ethan and Philippe. Ethan's backup was really low. Same Philippe, he had 1 good number, but we haven't really seen that many in terms of the real quality come through. So taking those opportunities when they do come, crucial. Set or stand up here. Priorities back with Marco MEO. Somewhat surprising. Maybe a paddle from Baron at something that didn't offer much.
Yeah. Kind of an opportunity loss, obviously. You don't want to commit those mistakes so many times. Mostly with your surfer starting to 5-5 already.
Still a few heats. Quite a few heats left to go today, but we haven't seen loads of juice with interference here this year thus far, have we? Normally that's something that we get quite a lot of here, some really notable ones going down in the past, but so far this year, haven't seen much of that.
Yeah, it happens, you know, like it's part of the game with the conditions they are. Sometimes it looks like we have Marco having a look here. Looks like he's going to get up.
MEO in the slot. Up late, a little too late. He'll just nosedive that.
That was interesting. Like it felt like almost it was a mistake for him to take off on that wave. Like the wave was losing a little bit of energy, and as he took off, you could kind of see that it was dissipating in front of him. He went up in vertical, front arm, swinged it towards the opposite way where the board should be going, and he lose balance, and he ended up nosediving right there. Missed opportunity for him because it was a good start. Made Baron commit a mistake, and then when it was time for him to capitalize and apply a lot of pressure into Baron, he kind of opened the door back again. So let's see how Baron's going to be able to capitalize in that moment. You know, the rhythm, get the rhythm going once again for him. Mostly with this very smooth waters right now with the offshore winds. He's probably looking for those drainers that he previously found with much tougher conditions already today.
Baron's best result coming in 2 years ago. And he'll improve on that this year. By how much exactly? Well, he's a couple of heats away from going all the way for another win. What a moment that would be for him, and a chance to really consolidate himself at the very top of the ratings at the moment. Quiet in this one. There's a little look around, hasn't seen anything. Just tickled his fancy. Let's go and hear from Italo Ferreira. He's with Strider.
Thank you very much, Paul. Italo, a lot of people down here, a lot of energy. How are you feeling?
I was tired on the end of the heat for like a moment, and then I started to breathe, and I was like, oh, I just need one more like score. And it was pretty hard to like find those waves, you know, because the tide going low right now, and it's changing a lot. There's a lot of current around there, like the water is like moving fast. It's hard to like to get a position, you know. But I'm glad to make that one, so that was close.
And you balance your time between, you know, the professional surfing side and all the fans. That must be kind of challenging.
Oh yeah, for sure. But I like those type of style, you know, when the people like screaming when you landed something like good, you know, you feel the energy, you feel like everything that behind, you know, and yeah, I'm super stoked, and let's keep going. It's 2 more in a row.
Let's go. Keep the vibe alive. Congratulations. We'll let you get warm and get ready.
Yeah, thank you guys. You.
Stride, have a look at some tube time. MEO traveling, and he'll get crunched. Bit of crowd noise cheering on the Euro out there as he got some vision, but unable to find an exit as that one stretched away.
And that's all because of that low tide. Like, as he was taking off, that wave was peaky A-framed. And as he started to put on the brakes using that front leg and the side of the leg to slow himself down, it seems like he was in a perfect spot. As soon as that wave hit that flatter part of the bank, as you're going to see, he slowed himself down. It looks like a perfect peak, and he slowed himself once again. Doesn't want to get too far ahead, but it hits that part of the bank where it stretches out, and it just gets so tight and small, unfortunately for him.
It's amazing technique, though, huh?
It was. It felt like he was doing everything fine, and we're looking from the beach right now. But, you know, sometimes it's just that perspective that you don't get it inside the barrel, thinking the wave's going to be nice and slow, and all of a sudden it starts to run down. And some guys are very good at predicting that, and guys like Barron is one of them. So a missed opportunity there for Marco, because that could have been well in the excellent range right there.
Meanwhile, a little bit of muted interest from Barron as he has a paddle down the beach towards the left that he was never quite going to get towards. And that's more or less the first thing he's done in this heat, really, in about 9 minutes. MEO been a lot busier. He'll just get a 1.5 for that last backhand effort, but that, if he could have found an exit there, he was disappeared. That was a real throaty one.
And I guess we're talking about the sweet spot, right? Like, you want to be in that foam bowl, but you don't want to get eaten by the foam bowl monster. Like, he stalled himself just enough, but that second stall kept himself a little bit late, and that wave stretched out. And also, you don't want to be too far ahead, because then the judges are going to penalize you from not committing. So it's a very thin line that you have to be on the right side and have your feelings to have the right perspective of what's ahead of you.
"20 minutes to go in our fourth quarter final. Italo Ferreira's locked into semis. Maybe one of these two that he'll be facing. We've also got women's semi-finals as well. Some great looking matchups there. Turn our attentions to that shortly, but champion here in Portugal will be someone that's surfed all sorts of conditions, squeezed every drop out of it. It's what it takes really to go for a win here in Portugal. And whereas we were with priority, so Barron had a little look and then decided, priority's just decided, no, he keeps priority.
Yeah, I guess they had a review and they had a look at it, and it seemed like he didn't commit enough in order to lose priority, and it looks like it doesn't matter anyways, because Marco's already up and riding on the other corner of the beach.
MEO off the top, and again, just sort of covering ground on a wave that's lacking a bit of impetus, really. Kind of a softer one, but you can understand why he wants to stay in motion. Maybe a little bit of a directional, positional wave as well. Aparicio checking things out.
As you see it here, just this wave stretching out a little bit down the line, so he has to go lateral. Does as much as he can. That board's flying. But as soon as he gets around, it hits that deep water and just kind of dissipates, disappears, so he gets to get back out in the lineup. Better his situation. I don't think this should make too much of a difference on the end, but obviously we've seen it in the previous heat that the backups were pretty low.
Here we go, Mamiya. He likes the look of this. We like the look of it too. He'll get cover, and he'll come out with speed. He'll just clip his heels for a finish onto the inside. Nicely done. And after being real patient and waiting for an opportunity, quickly identifying that he was going to get barreled there.
Yeah, a smart move there for him. Obviously, Marco even deeper than him, so could have even maximized even more that wave, but he had to get something on the board. It's a very low scoring heat. Marco already has the 5-5 in the beginning with a pretty similar situation, but going forehand, as you see it right here. Slow himself down just enough. Could have disappeared a bit more, but with the situation of the heat, I think it was just solid surfing from him. He didn't try to overcook anything, just perfectly timed and put himself in a critical spot, but in a comfort position. And this is where he's going to get some extra points to finish it off up in vertical. And he's back in the game now. As you see it, uses that outside front part of the leg to slow himself down a little bit. Could have stalled a little bit more and disappeared more, but you never know. You have been sitting for about almost 15 minutes. And you want to get going, you want to get a score on the board so you can maximize. And now, maybe find back the rhythm like he did with Leonardo Fioravanti.
16.5 on the clock here. Baron Mamiya getting involved in the heat, doing it with a tube. We know he's one of the absolute best on the planet to do that. He'll get a reasonable number, 4.67. More live action from Portugal right after the break.
I mean, of course, like pipe, it would be a dream come true. It's the biggest event in mind. But where I see myself winning is Portugal. I would love to win in the European crowd. I feel like it's a place where it's all about being with the flow with the ocean, you know, being in the right place at the right time. I think I've surfed the wave a lot, and I have this European crowd with me. So let's go.
Marco Migno feeling at home on European shores. Going all right so far in this quarterfinal against the world number 2. He's got the lead in it. Not a huge run at the moment. It is a small number that Baron's chasing down. There's the stats for the rookie. 24 years old and really starting to flower in terms of expressing himself in the water particularly, but outside of it as well, and realizing that, you know what, the opportunities on tour, the heats you get at the surf, it's about grabbing them with both hands.
No doubt about it, and actually making the most of the venue that he thinks he can do best, and he's up and riding right now. Let's see it.
Here he goes again, Migno off the bottom. Whoa. And just attacking there, releasing the tail, and anguish from Papa. And from Aparicio as well, as they really wanted him to bang that. And another missed opportunity. How many of those, how many free hits are you going to get?
Yes, that was an important one. That was actually an opportunity that he went big for it. Like, he was very critical, important wave for him to get. Maybe the wave didn't have too much opportunity, but he was making sure he was going to capitalize on with a massive blowtail. Just losing that back foot, maybe by pushing the tails a little bit too much. Still door open, obviously has the edge, you know, like has the highest score of the heat so far. But now Barron sits with priority, with more experience, and has the right of way to choose the next good wave. Let's see if Marco's gonna try and get some gap from Barron and trying to find another spot on the sandbank. And as you see it right there, he's starting to move to the north of the scaffolding, closer to the scaffolding, because they're to the south right now. But Barron kind of having a look and not letting him get too away. He knows the importance of this next wave. Barron starts to move the other way, probably identifies something, seen something out the back. Maybe this next one kind of going away from him. That north swell, it's moving from the right of your screen to the left, so it's kind of going to go away. That's why it bends so much, the lefts, and make them more coping. Better for the surfers to find those critical sections. From this angle here, you can actually identify the angle of the swell. Completely different than the previous days. Looks like now Marco having a look.
MEO getting close to that peak. They're not quite able to get there. It's still just the one wave for Barron Mamiya. And his approach at the moment, reasonably good number that he got for that tube. 4.67, not crazy deep. Wasn't a huge wave as well, but just the technique, being able to see that. And when a bigger one comes through with a similar sort of shape, expect him to go right up the scale, because he's absolutely incredible, particularly with that backhand technique that we're seeing from him that he used so well at pipe to get the 10 and ultimately to get the win as well. Caroline Marks checking things out with Louis. What's she thinking? Time to shine.
It is time to shine, and she's very good at just kind of holding herself enough, you know, like never does much more than she needs to and holds it for the right moments. And I feel like on a day like today against Molly, the way things are shaping up this year for Molly, she's in a good rhythm. She's going to have to step it up this time.
Yeah, she doesn't seem in a particular hurry, does she? She's still in the athlete zone. Molly's wetted up. She's got a singlet on. She's ready to go. 9 minutes and 45 in this. Steely skies, bit of sunshine, bit of dark cloud makes it all look dramatic, and it'll feel dramatic as well if you're in the camp of, well, either of these two surfers actually at the moment. And it's pretty well poised. We just need some more waves. It's been a little inconsistent, this one. Not a lot coming through really at all, particularly for Barron Mamiya. He's had to be patient. For the beach, they're always showing up here. Obviously, when finals day comes around as well, and they're absolutely loving this. They've been warmed up by Ferreira, his performance in the last one, and then now live action, Mamiya. Loads of flow to that surfing and waiting for a wave. Not forcing it when it came through. Pretty decent.
Yeah, that was important for Barron as he took off on that wave. It was kind of dying out. He has to do that first carve on a flatter part of the section, but he identifies this second section here, starts to get steep, and he gets up in vertical. Exchange the nose of the board to the tail, gets the fins out. Beautiful bottom turn here just to set up. Takes his time, doesn't rush. Gets up in vertical, pushes that back foot, transfer the weight to the front foot. Comes out pretty clean, keeps the momentum, the flow. Just solid so far, you know, mistake-free throughout this 22 minutes of the heat. So making a difference, but not that much of a difference because Marco only needed a 3.34, which is a tiny score. any one big crack that Marco has, he's gonna get it, but pressure is into him right now.
Yeah, interesting to see the way he surfed that wave, and we talked about it a lot. When you're being patient, you haven't ridden many waves. When something does come through, obviously you don't want to overcook it and fall on your first turn, but now we've seen the score come through. Do you think maybe retrospectively kind of pushed a bit harder and put a bit more on the board there?
I don't think he didn't push hard. I will get back to that after Marco's wave, because it looks like he's in a good one.
MEO, bit of meat to this one, and a nice hit to the top. And again, it's athletic and nimble, but not nimble enough, because he'll get consumed by the white water. And once again, unable to complete, and he will be punished at this level for that.
Another mistake committed for him. That was a massive first turn, even better second one with the lip line. Not easy to do the last turn. A lot of water, a lot of energy junctioning in top of him. But it's another missed opportunity there for Marco. But I don't think he undercooked that wave. I think the first section of the wave kind of lacked intensity. It lacked coping. Couldn't really get critical. I think he actually, when he had the opportunity, he went up vertical. Switched it up the nose to the tail of the board, got some good release and had control. I think it was just, I mean, he could have went for an air and a Hail Mary, but I don't think in the situation of the heat was smart. He needed to finish the wave off, and that's what he did and apply pressure into Marco.
All sorts going on up and down the beach here for fans to get into, aside from the action out in the water. AJ's roaming around. Where are you?
Welcome down here to the IC activation at Super Tubos. This is where you can come in and make sure you get every single possible shade you could need. So exciting. IC just launched in Europe last year, and of course we've been rocking them all season long. They've been a great partner here for us, and there's something for every style, you guys. I think this might be my next pair. Really like them. Tons of options down here. So if you're coming down to the event, make sure you check out the IC Polarized Activation. These shades are where it's at.
I could really see Mitchell Salazar in a pair of those. What do you think?
I think so
Just
too.
to really complete his look.
He'll match the skin tone and all of that. He's gonna pop out, you know?
Yeah, he's got the sort of Paddington Bear jacket all buttoned up. I just think with some of those sunnies.
We should tell AJ to actually steal that one for our friend Mitch.
Mitchell Salazar, speaking of him, he's in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. Hey, Mitch.
Hey, guys. Hey, bruv. Carnalito. Look, I've been rocking the white with the blue Rio shades the last few weeks. Pulled it off today. I got my haircut yesterday, Paul. I know you're a little bummed out about it, but I got to be a little bit more professional. I know I want to let the afro go, but so far today, I feel like the shades are doing way better right here in the IC area. I got something to point out, though. I was talking to Toto Christoph, who's Marco's dad. They actually lived here in Portugal when he was real young. Older brother Nome, at that point, had been surfing just a little. Marco hadn't surfed, and that's when they eventually moved back to Sayulita because they were like, dude, it's too cold. The waves are real good. I just need to be in somewhere warmer. But the fact that he pointed out that this is really the one event he wants to win, Jesse, I mean, it shows really his bread and butter. Last year, U.S. Open runner-up, and then Saquarema, which has a lot of similarities to this location right here, Jesse. I feel like it could potentially be his breakout event so far.
Agree with you, Mitch, and I got to agree with Marco. I think this is a great opportunity for him. He grew up on beach breaks, surfing a lot on the Key West, so he's fresh with that rhythm of trying to find diamonds in the rough and get into a rhythm by surfing and not having to be so patient. So it pays off well so far. It paid off well so far for him. And that last wave was enough. That one big crack was a 3.77.
Yeah, amazing. Even though with the fall on the end, he's moved the scoreboard along and goes back to first. This will get pretty tense now. Baron Mamiya has only paddled into 2 waves throughout this heat. And his energy and his focus has been really lasered in on trying to find quality, but that's not necessarily what's out there in terms of opportunities, not loads of them. He's going to need to find a little more here. Not a big requirement for him. Needs something really similar, actually, to his high score. Meanwhile, MEO will just pull through the back. That one will run away.
We got to mention, as much as he had a few opportunities that he missed at 0.7, he had I think the 2.83 and the 3.77. The rhythm that he is on this heat it's really impressive. Like, he's been on every good wave of this heat so far. Like, obviously Baron had that 4, 6, 7 that was kind of decent, but that was it. Like, the whole time Baron has and kind of moving where Marco is, but just on the wrong side of the ball.
Aparicio watching on with a bit of concern in his face. Love his passion and the work he's been able to do with Marco. And right now we're watching Baron Mamiya. Backhand from him. He'll slice one, and it's a tricky section. He'll just about hang on to that. It was dramatic. Pulls that down. And this is going to be a significant number. That was technical.
Oh my gosh, I did not expect for him to come out of that last turn. It was very critical. There's a lot of foam on the water, very frothy. Hard to engage the fins and the rail. He managed it very well, the transition in between the two turns to cut it short and get up there early. We've been mentioning that, trying to avoid that lip because it's very sticky. That happened to Marco on the 3.77 on a much cleaner wave. So very smart and mature of Baron right there. As you see it right here, he does this turn, but this is clutch. Cuts that bottom turn short, gets up in vertical early, lip lines it, gets the spray up in the air, but still goes down the line with it. A lot of amplitude on that turn. He's gonna get rewarded nicely for that combo. Usually seeing all those surfers like try to use the bottom turn as deep as you can to get the good angle, but in that situation he needed to cut it short, otherwise he's going to get smoked by the lip. So very important decision there for Baron, and applying pressure in this last minute and 20 seconds to Marco.
The cool guy approach to the heat from him, it's working. He'll get the high number, 5, 6, 7. Now puts a requirement on Marco Mignot. Just the 3 waves from Baron at the moment, good enough to head to semis. And a matchup with Italo. And you can see the numbers in there, the scorecard. Marco much busier. It's all about your top 2 scores. And that is not a huge number that he needs. He's been finding good opportunities. This is a crucial one. Mignot. And forcing things a bit there. And he's done that a couple of times in this, and that might be him out of luck and out of competition.
Hey, maybe that's just him thinking he needs to do more than he actually does. Mostly from the beginning of the heat right there. I thought he started very solid with that 5.5, but then maybe going a little too big on the last few opportunities he had, and only needing a 4.8 set or 4.85 for Marco right there. And mistake-free so far for Baron. Every wave he took off on it, just clean.
I mean, he's waited, inactive, and then he'll suddenly find an opportunity, get the score he needs. Each time he's done that. And crucially getting the lead, an absolutely clutch moment in the heat. This one will come through.
Did Marco stand up before the rudder or not? This happened before. We've seen it in heats before. We've seen it with Seabass and Michel Boris. We've seen it with Alejo, and I think...
No, it was him. It was blue with the...
Priority ends after the horn is the ruling, right?
Yes, because, I mean, the heat finished, but for one surfer, maybe not for the other, but we don't know the situation. We would have to... I'm sure the judges are having a look, see if they both took off after the hooter. It doesn't matter, which it looks like.
Here it is. It'll be another semi-final showing for Baron Mamiya, world number 2. He'll take on Italo Ferreira. The rookie Marco Mignot, just a few too many mistakes from him. He's got a real bright future, though. We're going to get a quick break. When we come back, women's semis in the water. Stay tuned.
The Male Rip Curl Pro Portugal presented by Cero is brought to you by MEO, your official network connection in Portugal. By Rip Curl, live the search. By Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. By Yeti, built for the wild. And by Bonsoy, official milk of the WSL.
Men's semifinals all set. Time for the women's semifinal. Semifinal number 1 here with Caroline Marks and Molly Picklum. Spot in the final for one of these two. Former champ out here, Caroline Marks, has got a challenge in the Australian Molly Picklum. And we'll see how this first exchange goes. No waves written there. The clock is ticking down. We have a 30-minute heat. Kaipo Guerrero. That's Mitchell Salazar. Probably no Strider Wozlewski. And we're into the women's semi-finals here. The conditions have been cleaning up, Mitch. We've seen great performances, but there is selection. Wave selection is key right now. There's some gems. We've seen some excellent scores, but you got to be on the good ones.
Yeah, and it's definitely slowed down in terms of the quality of those waves out there, Kaipo, that you're mentioning. There's still chances, though, and once we transition into the semifinals, there's plenty of time out there to get at least a couple of 5s and make it through to your very first final this year.
Yeah, you got a favorite in this first semifinals, Strider?
I'm gonna have to go with the Shapers rankings and go with Mayhem because we got Team Rider out in the water.
Pretty
right
obvious.
Now. So but I feel like Molly has been in form. I mean, the way she's been surfing in this event, super free, super fast, really on point, like just really in the moment too, not thinking about anything. I mean, look at this. She's just already on and in, trying to get piped out here. She's a real go for it. I mean, we've seen that at Sunset. We've seen that at Pipeline. She's got what it takes. So it's going to be fun to watch this one.
Priority with Caroline Marks. Caroline's going to use this on the right. A little bit of foam on the face to deal with for Marksy, and that it will be notched down as a priority error, Mitch.
Yeah, and it seems like that wind picking up, maybe switching directions once again, Kaipo. A lot of rain squalls coming through this early morning and afternoon as well. Molly here.
Molly's zooming by Caroline and gets a little hung up too, so both surfers not quite getting into the flow as of yet, Strider.
The tempo, they got to get, excuse me, they're just really into that groove of like really attacking. And with the wind and the elements, you really kind of have to gauge of where to place the board and the lip, right? Because you saw right there, she was a little high out the back. She needed to wait a little bit. With the offshore wind, you can almost attack it later because if the wind is blowing so hard, you can't really exactly make out the perfect corner. And then once you start to go up a little later into the bowl, it perfectly starts to throw you back down.
Well, I call him the prodigy. Baron Mamiya on to the semifinals. Let's hear from Baron. He's with AJ.
Baron, we were just talking about how efficient you were in that heat. 3 waves, all you needed to punch your ticket to the next round. How did you pick your moments and execute?
To be honest, I was having a complete shocker in the beginning of the heat. I paddled for 2 waves before I even got to my feet and lost priority twice, and I was just like, dude, it's having kind of a meltdown. I was like, wow, this is not how I expected things. And then I would move, and then a good wave would come there, and then I'd move again, and another wave would come. It was just like, and then I just finally sat with myself. I was like, okay, just relax, sit in one spot, and just wait for one. And then I got a little barrel. It was like a 4, and then Marco had 2, like a 5 and a 4 or something. I don't know, but I just remember I was like, hey, whatever. It's gonna be a low-scoring heat probably, unless someone like gets a crazy wave. And the best wave of the day came in, and he was too far under it, and he couldn't get to it, and that was like probably like a 9. And then once that happened, I was like, okay, this is my chance. And I kind of just sat down there, and I got stuck in this rip, and I needed like a 4-6, and then I was just like, oh, what's going on? Like, I got stuck in this rip. Me and Luke were like, do not get stuck in the rip. And I'm sitting there at 4 minutes stuck in a rip, just like, wow, I'm just going to get rousted when I come in. I was just so baffled, but then I got that one and then hit the end section, came down with a lip, and I was like, oh no, and then it just kind of like pushed me out, and I was like, oh, okay, sick.
How do you get ready for the next one?
Yeah, just same plan, just catch 2 good waves and surf on them.
Might as well. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And back to live action here, and no meaningful scores as of yet. Mitchell, priority with Caroline Marks.
Yeah, and one major thing to consider in this round, gentlemen, is that all 4 of these women that are in the semis have won a championship tour event. We saw Brooks win one last year as a wildcard. It's her first year as a rookie. Molly Picklum has multiple wins over at Sunset Beach. Caroline, of course, with the World Championship now, Kaipo. It's not every day, and it's not every round that you get to see that, though, where somebody's won a CT event. And And we're talking about a very young age when it comes to the median age group right here in the semis. What, 21, maybe 22 years old at the most?
Well, we got a 23-year-old Caroline Marks, and we have a 22-year-old Molly Picklum.
Yeah, it's incredible. I mean, look at the youth, the talent, and how exponentially far it's grown, Strider, in the last 4 or 5 years now.
Yeah, well, it's just going to continue. The new brigade coming in there, there's the progression is just, you know, undeniable. I mean, look at with Erin, you know, she's absolutely incredible in the lip, and this is going to be a really fun heat to watch because we're going to go up. We have power against kind of technique and, you know, the progression, I guess you should say.
Talk about youth. 17 years old, Mitch.
Yeah, that's crazy. The first Canadian to qualify for the Champion Tour as well, Kaipo. Some history between her and Gabby. Gabby had a chance to qualify for the finals last year, and Erin knocked her out at the event over there in Fiji.
All right, so it is the waiting game happening right now. What do you see out there, Strider?
Oh, I think there's still great waves. I feel like you just have to be in the right place. It's just, it's moving around a lot. The tide's dropping, so I feel like coming back up towards the event site a little bit more. Everybody's been kind of pushing themselves a bit wide of it, a little south of it, and I feel like, you know, coming back over this way, they'd probably be able to find some great waves. I mean, that wave that Ethan Ewan caught was just incredible, and I feel like they're out there.
Drawing tide, Mitch. It's 12:16 local time. We got another three plus hours till it bottoms out at about 3:30 local time.
Yeah, and luckily you mentioned the coefficient today isn't as gnarly as we've seen in the first part of the event. But how long has it been since they've actually free surfed at this location, Kaipo? Because there's been a few days where it hasn't been able to be even competitive or surfable out there right now.
Yeah, 4 lay days, and it's showing. I feel in this, and not only that, I mean, you have the wind clock around Strider, you got a drawing tide, although it's only a 3.5 foot tide change. It does affect the energy of this swell, and we are on the backside of the swell as well.
We are on the surfline forecast. There was actually a little bit of a bump this afternoon, so there was a little bit of a swell increase actually on the forecast when I looked at it this morning. But we'll see how that holds up, and with the tide swinging around, and once it goes low, you know, then you do get more of a push. But I do think when the tide draws out, it does take a lot of energy away from, you know, the lineup.
Definitely makes things more difficult. Steeper, Kaipo, that's for sure.
Yeah, so we'll see how things evolve. I mean, the weather's, the cliche of 4 seasons in a day continues on, Mitchell. We had the flood season this morning. Then we had the cold snap.
Yeah.
Then we had a bit of sunshine.
A bit, yeah.
And
20 minutes.
Now we're back to watering the plants right now.
Might snow.
Look at that kind of dark cloud on the outside too. I mean, it happens here, but that's the cool thing about this venue. I mean, you get unpredictable swell, you get unpredictable weather, excuse me, Kaipo. And the most important part, it can change within a day.
How cool is that? You got blue there, a little bit of a blue little window, and then right to the south, some gray.
We rain on the lens right now.
A bit of it.
It's coming down. Look at that wedge. Ooh.
And once again, it's been a few days since they've surfed here, Kaipo, whether it's been during the competition or during a free surf. It definitely is noticeable in this heat. Nobody's cracked better than 1.5 so far in the first 10 minutes.
All right, so Strider, we're down to a NSSA final right now, 20-minute heat.
20 minutes, top 2?
Top 2 waves.
Let's go. They got it. They got it. There's a lot of work out there, though, and I do think that, like we talked about, with that lower tide, is changing a lot, so your game plan would have to change. So Luke, you know, with Baron Mamiya had the game plan, and you heard Baron talking about in his interview about being stuck in a rip. Well, their whole game plan is just to stay in clear water. And so that would be the same for Caroline Marks.
Well, back-to-back surfers for Luke Egan, so easily for him to adjust to those kind of conditions as a coach, Kaipo.
Yeah, Luke Egan coaching Cole Hausman, as well as Caroline Marks, as well as Baron Mamiya.
The prodigy and Pickle so far. I mean, you know, from what I've seen in the first 2 events, Pipeline and over there in Abu Dhabi, of course, semifinal in Pipe, and in Abu Dhabi she finished runner-up. To me, she's surfing the best she's ever done in the first part of the year, Kaipo, and I feel like with the finals being over there in Fiji right now, she has a stellar chance of winning her first world championship.
All right, we'll see if we got any takers here. What do you think, Strider, about Molly's chance of taking out a world title this year?
I think if she makes the top 5, it'll still be rough because I think Caroline Marks and Erin Brooks are going to be right there, and those two surfers are really good on the forehand, and surfing waves like cloud break. I mean, we saw Erin take the win out there, so it's I think it's going to be tough for her to overcome those two in the finals.
Let's take a look at more analytics, our CT by the numbers, as we digest some of the past data at this break here at Super Tubos. Oh, Mitchell, it's split right down the middle with head-to-head heats or Goofy versus regular.
It is on the female side and head-to-head heats too. So Goofy's have won, 1 out of 2 depending on, the numbers, but overall regular wins, even Stevens, Kaipo, and we have one of those matchups right here in this one, Kaipo.
It's not really even though. I mean, it just looks way better going Goofy foot.
Or finally going places, though. We have 3 Goofy footers in the booth at the same time.
And a Goofy foot coach, and a Goofy foot in the water. Let's go Goofy now.
There's Cool Hand Luke, and looking a bit concerned.
Well, yeah, she hasn't even gotten a wave of over
I wouldn't panic, though.
I'd be concerned, too.
Yeah, I wouldn't panic, though, because Molly only has a 1 as her best. She does have priority, but this heat's wide open.
Now,
I mean, anybody gets a 5 or better, I think that's really the taker.
I want you to chew on this, Strider. Molly Picklum, she wins this event. We'll see her in yellow in El Salvador.
World number 1.
That's
Going
what that
into
means.
that
That's
wave,
what yellow means.
I mean, that's going to be pretty fun to watch. I mean, El Salvador is one of those amazing waves for her on the forehand. Speaking
of yellow, let's have a Bon Soy Brew break. We'll be back with more from semifinal number 1 here at the MEO Rip Curl Pro, Portugal.
Super Tubos is like one of the strongest, most powerful waves I think I've ever surfed.
Really?
Even though it's sand, it's like, just the way I think maybe it's really deep to really shallow and it just like lurches. The next few days are going to be a bit smaller.
Yeah.
So maybe we'll try and connect, go for a surf together.
Yeah.
Yeah?
We're in the beach called Baleal in Peniche. Supers is quite big today, it's really pumping. But here with a group of youngsters. I used to be a youngster and now I'm actually part of the contest, so it's really special for me to be back and give back to the people that I used to be.
I took up surfing 14 years ago and we were only 3 girls surfing in Portugal, so we had no one to look up to.
Rising Tides to me is to inspire the younger generation of girls wherever we travel.
The girls here are so passionate about surfing and everyone who organises these events is so passionate about women surfing. And every year there's more and more girls.
I've noticed even free surfing, there's like 10 times more girls in the water nowadays.
I love surfing. It's really good for me, it's my spirit. Thank you to WSL for such an important program. It's really important because they have the chance to be with role models to see that we can be professionals.
Molly Picklum, live action here in her semifinal up against Caroline Marks here at the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal. Kaipo Guerrero, Mitchell Salazar, Strider Wazalewski talking you through the action. And a couple of waves ridden during that break and getting filled in on the Rising Tides activation here. Here's a replay, Molly Picklum, Mitch.
Yeah, and it definitely seems like this is going to be a keeper by right now standards. Nice combination right there on the backhand Kaipo on the IC replay. Great stuff by Pickles. And waiting on that score, it seems. And Caroline got one going, too.
Yeah, just going to the strength of the backhand, closing it out pretty strong right there. I like it. Finally, the young lady's getting started out here. Let's go. Not much time left. They're going to get it. It's all going to come down to the backup score probably in this heat.
Yeah, it's going to be a hustle, isn't it? With just 12 minutes remaining, we're waiting for scores for both for Molly Picklum as well as Caroline Marks to really set the tempo in this heat.
And want to mention the importance of the Rising Tides program, Kaipo. We have a semifinalist in Erin Brooks who came through that program 10 years ago due to the inspiration of that.
We saw Teresa, one of the women in the forefront of Portuguese surfing. She said when she started surfing here, there were only 3 women or girls surfing in Portugal. Since then, there's about 3,000 now, Mitchell.
Yeah. They have a full squad, amazing competitors. You have Teresa Bonvolo, who's already won a Challenger Series event. Yo-Yo Hopkins, who's a 2-time Olympian right now, too. And, of course, that's really where we've seen a big push worldwide, Kaipo. I mean, look at the youth. Erin, you have Katie, who are still teenagers, and I feel like they're going to be at the forefront of the Chapter Tour for many years to come.
Oh, yeah. It's the youth brigade coming through. I have to struggle with that word. I mean, look at Caroline Marks, 23 years old, 22-year-old Molly Picklum, a 22-year-old Gabby Bryant in the other semifinal, and a 17-year-old Erin Brooks.
How old is Bella Kenworthy? She's right there. She's like,
yeah, she's 18.
18,
yeah.
Right? I mean, she's, you know, a really great surfer too.
All of those
surfers
cannot rent a car on their own.
I've barely rented a car myself.
It's true.
No, and look, let's be honest. When this program started to happen, you saw a lot more regions develop because they wanted to see all these people eventually get to the spot that they're at right now. I think Europe's one that's majorly benefited off of it. I think the Hawaii, Tahiti Nui region has definitely benefited off of it.
Off of
the Rising Tides program.
Okay, gotcha.
Kiara Gould, who just got the wild card for the Hawaii, Tahiti Nui region on the Challenger Series, is still a teenager. She's already made a final at the QS level. We're seeing a lot more talent develop in these regions where before it had been male-dominated, Kaipo.
Except for the Hawaiian culture. It's always been
the Vahinas.
Both men and women welcome to surfing. He'enalu. Well, we got 10 minutes and we got the scores in. 4.83 for Caroline Marks, a 4.33 for Molly Picklum. That gives Molly Picklum the lead by way of that backup score, 3.17. But Caroline Marks can turn the heat with just that 2.67 Strider. It's still super tight heat. I feel this is going to come down to the final minute.
I feel like I'd kind of like to be Caroline Marks in this heat just because I get the high wave of the heat right now, you know, and backing that up or even going above that score, you put yourself in a really good, great position actually. And you know, Molly's probably thinking about that, knowing she's going to have to go, you know, 5 or better on her next wave. You know, she's going to have to step it up.
Yeah, I like that math breakdown Strider. And it looks like we got a little puka, a hole, a window of blue sky with all the rain coming through, Mitch.
And to the left, there's a big dark cloud right next to it too.
Oh, Marksy finds this one under priority. Hooks it just one time on the backhand. Pretty dependable turn for her. What do you think, Strider?
I think it was just a little late to the party.
Yep.
Didn't really give her the opportunity to belt it the way she is known for. So she's going to reset. But Molly
Picklum fades down the line, sees no opportunity, kicks out, a strategic move because she wants to beat Caroline, which she will, back out for priority.
See Caroline come up from that and go backwards, like getting sucked over. There's so much power in these little waves out here. You kick your butt, man.
It ain't that little, though. There's still size out there.
Oh, yeah.
It looks way smaller than it actually is.
Yeah, I mean, look at Caroline moving backwards on the screen. Here we go. IC replay, Mitch.
Yeah, a bit late, as Strider was saying, but only needs a mid-2. I feel like she's probably going to get that number, and especially when you consider how critical the section was, Kaipo, it seems like we're going to see situation change.
That sandbar over there, so if you're on the wrong side of it, obviously, paddling back out is a lot of work. I mean, just you get pushed back. You get pushed back into that corner because it's so shallow right there. The water pushing across it gives you no love, and the tide's going low right now, so it's just getting harder and harder for her to advance out through the white water.
Yeah, good point, Strad. We can still see Caroline just multiple duck dives. It looks like she's just stationary at the moment, trying to paddle back out. She did take the lead on that last wave, a 3.7 for Caroline Marks. She's gone into the lead. 4.21 is what Molly Picklum needs right now. Molly's got priority, plenty of time on the clock for just a single wave. There she is.
Yeah, that's where I get stuck inside and have to just turn around and come in. I do the walk of shame because
it's worth it, right?
I get so pounded over there. It's ridiculous. But Caroline looks like she's making it back out, no problem. So.
At what point would you recommend that to the competitors to do the beach run?
Well, just on a day like today, you got those little holes in the consistency, so you're gonna get back out eventually. But when it's really big, yeah, definitely turning and coming in and running around, jumping in that riptide, and take the escalator back out.
Well, there's no point in trying to expend your energy if you still have enough time to be able to do the run around Kaipo. That's when you need to realize things right there.
All right, under 7 minutes on the mark here. And Caroline with the lead, just a slim lead over Molly Picklum, who is holding on to priority.
I feel like we're going to see Molly open up on one, though. She looks like she just hasn't settled into her heat yet.
Agreed.
And it's taken them a long time. And like you were saying, maybe it's just because they haven't been able to have the warm-ups here.
Yeah. Well, Caroline, she's been a past champion here. 2019, Caroline Marks was able to take a win here on the CT level at Super Tubos. Caroline was featured in a final here with Lakey Peterson that year, 2019. Caroline waving for the update. Let's take a look. That 2 box here. 2019, Mike Parsons was the coach back then. Look at the glassy conditions here. And you know what? In this final against Lakey Peterson, it was all Caroline Marks. 13.73 to 6.27. Marksy taking the win, Mitch.
Yeah, and look at how good the waves were that afternoon right here at Super Tools as well. One of her maiden victories, Kaipo, and a major one at that point of her career, too.
Yeah, past champion. Let's go for another one here. Could barely get the trophy over her head in the awards presentation, Strider.
I think those things are so heavy, it's wild.
I don't think they've changed that much either.
I don't know. I think maybe we might have downsized it a little bit, yeah, just so that, it feels like they can get those things up over their head.
I think they've identified
had to pull a muscle or something, throwing that thing up, take you out of the next event.
When Katie Simmers won here, remember, Strider, she could barely get the trophy over
I think
her head.
I think she had some help.
Yeah.
Somebody had to come in and lift up the trophy with her from behind and hide behind. And she was like, yeah.
We've made them a little more user-friendly. We've taken the input from the surfers. There's our trophies right there. Same beautiful design, but just a little more user-friendly to get over your head.
Yeah, the other ones, the athletes could have crawled inside of. They were so big. These you could actually hold on to. So we'll be seeing who's going to hoist them.
Yeah. Yeah, we're giving away, the trophies will be, at the end of the day, we'll have both a men and a women's champ here from stop number 3 on the championship tour.
Just got to plug, of course, the lineup pod with Dave Prodan and myself. We're going to be talking about the Visual CT Shaper rankings to wrap up things, Kaipo, and
nothing like glazing your own donut.
Nothing like plugging your own podcast.
I'm just saying, tune in.
Mitchell, I was going to get there, but go ahead.
You're right. Prodan,
go ahead.
They weren't. So look, 3 out of the 4 semifinalists on the women's side are Mayhem team riders. Major props to them. They're going to have a huge bounce back event right here, Kaipo. Shout out to Darren Hanley. He's got Molly Picklum right here. Also with Ethan Ewing in the men's semifinals already too.
All right. Anything else we want to talk about your podcast?
You already glazed the donut. We're good.
No. Well,
where can we hear it?
We're going to talk anywhere you can find your podcast. Spotify, Apple Music, everything.
Let's take a look at our heat recap right here. It's Caroline Marks in the lead over Molly Picklum. Caroline started this way, Strider.
Bango. Loving the vert on the end right here, too. The positioning where she's just so good at putting that board right in the perfect spot. Molly didn't do as well, but I feel like she definitely, put herself up in a great position. But this is, we need more action here. This is the one turn A little late to the party, but bang, disappearing into it.
Yeah, that was a 3.7. That turned the heat for Caroline Marks and gave her the advantage here in the final 3 minutes. Priority, however, with Molly Picklum, you see the number that she needs. Mitchell, how's she going to get it?
The heat's still wide open, and as Strider was pointing out, she's barrel hunting too. She's searching for the right wave. At this point, though, 2 minutes 55, you might have to settle for something that's just going to get you the score, Kaipo. So if that means grinding out a number, you might have to do that. But you see, she's got 6 waves, a lot of throwaways. And for Marksy, she's got a lead on really the pace of her last 2 waves right there. Got to get to work, though, with priority right here, Kaipo. Don't be waiting around.
Left, right, what do you see?
Don't matter. I think the lefts are definitely the better option out there in terms of getting the quantity of maneuvers in. The quality of the maneuvers in, though, I'd be looking at the right-handers here.
All right, well, I think Molly Picklum will take either right now.
Anything.
And, gosh, you know, we saw that in the men's quarterfinals, Rio Waida going out sitting down, Strider. That's not how you want to lose.
No. And you know what? I feel like the ocean is no mercy. You know, you take what you get, and you don't get upset. You just, whatever comes to you, you just can't look away. Even if you're thinking about a right and a left comes, you got to be on it. You got to, you know, do the work. You can't. You don't make the decision. The ocean does.
I like it. Well, hit down to 1 minute and 45 seconds. Still just under a mid-range score. The need for Molly Picklum. See some lines here, Mitchell. It's all about positioning. Remember, we were talking about staying out of that rip. Position yourself. The 4 Ps.
I forgot about them already.
4
at this
Ps.
point.
Do you forgot about them? Okay, it's
priority, positioning.
Priority, positioning.
Yeah.
Pick, paddle. It's actually 5, and perform.
Oh, okay.
So
right.
we added another P to that.
Patches O'Houlihan, my boy.
Let's throw another one in there for Picklum.
Well,
the 6 Ps. Semi 1. A minute 10 though, Kaipo. You got to be on a wave right here soon.
Oh my.
And it went from being a heat where somebody only had a 1 leading it, and now at least each of them have a 4 and a 3. Gonna come down to the backup right here though, Kaipo, 50 seconds.
And another thing, remember, Molly goes down here, then Katie Simmer's guaranteed yellow jersey El Salvador.
That's a big momentum shift for Katie as well. She didn't surf bad in the quarters, Kaipo, but right here, if Molly loses, it would be major for her.
That looked like a 4. Oh, she was like 10 feet away from it.
Well, 30 seconds. And so this to me is going to be 2 more swipes on the sandbar right now, given the swell period.
There's one.
There's 1 swipe of the sandbar. Here comes the second swipe. Wow. This is a tough way for Molly to go out. She sat with priority for a long time.
She did, and it was that one that closed out that she was probably looking for the barrel for, that she wanted to have back. And as of right now, it's going to be Marksy making her first final of the year, Kipes.
Yep. Couple of quarterfinals leading up to this for Caroline Marks, but now she finds herself in the final. Our first finalist decided here at the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal, Caroline Marks.
Yeah, and Mayhem team right there. Matt's got to be very proud with that. And for Molly Picklum, another excellent result to start off event number 3, Kaipo.
Yeah, Molly Picklum, another semifinal finish this year, but it's going to be Caroline Marks' story into the finals, Strider.
Yeah, you know, that's it. Molly's better than that, and it was hard to watch her, you know, fall out on a heat like that, because she really did she's so much better than what she showed in that heat.
Well, semifinal number 2 on the way after this. Erin Brooks up against Gabriela Bryant. We're going to bring you all of that, and a special guest will return to the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal.
My grandfather belonged to one of the first communities to live here. My mom picked surfing from the foreigners. So our backyard is the ocean. We started going to the water since kids. Super Tubos is really special. Sometimes you get like really frustrated because you see perfect barrels and you get none. Then you just need like one single wave and it makes your day or your week or your month. It's a very unique setting. It's not just a single common beach break. The sandbar extends off the coast and then there's a deep drop off, but it's not linear along the coast. So when the swell comes, it refracts from south and north, and then it creates these A-frames and concentrates all the energy to one place. That's why Super Tubos is so consistent.
Welcome back to beautiful Peniche here at the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal. We're in the semifinals for women, and we're on the set right here. Welcome, I'm Kai Paguero. Sarah Wazlewski, I promised you a special guest. Thank you for joining us, Isabella Nichols.
Thanks for having me, guys. I'm excited about this one.
Yeah, what's your I mean, you're good friends with Erin, but what's your thoughts on this matchup here?
I think the speed and progression of Erin versus the power of Gabby, it's going to be a really hard one to pick today. I think it depends on who can play to their strengths the best. You know, if Erin can go to the air, if Gabby can find like a big section where she can do one of those power gouges, like I can't pick this one. I'm excited to watch it.
Yeah, I love that analysis right there because it is, you know, it is a contrasting, two contrasting styles of surfing when we look at these two.
It's going to be really fun to watch. And I feel like Gabby, though, that I don't know if that forehand carve she does is just, I mean, for me, it's one of the best in the business.
It's amazing. And to be honest, like she's worked so hard on her backhand this year too, that the speed and power that she throws through those turns is pretty incredible too. But I think it's going to be whoever gets the waves in this heat. They're both incredible surfers, and in my opinion, like two of the best on tour. So yeah, I'm pumped to be in the booth to commentate this one.
All right. Well, we're happy to have you, Strider, man. Like this lineup, ever changing. We had all the surfers all the way to the south just about an hour ago, a little over an hour ago, and now these two women way to the north.
Yeah, we talked about a little bit in that last heat that maybe there could have been and should have been a shift in that actual heat because up the beach kind of had a couple of good-looking waves. Everything started to change. The tide got low enough and then it guttered out up there a bit, so it has like more of a critical section. That just seems to be where all the bread and butter is. You know, the judging panel letting it be known that you have to go after those heavy sections.
Yeah, a little vision of Gabriela Bryant, 22 years old, 4 years on the championship tour. She's at her best result right now in Portugal. Formerly, her best result was a quarterfinal finish. She finds her way in the semifinals. Open priority here between these two, so it's going to be a little bit of a battle. And Erin gets the inside and gets the right. Erin Brooks off the bottom. Oh, my goodness. A hanger. One single hanger, Isabella, but that was a powerful turn. Huge.
Good way to start the heat. And, you know, like getting the inside for the first wave and actually capitalizing is a lot harder than she just made it look then. So, yeah, good start for Erin.
That was rad. I mean, it is a challenge, right, Isabel, with open priority to position yourself because it's a free-for-all at the beginning of the heat.
Not only that, like no one's really surfed this bank before. As we see Erin take off in slow motion, it looks sick. Yeah. Bit of tail throw there. But yeah, no one's really surfed this bank today, so I think positioning will be interesting, trying to figure out where to sit. And yeah, the girls getting a fun first one.
Yeah, that's the way you want to start a heat. Let's hear from our first finalist, you guys. Caroline Marks is with AJ McCord.
Okay, but we were just talking about how long it's been, Caroline, since you've been in the water, having to get the sea legs back under you here on a really important finals day. How did you get ready for this one?
Yeah, it almost like added more pressure because there's been so many days since I've surfed a heat, and I'm like, all right, I really don't want to wait around this long to lose my heat. So I was really determined to hopefully win that heat. You know, Molly's such a strong competitor, and the waves are just so different today that it's been, and the sands changed and all these things. So it felt like a whole new contest today, and kind of just tried to reset my mind and do what's best for me today, and thankfully it worked out.
You've already locked in your spot in the finals. What is it going to take to bring home your first CT event victory of the season?
Yeah, I think, like I said, it's changing a lot. I think in our heat it changed a bit, and looks like the girls are at a completely different bank now. So just kind of watch it closely, and yeah, kind of go from there. Just you got to be really good at adapting here at Super Tubo. So yeah,
we'll let you get ready for it. Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah, adaptability. Hear that. What are the challenges out here, Isabella?
I think that's like number one, to be honest. When she said that, I was like, yeah, alarm bells went off in my head, because that's something that I've been trying to work on with my coach, Bottle. And it's something that I've always had a bit of a struggle with here. Like, I haven't really cracked, you know, a good result here yet. And I think because maybe my adaptability is lacking, but it's so shifty. I mean, sometimes a bit of luck plays into your favor, but you see Gabby up.
Here we go. Gabriella. That power that we're talking about, comboed it up for 2 turns. She's right back in the game, Strider.
Wow, that was some really strong, smooth surfing right there. I like it. I'm kind of used to her just getting that one big slam in, but right there she put 2 together really quickly, which was really clean. I mean, I think the judges are going to like that.
I think so too, yeah. You can really tell that she's always been really strong and powerful, but I feel like she's now clicking with a lot more waves and being a lot more consistent in heats.
Yeah, nice replay there. We'll wait for that number. She was talking with her coach, Richard Dog Marsh, before this semifinal. And when we talk about Battle of the Coaches, Strider, as we go through this replay, look at that
nice
power
setup,
right there.
yeah. And then, you know, just the finish was super clean. And to ride over the section and kind of let it drop out like that, it gives yourself a little weightlessness. And I think the judges like that too.
I was going to say, talk about the Battle of the Coaches, Isabella, is this battle is the snake against the dog in semifinal number 2.
I love it. I love it. It's not just the surfers against the surfers, it's the coaches against the coaches.
Especially when they all have animal names.
True. I totally missed that one.
They're so...
I wonder why it's...
So much knowledge too, though, you know?
Do we know
crazy.
why snake's called snake and dog's called dog?
You know what? We're going to look that up for you.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've heard Richard bark before.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Here we go.
Oh.
Gabby with a gouge. Another big one. And she is going to take a commanding lead over Erin Brooks. She opened up with a 5.33. And if that was a 5.33 on the previous wave.
That's a point higher, huh?
Yeah.
That was, I loved it. Just the pure power into the corner. Timing was perfect in the lip. Everything about that looked great.
She looks on today, but I mean, as we watch the replay, huge hack. I think Erin's now, you know, she can definitely come back from this. I want to see some cool innovation, hopefully a little air. You know, back against the wall, this is when she does her best surfing too.
Well, that was under priority right there too, right? So, you know, you're giving away scores. If you're Erin Brooks, you're kind of maybe thinking about it. I mean, she laid into that right there. That was what we came to see.
Yeah, that was certainly performance for a 6.5 for Gabriella Bryant. So she was able to execute on the opportunity, but Isabella, you talked about it. There's a little bit of luck involved too. That wave came to her on the paddle back out under priority.
This place, I think, out of anywhere on tour is the hardest to really find your rhythm and flow. Like, I feel like rhythm and flow is sometimes given to you, and that comes through like doing the small things, like surfing the bank, rain, hail, or shine, putting in the time. But sometimes, you know, that doesn't guarantee a wave will come to you, but somehow Mother Nature finds its way, and I don't know, there's no rhyme or rhythm here at Super Tubos.
There's a snake. I think he's called the snake because it rhymes with Jake Strider.
And he likes to coil up, and then he used to just whack the lip beyond. I mean, he was really good at, you know.
He's one at Pipeline. He's one at Sunset. Yeah.
And the dog, you know, I was gonna. He does have a good bark. The guy, you gotta watch out for the dog.
All right. So 20-minute mark.
Look at this hurricane coming.
And that's another thing.
Tell you what.
Isabella, you gotta be adaptable here. It just rolls through.
Honestly, 5 minutes ago it was sunny and it was hot. So this is pretty wild. I'm looking out the window behind us now and it's raining. It's a bit of a trip.
Yeah. Oh,
You don't know what to pack for the beach. Bringing like 3 coats, like shedding them one by one and then putting them back on again.
I learned a lesson today to bring a spare set of clothes because I got absolutely drenched this morning on the walk out here.
Yeah, and socks.
Yeah,
Spare set of socks.
Oh, speaking of coaches, let's hear from Jake the Snake Patterson.
Well, Isabella, I only have one jacket, but so far it is serving both me well. As for Snake, we see the orange. We see you motioning out there to Aaron Brooks, completely different bank than we've seen surfers on so far. What did you see here that you sent him out?
Well, I just figured that this right-hander down the beach is breaking the same spot time and time again. So it's real easy, as we saw from the first semi-final. The girls kind of get lost a lot. So this was just what you can actually paddle straight back to the right spot, and it's breaking out past the bank, so they can get a couple of turns. As we've already seen, both these girls would have already smoked the last heat. So.
What is it going to take for Aaron Brooks to continue the run that she's had so far here in Portugal against such a power surfer like Gabby?
Yeah, well, she's going to have to get like a little bit bigger wave, I think. Gabby's so powerful, as you just said. So, as we just saw, she took a tiny little wave and got a 6.5 or 6 something with 2 big turns. So, she's going to outweigh Erin quite easily. But oh, here she goes. Oh, the wind's just picked up. Get going. Oh, big turn. Oh, that was nice. Wow. That was a crazy, but she needs 2 turns.
Fair enough. We'll leave you to the coaching and the rain squall. Thanks, Snake.
Thanks. Look at this.
Wow.
That was a really intense turn. I mean, the way that she attacked it, you know, she was coming around the corner to a vertical section, blew the tail out, fins free, lip slide, and then comes down. I mean, I think all of her training paid off right there to make that.
That's going to be a big score in my opinion. I feel like the judges have been rewarding like big gnarly turns, so just back in it.
That was big and
100%.
gnarly with a capital G for Aaron Brooks. And the wave wasn't that quality of a wave, so that was just pure talent.
And like Snake was saying, the wind literally picked up. It's like 30, 40 knots now. So for her to adapt and even to throw the tail on a wave like that, it's so hard on your backhand with this wind.
So waiting for the score.
I'm pretty sure it was hailing too, just right there.
Well, you could hear people. You could see people in the background fleeing for cover, Strider.
Running, yeah.
Yeah.
You saw it coming.
Standing by for the score, and the judges are chewing on it right now. It's 12:50, almost 1 o'clock, a little bit after lunchtime here, and we'll see where that positions Aaron Brooks when the number presents itself. There it is. It's a 5.23. Aaron still trailing Gabriella Bryant. Needs a 6.6. She did reduce the requirement, however.
I feel like in my book that was a bigger score. The way that she hit the lip in that corner.
The fins going out the back?
Fins out, and she's just sliding the lip line, and then she comes down, and it compressed, and she rode out of it. It was really all the basic, everything was in it.
I guess lacking the combination. If she had like added an extra turn before or after, that would have been the biggest score we've seen in a while. But yeah, that was a huge turn.
But single major maneuvers.
Yeah.
Are there, so.
Yeah.
Well, that's why they're up there and we're in here.
2 of those and she's laughing.
Yeah. So to your point, a couple of those, and then that would be enough for Aaron Brooks. So she is under priority right now. There's still plenty of time on the clock, and we'll see. Wait for Isabel. You got a new sponsor.
I do. I've been picked up by the lovely Bonsoy family. We're team riders now. But yeah, the crew at Bonsoy, they're awesome. And, losing my major sponsor at the end of last year was tough. But now, it's cool. It's like a family feel. And it seems like a really authentic Australian brand. So
welcome to the Bonsoy family, by the way.
Thank you. I'm excited to be part of it.
I know I've welcomed you a couple of times, but it is a great crew over there.
Yeah, they seem amazing. I'm excited to get stuck into some work with them through the Ausleg and yourself as well. And make some cool things happen.
Yeah. Plant-based milk, man.
It's the way.
It's the way.
Yeah.
16 minutes remaining in this heat, and Aaron Brooks has been, Strider, outstanding, but it's the power of Gabriella Bryant that is overpowering Brooks at the moment.
Yeah, and I think, like we talked about, though, it's just those turns, specifically that one that Aaron did, a couple of those on a wave, and That score is going to be excellent.
Speaking of bonsai, let's take a bonsai brew break right now. It can be soy, oat, or almond. It's your choice. We'll be back with the conclusion of semifinal number 2 after this brew break.
Welcome to the Surf City El Salvador Pro.
Caitlin Simmers. Caroline Marks is up and at it.
Risa, nice carve there.
Gabby with a huge turn outside. Griff pulls it around.
Jack, nice air reverse.
Italo, Arcal, cranks it off the bottom.
Iago Dora. What was that?
Brian Perez, this guy's got a massive air game.
Whoa!
Come on now.
Oh man, stop number 4. We're going to get tropical. Surf City El Salvador Pro, stop number 4 on the championship tour at Punta Roca. That cobblestone point break. Can't wait to get that going. April 2nd is when the window starts. Kuiper Girl, along with Strider Lucy and Isabella Nichols. Talk about a crammed year of events. Isabella, how soon are you going to be traveling over to El Salvador?
My flight's on Wednesday, but I might end up changing it depending on what the forecast looks like. But I'm itching to get a tan. I'm so white, and this weather is really cold. I've just been wearing wetsuits forever.
I'm with you. We get our tan back, but we'll probably break a toe or something on the rocks.
Oh, let's hope
Still
not.
be fun.
Scariest thing about
stub a toe. We'll stub a
Stub's
toe.
okay. Yeah.
Scariest thing about Punta Roca is actually getting in and out of the water.
Yeah, some good watching, some good viewing, for sure.
Yeah,
highlights.
But to that point, Isabella, this season is back to back to back to back. The travel's crazy.
It is, but in saying that, it's the best schedule that we've had in a long time.
It's the dream tour, right?
It's the dream, honestly. And having like 3 events in Oz now after El Sal, like it's kind of like being home for me anyway. It is home. Snapper is home.
Yeah.
So I have that little break in between.
And you know, for the Australian leg, we're going to have the Australian treble. So the top surfer, both men and women, in that Australian leg is going to win a GWM car.
Pretty exciting.
Right? You could win a car.
Exciting. Yeah, I mean, that'd be cool. Here we go.
Here's our heat leader, Gabby Bryant. Did she have priority?
I think she did. Not anymore.
She got All right.
Don't be throwing that away, girl.
Yeah. So now a opportunity for Erin Brooks. 17-year-old has priority, just needs a 6.6.
She's steely. She's got nerves of steel, this chick. So, yeah, we'll see what happens.
Look at our tour. Stop number 4, El Salvador. Quick turnaround to the chilly waters of Bells Beach, then to a place where Isabella Nichols is very comfortable. That's right, Snapper Rocks for the Bonsai Gold Coast Pro. To complete the Aussie treble, we're at the Western Australia Margaret River Pro, Isabella, an event dear to your heart, and that's where the cut happens.
I love that place. I've always wanted to maybe move over there when I retire and drink a lot of good wine and surf some good waves. But yeah, the whole next leg, the next 4 events are looking stellar.
Then to Trestles, Brazil. J-Bay's back. Whoa, Tahiti gets scary at the end where we're going to decide our final 5, and the final 5 going down. The wave that you know a lot about, Strider Wazalewski, Cloud Break.
Oh, it's probably one of the best. I think it's the best wave in the world just because it's good from 2 feet to 100. I mean, it's just like it'll handle as big of a swell as you can throw at it.
Here comes Erin using priority. 6.6 is what she needs. Nice start there on the backhand snap. Back up into the lip. Dagger again. Now that was a 2-turn combo.
I reckon that's a score, I think. 2 big turns. Last one was super critical. I'm not a judge though,
Yeah.
but yeah, that's what the doctor ordered.
Neither am I. I'm not a judge, Isabel. I'm way too generous, I feel sometimes over here. I think everyone gets the score all the time. What do you think, Strider?
A quick setup snap. A little late to the party, so I feel like the rhythm was kind of a little off. But I think that, you know, we'll give her close to the score, if not the score. It's gonna be right there, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, there was a degree of difficulty for that final maneuver to hang on. She could have easily been bucked off.
She doesn't fall, this woman.
Yeah.
She's a cat.
But I think that's the training program. I mean, have you seen her jumping around on those half balls and
Hey, the
off the
Bosu
wall?
balls, it's nuts.
It's
I'd be
crazy.
breaking ankles on those things,
Right?
but she's just like a cat. It's crazy.
Oh, hey. I can see clearly now the rain is gone.
It's crazy. We just went from a hurricane, now the sun's back out.
All in 10 minutes. Pack smart when you come to Portugal. 9 minutes on the clock. We're still waiting for that score for Erin Brooks. Yeah, Rip Curl anti-series. Keeps you warm, keeps you dry. A couple of packables.
Tell you what though, this schedule is very hard to pack for. You
Right,
need to bring everything.
There's Pops, Jeff Brooks, Erin's dad. Laser focused.
It must be hard to watch your kid in a heat. Like, you know, you'd just feel like you're in the heat too.
That man was clean shaven in October.
Right.
And the beard and the hair is already back.
He's shaved it twice as well after
way.
October.
No
So
way.
he has fast growing hair. Crazy.
Erin Brooks, when she made a promise with her dad, they made a bet when she qualified for the championship tour, he would shave his head and his long beard, which was at least a foot long at the time. Erin qualified in Saquarema, and the Clippers came out, Isabella.
I was a different person as well. That came out as well because I did not recognize Jeff after that cut. And I didn't see him before it. And I wanted to be there for the whole cut special because I was heavily invested in this. But yeah, I mean, I like it clean shaven. But yeah, he has hair that any woman would be envious of because it grows very quickly.
Yeah, it sure does. So we're still waiting for the score for Erin Brooks. Judges probably taking a couple looks at the replay, Strider.
Yeah, you know, when it's close and you really want to be right on with it, you really do have to take a look at what's been scored in the heat on the other waves as well.
How's these two? Iago Dora, Ethan Ewing coming up for men's semifinal number 1.
Just the locker room talk. I love it. You're just right next to your opponents always. Everybody's in there. Iago's on that. Ooh, there we go.
Big snap for Gabby Bryan, and Gabby answers back. So I feel this is going to be a really seesaw back and forth heat between Erin Brooks and Gabriella Bryan. Early indication is that Erin Brooks will be taking the lead, but it looks like Gabriella on the answer back, keeping a nice tight heat.
Yeah, we see the whole wave of Gabby, see what she put together on that one, see where it drops, because it's going to be fun. Here we go. What do you think, Isabella?
I have a feeling that yeah, I feel like Gabby connected better with her first 2 waves. Looks like Erin still needs a score.
Yeah. So we're coming on that IC replay. Erin Brooks needed a 6.6 to take the lead. Erin actually got a 6.4. I thought from early indication, I mean, when we look at the spread, and I know you guys can't see the spread, but I'll tell you, there was a couple of 7s in there. Yeah. So a real split panel for that last one, and that was an important wave for Erin, isn't it?
I think it was like basically you and I were on either side of the fence on that one too, because we thought she had it for sure. I thought she
there's a spread.
Right there.
Look at a 7-2,
really
a 7-point
close.
ride, but it's those 2 6s. You only throw out the high and the low, so one of those low 6s hangs in there, and that's when the average hurts you.
I guess, yeah, it's a subjective sport, you know. But yeah, comparing Gabby's two-turn right, maybe they liked the power more, but Erin had more flair. Yeah, I mean, our sport is very subjective, so.
Yeah. How often do you look at replays and take a look at your heats after you surf
I
them?
should watch them more. That was something I was going through yesterday. I'm like, man, I need to do more heat replays and watches. Sometimes, yeah, I avoid it a bit, especially after a tough loss, but I mean, it's always good to rewatch, so. Yeah.
What's your focus this year as far as, steps of improvement?
I think just attacking, being more committed, and I think that's something that's easy points, especially like for all the girls, like if you can go near the lip and throw some tail, working on angles and power and just being in a good mind frame.
Yeah, well, I saw that turn at Surfers Point at Margaret River that you did a couple of years back to take that event. I saw that from the water, and talk about committed to a turn. That was incredible.
I mean,
radical.
I'd like to have that happen before my back's against the wall.
Yeah.
Usually it happens when my back's against the wall, so we're working on, getting that going at the start of the heat. And that's the aim this year, I think. And I feel like it's been going pretty well. Results just haven't found their way. But yeah, I'm working with Botsy on tour now. It's pretty cool. Jay
How's it like working with Jay?
He's great. He's so calm. All the boys, we got George, Joel, and Liam as well, and they're all real cool, calm collection. I'm learning a lot from them, and Botsy's just an absolute legend.
Yeah. So you guys got a great crew.
Really good crew. Yeah, the Aussie crew is pretty rad. So it's nice to have like that consistency for me this year. It's something that I wanted to work on, and yeah, very thankful.
Yeah. Well, looking forward to the season. Let's take a look at the recap of semifinal number 2, Strider, between Gabby Bryant and Erin Brooks, starting with Gabby.
Yeah, Gabby throwing some power hacks, and that's her strength. Getting a little technical, sliding across the lip there, looked really strong. Follows it up. She's really just beautiful. I mean, that was kicking really hard right there. That was using the power that she has really well. I'm a big fan of the way Gabby surfs. She kind of melts down mentally sometimes, but she seems like she's got it together this year. Erin, quick snap there. This would be her higher wave, I believe. And that was, really quick, fast surfing right there. That's what you want to see. The score didn't come in, though, where she wanted it.
Yeah, both girls are ripping. And again, like 2 totally different approaches to the waves. So it's a fun heat to watch, but I'm getting nervous just watching it.
How do you contain your nerves, Isabella?
Sometimes I don't. No, I do. I like to go to some breathing, passing the footy around, and then when I'm out there, I'm just like, understanding how grateful and appreciative I am for this job.
Right.
It's pretty sick. Like,
you can get caught up in it every once in a while, but then when you step just 2 steps back, you're like, wow, how amazing is this?
It's amazing, yeah. And it's so hard to do that when you're immersed in the whole situation, but...
Yeah, the heat, the time, your opponent, you're competing.
Yeah.
And then you step back and say it's just surfing.
It's freaking cool.
And you're just like, it's amazing.
Yeah, look at the background too. We get to go to such cool places like this. Are you kidding me? Good food too, man. This place is
great, right?
Yeah.
I say for a surfer,
I haven't eaten since I got here.
Sure.
For a surfer, this is definitely a place that you want to put on your checklist of locations.
Yeah.
Oh, you had a crazy surf too, right? Back in where'd you just come from? I saw you with gloves.
Oh, Denmark. So yeah,
that's crazy.
I'm born in Denmark, and I went over there before here, surfed there for the first time in a place called Klitmuller.
Oh.
And it was 2-degree water and 3 degrees outside, booties, gloves, hoodie, coldest I've ever been.
So this is warm.
I got here and everyone was like, it's so cold. I'm like, guys, this is really warm. But then again, it was 33 degrees at home as well. So going from that to 2 degrees, it was like
big difference.
The biggest shock to the system. Yeah.
And thank you again for joining us, Gabrielle Wazlewski, Isabella Nichols on the call here. We're about 90 seconds right now left in semifinal number 2. Looks like Gabriella Bryant currently has the advantage over Erin Brooks. Erin does have priority, however, so opportunity for the rookie on tour right now, but she's going to have to make it happen really fast, Strider.
Well, it's really, she's got priority, so the reality is she just has to hope that Mother Nature provides, right? This is where it's really hard to, try and take control of a heat. So you do what you do what you can, and then you sit back and you wait, and you hope for the best of it.
Yeah, I think that's the hardest part, but it's also the funnest when it's like, all right, this is up to Mother Nature now. Like, I'm ready. Hopefully it provides.
Yeah. Aaron looking not rattled at all. Gabby Bryan saying close proximity under her priority, and an opportunity looks like it may be popping up, and a quick work by the rookie to get into position, Strider.
Yeah, it looks like they drifted off the peak a little bit there, though. And now they're going to try and find it again. They're so far up to the north there. It's wild. It's on the opposite end of the scaffolding, like right where the ramp is over there. They're past that.
Yeah.
So it's really far. I mean, it's almost in front of the coffee shop.
Wow. Yeah, no one's surfed up that way yet. It's
There we go. No.
It's been an elusive bank. But
Oh, it's this next one or nothing for Aaron, I feel, and it may be nothing.
Maybe a bubble out the back.
Look how close the heat scores are. Such a good heat between these two.
Yeah, that was fun.
Yeah.
Wow.
Good result for Aaron. Great result for Gabby.
Well, it's going to be an equal third for Aaron Brooks. It's going to be this woman right here, Gabriella Bryan, on to the final up against Caroline Marks. Our women's final is all set up.
Wow, a couple of powerhouses in the final too. That's going to be fun to watch. Can't wait.
Can't wait for that really tight heat in semifinal number 2. And thank you, Strider, as always. Always enjoy you, Isabella. Thank you so much.
Thanks for coming in.
Yeah, we'll see
Always
you.
fun.
We'll see you around the event site, and we'll also see you over there in El Salvador.
Sounds good. Can't wait.
Tan's coming back.
Yes, it'll take me a while. Super wide.
We're going to be back with more action here from the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal. Men's semifinals will be in the water when we return.
Let's get you caught up on everything that went down in quarters. Iago Dora coming up in a clash against his good mate. Robbo's been on a tear here, Jesse, but Iago just too strong.
I mean, it's Iago's day, like with the conditions that we have on offer, with the winds blowing the way they are. And not to mention this barrel here, look how deep he gets. I kind of gave up on him, to tell you the truth. Like, I thought he was too deep. The barrel started to get very small. You can see how deep he is right there. He just completely disappears and somehow muscles through it. He's been getting pretty barrel on the other side of the peninsula with me the last few days, so he's pretty warmed up, you know, like no shy of doing that a few times, and he's gonna have to perform against Ethan Ewing. Beautiful hack there from him. And just a little tail slide to finish it off.
Meanwhile, this one promised us loads in terms of talent in the water. How's this? Packs it, Ewing, super deep.
I had a chat with Pinga, and he mentioned that that was probably the best wave that came all morning. So he was in the right time at the right place. Beautiful execution there for Ethan. Felipe bounced back with a massive air attempt right there, landing into the flats, but a smaller wave. That's probably why he kept the score below the excellent range. But it's kind of a battle of backups. No, both of those surfers had really tiny backups, and taking a win there, Ethan.
Then we had the rematch of the final from stop 2, Abu Dhabi. It was always going to take someone strong to stop Italo Ferreira. Rio Wider gave it a nudge, but ultimately Italo just so good out here.
Yeah, it's so hard to beat those guys when they're in a rhythm and mostly when the conditions favored them. That was another no backup battle right there, and kind of like that big mistake for Rio in the beginning of the heat, following that floater. It cost him the heat.
And then it all came down to who was going to face Italo. This is a tough beat. We've been enjoying the rookie, Marco MEO. He's been great value throughout this event. He started really strong in this, getting some vision, and he was much busier. He was super active, and Baron MEO was so quiet, but when he did get in motion, he did this kind of stuff.
It's a game of mistakes. I feel like it was a pretty even match right there. Both had good chances of beating each other, but just maybe a little bit ahead of himself. Marco fallen a few times on good opportunities, and Baron didn't have many opportunities, but he made the most, and he looked calm and mature, and he's on the semifinals.
That's how we set up the semis here. It's Super Tubos, Peniche, Portugal on finals day. Love this matchup. Two of the absolute style lords from the championship tour. Iago Dora, the goofy, who loves getting barreled. He's so nimble for a pretty big lad in the air as well. Great on the face too. All options open to him. Ethan Ewing, unbelievable surfer in a variety of conditions. Never really looks rattled or rushed in anything he does. This one will be about finding the good ways and showing something a little extra, showing something different that your opponent's not able to do and getting yourself in the final.
I'm actually pretty interested to break this lineup down right now, because the women's on the previous heat opted to go all the way up north, like probably the furthest north you can go in the contest area. Surfing the right, that was a little bit easier, maybe less energy right there. And the surfers on the men's side just going the polar opposite, going all the way to the south. So we haven't seen much of what happened. Obviously all eyes to the other corner. And now the boys sitting on the left, which I think is very smart, at least for Iago, because the left, that's where they at, you know, and you kind of want to try and find those ramps, mostly going against someone like Ethan.
Watching those pulse catch-ups then, seeing some of the big tubes that came through. As the tide gets slower, what are we looking at in terms of where score's going to come from? Still some shacks out there?
No doubt about it. We do have a decreasing swell, so we're going to lose a little bit of power, but I think there's still going to be barrels reading. I don't think any surfer right now with their coach is paddling out thinking about, hey, I'm going to go and try and wait for the barrel. Like, they're kind of playing as the game comes to them. They're kind of adapting to the situation, mostly with the decreasing swell. So I think eventually they're going to put themselves in a situation where a good barrel is going to come. But I don't think that's the first plan. I think the plan is just to get on the board and start building, because, you know, on a day like today, kind of like a bit of a very messy swell, so there's kind of waves everywhere. It's hard for you to position yourself in the right place for those waves. Mostly Ethan, like, he got that beautiful wave this morning. It could have come at any time to anyone, but he came to him. So I think just build on will be the call right now.
Half an hour for these two to post their two best numbers and get into the final. Of course, Ethan was there last year. Iago's best result 2 years ago in 2023. Got to this stage, the semis. There's only one way of improving that. Just to get past Ethan Ewing here. In terms of the swell, as it is a little bit on the wane, opportunities as they come through. Again, it's probably not going to be the case where we're seeing 4, 5, 6 quality set waves each. It may be about, as you mentioned, eliminating those mistakes and really just maximizing everything that comes through.
Totally, cleaning up, but also, like, you got to think about it that we're getting to the finals, and you got to put on a show, because everyone kind of steps up the game. Like, mostly guys like that are showmen, like, you know, Iago, Ethan, Italo as well. Obviously, Baron, when the conditions provide him, he's very good at that when he matches his surfing well. So you just got to clean up and go massive. Like, you got to make sure you land them. But they've been warming up. They're warmed up throughout the event, so it helps them with the confidence already. Obviously, way less weight on their shoulders because they're in the semifinals already. So that's why you usually see the best of surfing coming out in in the finals day.
3 previous matchups between these two. Here's the head-to-head stats, and it's the Brazilian Dora with the slightly better of it, 2-1.
Yeah, interesting to see, mostly because, I mean, he had 1 10-point ride, which is in the final at Rio, which is the last matchup. I was fortunate enough to watch that live. There was some beautiful surfing, but pretty even, everything all around. Kind of just taking it on a little bit. Iago, let's see how he's gonna handle that and apply it to this heat situation that they have in front of them.
Yeah, someone like Ethan Yu, do you think he's looking at those previous matchups too much and thinking about Doras, or really just kind of surfing against the ocean and the conditions that are out here?
I think the type of surfer he is probably just trying to deal with what's in front of him. I don't think he's going to catch up too much. Also because he's in the crescent, like when you're going, how do you say that in English? I just lost the word, but he's uphill right now. Let's
yeah,
put
he's
it
on the
this
up
way.
and up. Yeah.
So it seems like nothing is really phasing him.
Yeah.
So I think for him, it's like obviously he knows the fact that Iago is going to be very dangerous, mostly in the conditions we have in offer right now, but I don't think that's going to phase him.
And from Iago's point of view, we've mentioned this a couple of times already, this event, but you know, a bit more people talking about him in terms of being a title contender. Final 5, first of all, he's got to get there. And just seeing what Italo's doing at the moment, he's got the yellow jersey. There's all the hype on him. Someone like Iago, do you think actually he might quite enjoy the fact that someone else is taking most of the attention and he can just kind of quietly do his thing?
I think so. I think he's one of those guys. Like, I feel like when he heats up throughout the event, he likes the attention and he shines through it. But he's a quiet guy, humble guy, likes to do his program with not much attention surrounding him. He's just a very core surfer, let's put it this way. So it's important almost for him that like it started a little bit slow and takes those nerves out of it and see that he can bounce back and put into the 3rd gear, and already has a 5th place on the last event and minimum 3rd place finish here. So he builds up throughout the year. He usually does better as the year comes in, and looks like Ethan up and riding.
Yeah, with the fresh clock after a restart, so 10 minutes of inaction all round. Quickly changed with Ethan Ewing getting a quick wave after that restart. So another 30 minutes, about a minute of that has now gone. Ethan Ewing, just a quick in and out for him. Let's go down and hear from Gabriella Bryan.
Paul, we were just talking about how far down the beach you and Aaron surfed your heat compared to where we've seen most surfers, but that's a position that you and Dog have scouted earlier. What did you see that you knew that was the spot for the semifinal?
With the tide going lower, there was a bank that was just kind of shaping up, and it had like a full rip with the channel. So I was like, it was just looking super messy out front, and whether or not Aaron went there, it was my plan. I was just going to stick to it, and that's what I felt good. And it was iffy. It could have gone either way, but I'm so happy I did it, and it played out. Yeah, Dog helped me a lot with that one.
He helped you a lot, but it came down to your surfing to lock in your spot in the first final of 2025 for you. How do you carry this momentum forward?
Yeah, wow, first final in Portugal, which I think my best, I don't know what it was, but it definitely wasn't semis or a final. So, I mean, I'm just going to stick to my own game plan, kind of like the last heat, focus on me, go have a quick reset, because I think it's coming up pretty quickly. And, yeah, hopefully I can get a couple more waves and do some more good surfing.
Thanks, Gabby.
Thank you.
Are you looking for that final, Jesse?
I mean, it looks interesting. Obviously, I feel like Gabin is of great momentum going up here, just like Ethan. It is best part of her career. I surfed with her before the season started back home a few times, and the amount of water she has been moving, it really is second to none. Like, there's no one on tour on the women's side right now that displays more power than she does. Mostly on her front hand, but also on her backhand.
Ewing again. Look how loaded up he is as he'll slide out the tail on a really foamy face. Clean surfing, a little bit of a messy water surface though. But nevertheless, the rails are so clean and crisp as he just cuts through.
Iago kind of following Ethan around right now in this moment. I would almost like Iago to just free up and forget about him, because I feel like Ethan's going to drag Iago to the rights, and I'd love to see Iago just kind of focus on his own and We can see here this wave. Nice tail blow right there for him. Loses the front foot, but there wasn't anything else to be done after that turn finish. But yeah, I'd almost like Iago to just forget about Ethan for at least the first half of the heat and just stick to his guns and perform the way he is. As you see, Jake Pedersen right there telling him, move to the right, move to the right. You know, we've seen it, those rights and right to the corner of the ripple right behind us. It's been paying off for the surfers, but I don't think that's gonna be Iago's training. You don't wanna go against probably the best forehand surfer on a right in the world right now. You want to do your best straight, which is, I think, in my opinion, with the conditions we have on hand right now for Iago, is just going into the air with this wind and taking advantage of it, even maybe finding a pit or two. But he did kind of give up right now. Like, he was like, hey, he's going way too far now. Like, there's no lefts there. So I'm just going to stick into what I know. It's what you do best, and I think that's the smartest decision Iago can do right now.
Jagadora back in semis here in Portugal. We caught up with him at the start of the year to get his thoughts, but right now we're actually watching live action from him as he stomps the tail with a lamp, loads up, gets that rotation and stomps it, and it's exactly what you were calling. There it is.
Thank you, Iago, making us look smart, right? Like, I mean, the job was all done to him, but thankfully, and just think about it, we go back to it. That was probably like a 2-foot wave just overhead on him, and there wasn't much potential to it, but that's the type of surfer he is. He can turn into a 3-point right into whatever he's gonna get now. That was a pretty lofty air. See that A-frame come into it with the lower tide. He's gonna close out instead of fading the energy. Perfect timing right there. Goes all the way around. See how he stomps on the back of the board right there to slow himself down and get the right time into it. He gets the rotation halfway through, starts to look around. Be awesome to see that one slow down right there on that air attempt once again, because you can see the rotation. It's very technical how he's able to do it.
While we wait for that number to come in, we'll get caught up with some insights from Iago that we picked up at the start of the season.
2 years in a row, just like almost reaching the finals and not getting there, just like by one heat each time. And it's weird how things happen, and I don't know, if I never like overthink it too much. I was just like, it's not this heat that made me lost. It's like the whole year. It's not like, oh, this heat itself made me not achieve my goal or something. Maybe I should have made a heat in Margaret River or in Bells or something, and I would have been there. Maybe it wasn't this heat itself. That's the beauty of competition to me. Like, I love surfing itself more than anything, and competing is what makes me want to like be better each day and keep improving and keep working on things that make me a better surfer, and that like also translates into my personal life.
He's enjoying his competing. Judges already enjoying the pop that we've seen here and the tactics that Jesse Mendez was calling for to go to the lefts and go to the air. That's exactly what he did. Here he is in live action on the backhand. A driven bottom turn, gets real low and combos it. And again, great finish, really sprightly and so light on his feet. And just when he thought that wave was going to run out of energy a bit, kind of sparks up a little bit, and he was good enough to match it, goes super vert there.
I mean, what I love the most about this wave, we mentioned about how many times people try to do the 2-for-1 turn. Look at right here, goes straight up vertical, gives up on the whole wave because he wants to finish and put an exclamation point into that second maneuver. But as soon as he finishes that and gets the most out of it, squeeze every little bit of it, he notices, hey, there's an extra section, let's get a third one and combo it up even more. So incredible from him. He looks on point.
Yeah, this is the number 4. The air on the left, 7.5. Great way to get into it, and definitely drawing first blood here after the restart.
I love this stomp right here. You're going to see he's going to slow himself down, telegraphing what's ahead of him, not trying to get too far ahead. Beautiful rotation, and halfway through that air, you're going to see he's going to whip his head around under his front arm, his front shoulder. He gets up in vertical, tail high, right there, whips the head around. So what that would do is going to keep the momentum of the body and the board to rotate almost all the way through and lands it perfectly. Perfect execution of that air. You could have not done anything better. That was beautiful from Iago.
Super cooperative section as well, wasn't it? He just got that ramp. A little bit of crumble on the end. The wave was getting smaller but steeper at the same time. It just meant he came with so much speed.
And the way like he was able to identify the landing and how smooth that was, like you mentioned, it was getting smaller, so it makes it so much more smoother for you to land instead of the impact being very critical. So just very well done there for Iago.
And from that big number, the backup 5-3-3 in for the hammers on the backhand. So Dora, he's going great guns out here at the moment. And he's all over this heat. Massive lead over Ewing at the moment. Comboed. Loads of time, though. Over 20 minutes to go for Ethan. Looking for a couple of ways. He'll need 6s or better. It is 12-8-3 already that's on the scoreboard from Iago Dora. Ewing looking for his opportunity. Iago Dora getting himself in position again here, having a look. And just quickly noticing that wave, not what he was after. And with his scoreline already, thinking, well, if it's not going to offer me at least a decent 5, why bother?
Yeah, it's just a waste of energy for this heat. I mean, leaving the door open maybe for Ethan to get a wave and coming back out with priority. And also, you got to think about the finals as well. Like, you want to be as prepared as you can to go into the last heat of the event.
Conditions still nice and clean out there on the face. Wind's been actually, so far, without meaning to curse it, pretty cooperative. It's kind of hacking up around about mid-morning. Was blowing pretty strong out of the north across the waves. Right now, it's just calmed down a touch. This was pretty much nailed on in our Surfline forecast of what we're going to get today. It always shaped up to look like finals day, but whenever you're so close to the storm centers, it can get a little more unpredictable. So far, we got fun-looking conditions out there. Lost maybe a couple of feet of height of the swell since this morning, but still a few bombs coming through. We're going to expect to see this energy throughout the afternoon to finish up.
Yeah, we should. We should still keep it. This morning at 7 a.m., the swell energy was about 2,916. And then throughout now, it's 2,680. So it dropped a bit, but you can still, there's still energy out there. There's still plenty of waves, and the consistency of the waves, that's what matters a lot for the surfers. Sometimes it's very good, but it's very slow, and it lacks opportunity. But on a day like today, most likely both surfers are going to get a chance to roll in the dice and getting themselves some rhythm. And it looks like Iago up and riding.
Dora getting cover really smooth, just controls that one straight to the alley-oop. That's huge.
That would have been sick.
What a combo. Unfortunately, no make on the oop. But how good is that?
Yeah, that was beautiful. Just such a throaty wave. You can see it how it starts to draw out a lot of water off the bank. See, it starts slow, but then gets all hollow and nice. He would have hoped to be 2 or 3 feet deeper than he was. And a beautiful rotation. Just the problem was, as he was hitting and approaching the lip line, there wasn't enough lip for him to actually project him with momentum through the transition, so he lands on top of the wave. And once you're on top of there, there's really nothing you can do about it. You can see he gave up halfway through because he knew he already was going to land too much on top, and the body language expressed that. I mean, the wave passed you. There's no coming back to it unless you have a ski to push you back in.
Yeah, he's right up for this now. And just building his own momentum here. 5-3-3. His previous on the right. We've got a number for the tube. And he's leaving Ethan Ewing with some work to do here. Ethan really quiet thus far. Unable to really get a hold of anything in particular. Some Quite clean work on a small right, but nothing of significance. At the moment, it's Yago Dora with a pretty solid lead. Ewing is comboed right now. As we'll check out, Dora on the tail and then on the gas. He wanted a ramp section. The Wave had other ideas, but he is scanning this lineup and it's paying dividends. Time for a quick break here. More live action from our first men's semi right after the Bonsai Brew break. Last time these two met, it was in the final in Rio. And what a statement performance from Yago Dora.
I mean, that air full rotation that he had, that was beautiful. I think that was one of the best turns of the event as far as rail working. Comboing it up and gets to the final. He gets in those rhythms where nothing can really stop him. He's just reacting to what's in front. So hard to stop. Look at that, that's a straight closeout. Telegraphing, perfect landing. He probably landed a good 8 foot off the sky, straight into the flats, and it felt like he was landing on cotton. That was so impressive from Yago, and what a win. And this could be one of his days as well. He has a big task group in front of him right now with Ethan, and obviously on the finals with Italo or Baron.
Doing it at home in Brazil, getting a 10. And of course, if you do that, you get yourself loads of Yeti gear. Having a look at Ewing, getting cover and getting crunched. And he's having a bit of a mare out there so far. He's had 25 minutes, if we include that restart, and he's had nothing over a 2. And he is looking a little out of sorts. Well, a lot out of sorts, Jesse.
Yeah, that was so close, though. Look how bottomed out that Wave gets. He's able to weave through that barrel, but it just gets too tight. Like it was like a little death trap. Like it didn't give him any exit. But you could see the board and his body right to the end of it. That would have put him right back in the heat. I don't think it was going to be a massive score, but definitely something of substance to put him back in it. And now, with 13 minutes left, Yago kind of changing plans right there. Like, hey, like it's time to maybe just pay close attention to Ethan, you know? Like, make sure the next good wave that comes towards him, I'm taking it. And making him sit a little bit longer to apply more pressure for the time to clock, for the questions to start to creep in your head. Smart decision there for Yago. You don't want to leave Ethan too loose, too good of a surfer for you to do that.
In the locker room, Ferreira, he's got the tunes on, he's waxing the feet, he's getting psyched. And he's ready to go out and bring it. World number 1 against world number 2. Baron Mamiya, his opponent. And the obstacle between him and another final, which would be, of course, back-to-back for him. All right, Ewan, first job, get out of combo. Not like that.
Has a chance right there. Iago just lost priority for him. Ethan was able to sell it, but couldn't capitalize once again. Sims just, everything's kind of going against it, you know, can't find a rhythm, which he is such very good at that. You can see it. He kind of sells it nicely to Iago. Like, he kind of gets underneath him, and that's the problem of you sitting out the back when you have priority. All of a sudden, gets a little left, which I don't think it was a time to pull the trigger. I know he doesn't have much, but a 3-4 point ride, I don't think it's going to make that much of a difference with 11 minutes. It's better just to set anchor. And in the situation of the heat, it's a clear path in front of him. He needs 2 decent scores. Above average right there. 2 6-point rides, a little over that. A 6.83 and a 6 will do the job. So that wave for me personally had a lot of whitewash. It didn't look like he had that inside.
Yeah, we'll see a bit more of that, won't we, with the tide as well. Some of these just fold. They stand up. They look like they're going to break, as waves have been over the last hour or so. And all of a sudden, they just kind of crease in the middle and collapse on the bar.
And also with the lower tide, we're going to see a lot more rip going out. As you can see, Iago paddling straight down, and Ethan. These are the best surfers in the world. They definitely have strain of paddling, but you can see they can't stop. Look, that's kind of a river going. So what you got to do right now, reposition yourself, get away from the rip, and get to clean waters, and that's what he's trying to do. You can see his urgency right there, paddling very strong towards the right of the beach. Maybe trying to find something more clear. Actually just kind of trying to get there to move out. Reset.
Yeah, and of course, if a riverine torrent does chew through the lineup, you'd much rather be the surfer who's got a combo over your opponent, who's Iago Dora at the moment. Clicks that rotation. And he ain't done yet on the inside still, sprightly. And he is absolutely feeling this. We've watched that footage from Rio, and did remind us of the energy where he's just covering everything. He's enjoying himself.
That's what you don't want Iago to happen in your heat. You want to lock him up in a box, most in conditions like this, because he's so dangerous. That's a small wave, barely anything. He is able to get the pop up. I don't think that's going to better his score. Like, obviously, he's very technical maneuver with the slob grab, using your front hand to keep the board close to you. Very stylish, but he lacked energy. Beautiful bottom turn, iron down that section. You can see it. There's not much of a lip, in transition for him to land. No matter what, it's beautiful to watch, and it's very exciting. But I personally think the 5.33 with the backhand turns were more critical than what he just did right there. And he's kind of getting smoked right now with the lower tide. It helps for you to get kind of just stuck underneath, because all that water concentrates in the very shallow part of the bank, and it doesn't let you move forward. He needs to find a water exit too. That's on this left right now, but he's moving to the right a little bit, trying to get that energy that sucks him back out.
As you suspected, that effort not rendering him any improvement, and there'll be a little bit of wasted time as he's on the inside. Ready to go out, fire up, produce the goods, getting the weddy back on, getting everything dialed in and braving the elements. It's always a bit easier when there's some quality waves and a bit of punch as well in the lineup to get excited on one of these kind of days where we've seen continued squalls come through. The sun will burst out. It'll look all nice for a while before the next front hits, but the key ingredient, the surf, we've got that. In terms of Ethan now, he's got the priority. Just what does he need to do here? It's a couple of sixes is the requirement, and how does he go about finding them? So far, I mean, he does need to wash off sort of everything that's happened in this heat.
Yeah, he has to. Like, he has to reset, and for his advantage, he's pretty far from Iago and has priority. Obviously, Iago's going to start pushing himself all the way down there to the south of the bank, but he sits in a place right now with very clear waters, smooth seas right there for him. You see Iago scratching towards him, even though he has no priority, Iago, right now. He wants to make sure as soon as Ethan pulls the trigger or loses priority, he's going to be right on top of him. But yeah, like, you know, trying to keep it simple, which is very easy to say sitting over here, but looks like he might have a chance right now.
Ewing needs to get involved and fire up here. He'll grab the rail, then he'll release it, and he'll pump. This one will stretch away. He'll just pin drop off and unable to get anywhere near a section. Really, that provides him any scoring opportunity.
And I bet you Iago's going to keep paddling left towards him even more right now. Right there, making ground. But there's a set coming. Let's see if there's something. It seems like he's going to go way far down south from where, even from where they are, and they're already sitting way down there.
One-way traffic in this one so far. The Brazilian Dora all over Ethan Newman. 6.5 minutes to go. The priority of Dora will be significant as he heads in the general direction of Ethan Ewing. We've got lines coming through, a bit of crowd noise as well. That's the yellow jersey of Ferreira heading down the beach for a great looking matchup with Baron Mamiya, who's been super cool throughout. He's been really selective, Baron. He's been doing super tricky stuff, particularly with tubes, late entries, getting his body in all kinds of positions and negotiating them. It's not easy to do out here at all. He's had some general mastery over the barrel sections in particular. That big ramp still in play for the likes of Italo. Vibes in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. The Groms are pretty stoked with Aaron Brooks.
How could he not be? Right in front of you, you're one of the best surfers in the world right now. And it's relatable almost to their age. That's how young Erin is. She's so young and so talented. It's incredible.
Yeah, just got slightly overpowered against Gabby Bryant, who's setting up a great looking match. There wasn't a lot in it. It was actually really close, that semi. With Gabby's gouges on the face, gives her something extra. She doesn't need to take on that lip and have that little bit of luck involved in exactly where the bounce of the whitewater goes when you're pulling really late turns. Let's recap our first semi for the men. And after, well, nothing happening for 10 minutes. We had to get a restart. Ewing got into it, and at this stage we're thinking, well, he's going to get on the front foot here, but this is sort of the best he's done this whole
I know,
heat.
it's
Weird.
crazy to think about it. And Iago just on a crazy good rhythm right there. Look how lofty that is. Beautiful rotation. Look how he eyes it down where he's gonna land right there. He can see it. So it makes it cleaner, makes it easier. And this is a beautiful wave surf for Iago. I also expected this might have been a little bit higher. Stabs that one up vertical. I love how he finished it off and then kept going. Not getting ahead of himself. You can see that he's present in that moment, adapting to what's in front of him, and that's very important in the heat, as cliche as it sounds.
Love a bit of vigorous paddling here. Ewing trying to get away, and that's why he saw an opportunity. He was digging deep as he paddled, with Iago breathing down his neck. Now he'll have to head back.
Iago just wants to make sure right now that that wasn't a 2.83 and he steals in combo, which I think sometimes it's very smart with 3 minutes and 40 seconds left. He's in a combination situation right now. Make him see, make him stay there, stuck with the rhythm that he is. And hopefully he doesn't find a rhythm in the last few minutes, which is a big task right now. 12.83, considering that he's been for over 20 plus minutes sitting out the back with the best score of 2.5.
Dora will go here, and that one will shut down with just over 3 on the clock. It's looking very odds on Ethan Ewing. At the moment, it's looking like he'll be matching his result from Abu Dhabi, a third. And he's been out of sorts out here. And by contrast, his opponent has been all over it, and he's been energy, and he's been good choices as well, which is ultra significant in these kind of conditions. And you think a couple of sixes for someone like Ethan, I mean, you get that in his sleep. The time on the clock and the way this heat's gone for him, don't really see that happening.
It really is very tough when things aren't going your way. Like, what could you tell that he has done wrong? I feel like he rolled the dice. There might have been one wave where he tried to pull in that he was a bit too late. And that's basically it. Like, it's just how it rolls. Like, that's nature. You're dealing with something that is very unpredictable. And he's in a small combination. He's just really having a shocker.
That's the task facing Ethan Ewan at the moment. And even the non-mathematicians among you will be able to quickly work out. Can't get a 12-8-3 with one wave. You actually need two. That's why he's comboed. And that's why he's facing elimination here at the semi-final stage. He'll just try and steal away now. First job is get a wave, put some kind of score up.
Yeah, both of the surfers opting, actually, obviously one trying to find the best spot in the lineup he could have, and Iago just kind of giving up on it and let the surf do the talking. But I guess it looks almost impossible in this situation with 1 minute and 15 seconds left for him to get 2 waves, you know, paddle back out in time. To find himself in another one. He's pulling the trigger now.
Down towards the last minute here, Ewing kind of sums it up for him, really. Even trying to get a wave out of combo. Can't even find that. Meanwhile, by contrast, laying it back with a big gouge and then just losing grip on the wave face. Nice looking bowl there for Iago Dora. An incomplete turn won't really rattle him too much. He'll just try and make sure he'll squeeze through that one. Throaty one, just draining off the sandbar.
Yeah, job is done for Iago. 30 seconds left. There's physically impossible for you to ride 2 waves right now of that substance.
Ethan Ewan will be heading to El Salvador with another 3rd place finish. So not matching what he was able to do last time around by getting the final, but nevertheless, semis will be a reasonable result for him. And once again, aside from that crazy barrel he got earlier, he hasn't had to go crazy in any of his heats really so far. He hasn't been challenged loads, and it's just this is the first heat where he's really come up against a serious challenge in form of his opponent's scores, putting him under pressure. And rather than being able to respond to that, he was just a spectator, really. Iago Dora was all over it, so congratulations to Iago. He's in the final here at the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal, presented by Corona Cero. A 5th career final for Iago. That's the prize of getting the scalp of Ethan Ewan. 3-1 now in the head-to-head matchups. Just one more semi to come to settle our finalists. Yellow jersey Italo taking on Baron Mamiya real soon.
Back live from Supertubos, semi number 2. Who's going to the final to face Iago Dora? Italo Ferreira in the yellow jersey. Number 1 in the world takes on number 2, Baron Mamiya, the Hawaiian. Big win again for him at home on the North Shore to kick off the season. And it'll be interesting to see if his approach, which has been to kind of play it pretty cool and be selective, or whether he'll get busy like this dude. Stops that, puts it up for a finish as well. He's already just got one quick throwaway wave in and then straight back at it on the tools. Doing work.
I mean, that's what he's made of. He comes in here, know exactly what he needs to do, and we've mentioned about how the wind's going to be shifting a little bit north and then steeping a little bit to the west, and that's what happened in this heat right now. Not as clean, you can see it, the texture on the wave, but using that into his advantage, popping a pretty lofty air, but without a lip to it, so that's going to pay good attention to the judges. Look how much wobble going into it. Uses that wind to keep the board and stick the board into his foot, lands it off flat, and just cat reflexes to get up and vertical once again. Great way to start. I don't see that coming to a massive score for the airs we've seen it, but nonetheless, putting pressure into the opponent, mostly with the conditions changing right now. We don't know how long this kind of cross-shore wind's going to stay on it. So it's important to start early and build on. Great start for Italo so far.
It's exactly what we've come to expect from him, a 2-time winner here. And just all over it. And he'll try and put pressure early on Baron Mamiya and just keep it there throughout as well. And it is pretty ominous when he's hucking those big airs. In terms of Baron's approach here, we've seen a bit of a pattern from him with being patient and finding tubes. Let's see if he'll carry on with that. Let's go and hear from our first finalist. Iago Dora is with AJ.
Iago, you come up the beach to this crowd rooting you on. How are you tapping into the energy here on the beach and carrying it to the waves to hit that next level?
Yeah, it's so cool to see everyone still here with the rain. It was sunny before, now it's kind of rainy, but everyone stuck around, and it's been really cool to, like, each wave you get, you hear the crowd roar, so it's pretty cool.
On to your first final here in Portugal. How do you carry this momentum and get the victory?
Yeah, I'm really happy to be in the final again and to have that's where you want to be. If you want to win the contest, you have to make it to the final first, and yeah, I just want to do it again, one more heat.
Para o Brasil, como você muda para outro modo quando você precisa?
Sim, esses campeonatos são longos, né? É uma maratona, então tem que estar sempre se adaptando e sabendo a hora de crescer quando precisa, e é isso que eu tenho feito e espero continuar fazendo na final.
Parabéns.
Obrigado.
One thing that he mentioned that I thought was very interesting that could be a new Iago to the game, like obviously he's a showman, probably most people's favorite surfer on tour, but he mentioned that he's trying to step up when he needs to. So that's what the best do better. Like they know exactly when they need to burn all their gas, to put in the 5th, 6th gear. So he's kind of slowing himself down a bit, maybe not trying to waste so much of his energy in the early rounds and saving it for when actually he needs to. You can see the texture on the ocean right now. It's going to kind of crumble. The barrel is probably going to be a little bit trickier to find it. And mostly the lefts are going to be kind of bumpy. That wind creates a little swell that goes kind of against you. You're trying to generate speed, and there's a lot of wobble throughout the face. You can see how strong it is. Kind of going now. He was cross-shore before into the offshore, now the opposite, cross-shore into the onshore. Making it messy, and with the low tide, it's going to help as well, make everything kind of more crispy and just wobbly with the rip tides going out to sea, as you see it right there.
Sudden changes have really been one of our constants throughout the event. Another one is vibes from the crowd. They're loving this stuff. Ferreira trying to give him something extra to cheer about. Not quite getting there, a little tangled up with the float on a big old rumbly whitewater section. Gets paid for previous effort.
with a 5.17. What happened here, Jesse?
Yeah, this is just pretty funny. Just the type of guy that never gives up. He was extremely late for that air section right there. Tries to stick on the floater because he'd never give up mentality. But then he saw that it was kind of sketchy as well, so he throws the board away. Could have buckled the board, might be a magic board, you know, like he's thinking about the last 22 minutes that he has on this heat, maybe into the finals if things start going, keeps going the way it is right now. So smart of him to pull it off.
Mamiya getting involved now. A little clip on the backhand for him. This is a soft section in here. Not loads on this, but just sticking with it. And I think he just wants to land a punch in this so far. Doesn't want to get cast adrift. Just mentioning the way the rhythm has gone in terms of how many ways he was catching in his previous heats, and he was making it look cool by being selective but getting numbers. But this is a rapidly changing lineup, and this is a rapidly moving Italo Ferreira. Real whippy rotation to an incompletion. I think he's going to keep doing that.
He has to, and actually, not to mention himself has to keep doing that, but also Baron. Baron's one of the best backside aerialists in the planet. As we get back to that after this, but the section just kind of going away from him. You see he has to pump a few times, and there wasn't much coping for him to get the pop. But here, Baron is going into turns. Nice first setup right there, but the wave kind of dissipates. I don't see him making this heat doing turns right now. Like, he needs to either find a barrel, which is going to be tricky, or just going into the air. Obviously, trying to see what the future holds for us, which is, you know, all expectations, but Baron's one of the best aerialists in the world. We've seen it all around social media the past few years, how good he is, mostly on his backhand with his winds blowing. It's a massive first turn for him.
Wow, that was pretty sick. So hard to do. Just fully loaded with that drop. And then a meaty section. So getting that right. And I think this approach seems like it's the one you want to do to stay in contact with Italo here.
Yeah, that's a very beautiful snap down the line, but as he landed, just bottomed out under him. Didn't absorb the impact so well. Almost lost it, but regrouped. Obviously landed that turn. Judges are gonna score that, but down the road is just closeout and couldn't get anything else after. So if he sticks to turns, he needs to gonna be a special wave on a moment right now.
Just under 20 on the clock. Strider, how's the beach looking?
It's looking beautiful down here. I mean, as you sit on the beach and you look out over the shoulder there, it's just serenity. I mean, beautiful. Looks like storm on the horizon. A lot going on in the water. But then when you come around here and you see the fans that have weathered the storm, you weathered everything that they've got, it's pretty amazing to see. They're just powering through down here. The fans here are pretty much hardcore. It's insane. It's fun to watch. Everybody's stoked. Everybody's having a good time. Everybody's loving it. Here they go. They're going to start up. Here we go. They love it. We're having a good time down here on the beach.
Epic support as ever here in Peniche, Portugal, and watching one of their favorites go at it in the form of Italo Ferreira. But he's going to have a tough heat against Barry Mamiya, who's been in great form himself this year. And it's relatively mediocre scores thus far for Italo with a load of speed. Almost glitching out there with the speed wobbles. Big extended float. I mean, it's pretty cool to see him surf that fast. There's not loads of points in that.
Yeah, obviously not loads of points, just very lateral surfing, but it's very fun to watch how much commitment he has. Just moving forward, doesn't matter. There's no looking back.
What about this approach from him? I mean, he's going like scattergun right now. He's not waiting for sets. He's just going anything. What do you think?
Go ahead, sorry.
I would just wonder what you think of this approach from him. It's not really paying off thus far in terms of big numbers, but at some point this is going to click.
Yeah, it has to. Like, if he put himself in 10 situations, he already landed one of the airs that was pretty small for himself, but you can see it. He's eyeing it down the ramps right now. Like that first few pumps he had, he was just trying to time the perfect time to line up with the lip and just aiming it down the line, but just got there a little bit late, and that's going to happen a few times with the low tide and the wind going against you. It'd slow yourself down. The wave bottoms out, breaks it quicker than you expect. Harder to time, but eventually, it's just a matter of time. He's going to click into one, and it's going to be fun for us to watch.
Plenty of time still left to go in this. And there's conditions continue to evolve in front of us, as well as looking for the bombs. And using priority, always an opportunity, go full rotation on a closeout. Seen that happen many times in the past. Here's a bomb for Ferreira, good wall on it. Well, carved a snap right in the pocket. I don't see loads of that from him.
Yeah,
Two turns on the face in a row.
Beautiful surfing though. Oh, looks like Baron a double up.
Whoa, this thing's throaty. Mamiya will get absolutely obliterated in there. That thing was wide open.
Ooh, that was wide open. It felt like I couldn't see it from that angle so clear, but it seemed like he went a little bit overboard. Goes to highline right here. He sees the wave is kind of stacking down the line. He puts the weight on the heels and gets a little too high. So what that happens, the wave has so much curve that it doesn't give you room to fit your rail inside. So he catches the inside rail, the outside rail in the nose. But here a little bit, Italo going on slower gear, just going into turns. Beautiful carve, redirecting all the way around. The wave kind of dissipates, gets one more. Gonna better his situation. But that's not gonna be a massive score. But maybe a missed opportunity there for Baron.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of the reward we're seeing in points, it's not being reflected by the entertainment factor. This is a really enjoyable one. Baron Mamiya, unbelievable, untouchable really. Particularly those backhand tubes, is pretty much a league of his own. And if he can connect one of those, it will just stay open for him. Meanwhile, Italo Ferreira is just throwing everything at this. And you know he wants to ramp. And he will find one as well. I can guarantee that. Just settle down a touch now. These two will just breathe a bit and reflect on some choices that they've made. Quick in and out for Mamiya. Italo with that priority on the peak. I'm going to go out on a limb and say I don't think he's going to hang on to it for too long. Just be when the next wave comes through. It offers anything for him. We'll try and take that. Just over 15 minutes to go, midway point in our second semi. Already got Yago Dora locked in for a final. Still looking for a little more from Ferreira and Mamiya. We'll be right back.
The MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal presented by Cero is brought to you by Visit Portugal, Europe's best surfing destination, by EDP, official energy company of the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal presented by Cero, by IC Polarized, anchored in style, under $50, and by Millennium Bank, official bank of the WSL in Portugal.
Welcome back to the action here. Conditions as ever on the shift. Bit of sunshine poking through. We'll look back on heads-to-head. And guess what? Aren't many people that got a strong winning record over Italo. 4-1 to Baron.
Yeah, that's crazy to think. And just, if you look at Italo's actually stats right there. Pretty low average scoring heat, mostly for a guy like him. Max heat score 11.84, also pretty low. And then he's on the excellent range on max wave, but impressive to see. Barron kind of got him dialed, but not at the moment right now, but still pretty wide open.
Last time they met semis at the Pipe Pro, that's the only heat Itulo Ferreira has lost this year. That's why he's #1 in the world, that's why he's in yellow. He's got a lead in this, not a big one. Here's a replay, Mamiya during the break.
It's a beautiful turn there for Barron. Critical on the lip, timing it perfectly. Let's him push that back foot down the line. Generating speed, but just one turn wonder. It's not going to get him out of the situation that he's at right now.
Ferreira, he'll load up here. Check the speed, check the ramp rotation. Stomped, nice and clean. We knew it was coming.
That was a safe air for Itulo. You can see that knows that he doesn't need much. Already has the best score of the heat. It's just a matter of time, like you mentioned, Paul. He was going to click into it. You're going to see he's going to early grab the rail on that air to make sure that he's very stable. Gets the tail high, doesn't try to overcommit, over-rotate. Lets himself land with the tail of the board towards the beach and then whips it back around. Usually you're going to see him try to rotate as fast as he can, but this one just playing a smart game and showing how much of a veteran he is. Doesn't overcook it, just applying more pressure into Barron and probably putting him in a tougher situation right now.
So something of a safety air from inside. These are relative terms, of course. We're judging him by his own very high standards. The judges have rewarded him 5, 6, 7. And getting that mid-range number. Haven't seen many of those. Just 1-5 come in. He's the owner of that as well. They're now spreading out the score. Bit of daylight, bit of distance. Mamiya prior to that on a bit of a rushed wave. It was a nice turn, but just didn't really have any breathing room on that wave to go at it, really. And with priority now, we'll get to, I guess, our first kind of legit scenario where he really needs to get going. And at the moment, chasing numbers. He's looking for a big 7. He'll pull in here after getting loads of speed. Is it enough to make this section? It absolutely is. Mamiya will emerge. Then he'll pop up down the beach into the lineup. And once again, finding cover on those lefts. Did a lot of speed generation before going into that tube.
I really thought he was done. It's impressive how he's capable of making barrels that aren't even barrels. You can see it, the wind's kind of making that wave all crumbly. Look how tight he gets on that. Like, I don't know how he muscled through it, all of that, and kept the speed throughout. It's going to be a small score, a small barrel, but just technically speaking, it's very tricky to do. And Itulo, just the importance of having the maturity and being a world champion, knowing what you need to do and how far you need to pull the trigger, knowing how to shift down words when he needs to. Just playing it safe, but I mean, how can I call that playing it safe? But for himself, he could have went way bigger, but he knows he doesn't need to. And still getting the biggest score of the heat, which was deserved. He was the best wave so far of the heat. Just the situation that he puts himself in it. That's all he needed to do. Apply pressure into the opponent. Opponent getting another wave. I would say he most likely is not even going to batter the 3-point. Maybe for a little bit more because it's very technical.
Here goes Mamiya again. It's a sort of sluggish entry into the wave. Now it'll get steep for him. And he'll absolutely belt that. Nice combo. Able to open up. And just hammer that lip section. Number in prior. This previous wave, 4-1-7. Marginal improvement. Brought the requirement down a touch. It's in the high 6s now that he's looking for.
Yes, just even though a smaller wave, 3-gear barrel, but just the technical side of it was very impressive, like I mentioned. But I think this is even better than the previous one. He's gonna get this first section here down the line, beautiful snap, and finish it off strong. Combination of 2 nice maneuvers in critical sections. Guys stoked on that one. Probably, I would say, better his situation, maybe. Let's see what the judges think. I could be wrong.
Yeah, it's a slight improvement. Gets to 3-9. So improves his low score. That means his number actually just stays the same. So the task at hand will remain 6-6-7 for Barron Mamiya. want to get to the lineup, which his progress in that direction is aided by the rip, which is tugging him out to sea. Meanwhile, Ferreira's just trying to head back in the other direction. Get a bit of proximity over Barramamia at the moment. 7 minutes, 20-odd seconds to go in this second semi-final. Iago Dora awaits in the men's final. Will we see another all-Brazilian affair here? Can Barramamia get back in a final? We'll know in the next 7 minutes or so. At the moment, it is the yellow jersey of Italo who's got the better of this. He hasn't gone crazy in this one so far. He's just pulling away.
Pretty ideal situation here for Italo as far as positioning for both of them. It feels like they're sitting in between two water exits. Looks like he's going to pull the trigger, and Italo is going to block him.
Here we go, Ferreira, backhand, whippy first turn. Pops down out of the lip, and he'll just tag it as well.
Now that rip's starting to clean up a bit, most likely we're going to see improvement in this part of the bank.
Opportunity. We'll wait till the number comes in. If there's an improvement for Italo. And where this will put Barramamia will be out the back with priority. I'll have to wait for something good.
Two critical turns there. Second turn. Right on the spot. I don't see that bettering the scores that you previously have. You're going to see him getting that lip line, coming out pretty clean, air dropping off the sky. See how much has to absorb that section.
Mamiya on a bomb. Sweeps the rail in the pocket. And then up again. Everything's so polished. Makes it look super cash. Really deceptively powerful as well. So much drive in those turns. It's clean surfing, it's crisp. Is it the high six he's looking for?
I don't see that coming to the high six. I think he needed a little bit more commitment on the closeout turn. Beautiful first turn, was driving through those fins. You're gonna see him engage the inside rail. Bringing that board all the way around, beautiful commitment. But right here, the wave splits up and he has to kind of go lateral. Gets the board a bit flat. Comes out clean still. This is the best wave in my eyes, no doubt about it. But right there, that wave splits up and lacks a little bit of energy, lacks the power. So he has to kind of go down the line and flat.
Yeah, number for him, 4-9. He'll bring his requirement down. He's in the fives now. So he's heading in the right direction. He won't have priority, though. That's with Italo Ferreira, who still leads this heat. 4.5, just over that on the clock. Ferreira at the moment heading to the final to face Iago. Barramamia will look to have something to say about that. Pretty even in terms of how busy they've been. 8 ways for Barron, 9 Ferreira. And this one's pulsed a bit as well, which is always nice to see. Opportunities coming through for them. And once again, one of our favorite stats of all, Jesse Mendes, an average of 9.3 waves per heat. Ferreira, the busiest surfer. Closely matched by this guy. Mamiya hammers a section from above. You can see how much spray he's ejecting out the top of the wave, and he's been busy here. He's rolled up the sleeves.
Yeah. Trying to match the average that he has, 9.7. Still has one more wave to catch, and most likely it will with 3 minutes and 45 seconds left. As we see it right here, this wave starts smaller in size. That's that first rep, but then stacks up. Much more critical section. Finish it off strong. Kind of disappears and comes back to life. Beautiful wrap there for him. And right here, it goes up and early, making sure he's going to ride out of that clean. Almost get unbuckled on that, the junction of the wave. But I don't see that being the score. Once again, it lacked intensity on the wave.
Yeah, he doesn't quite get there, but once again, he improves on his high number, so he brings his requirement down a touch, not loads. But if you're into momentum, he is definitely heading in the right direction. There's the spread from the panel. And it is the 5.81 that he's chasing inside the 3-minute mark. It's been a much busier heat, particularly for Baron Italo. We kind of expect him to cover everything. Let's check the recap of how the second semi's gone down. No surprise to see Italo look to go to the air.
I mean, as much as he's forcing through this air a little bit too much, but the degree of difficulty and commitment has been the difference on this heat. And once again, he's gonna go on the most critical part of the wave, identifies the lip, gets progressive, comes out with flow. And that's the point of difference so far in this heat. This is lax of it, like you can see it. He puts a little bit more pressure, but also there's something missing on his wave. It's either the first turn like this one gets a little bit flatter and then finish it off strong, or starts off strong and then the closeout section gets a bit on the weaker side. So he's one turn away from being on the finals right now.
Minute 40 on the clock here in our second semi. You can see on the prowl out the back, Ferreira leading this heat. And Mamiya's wave count is going to nudge up his average. That was his 10th wave. The only real significant number, though, is the score line. And he is chasing the score at the moment. Here goes Italo, bit of juice on this one. He'll load up here. Check the speed, he's coiled. There's the rotation. And so much spring in the landing as he absorbs that shock. The crowd, they love this, they expect it, and he delivers.
Yeah, that's, I mean, I was actually thinking like, oh, that's kind of gutsy for him to pull the trigger, almost not needing to on that wave, but beautiful rotation there for Italo. And then combo it up. That's cleaned up itself a little bit, cleaned the rails more, had more speed towards it. Kind of a defense-offense mode right there. It takes Baron off of it. Beautiful rotation. Lands in the flat. Whips it around and finish it off strong. Some good surfing there for Italo. Gets that tail nice and high. Keeps the board flat for the landing to be smooth. You don't want to catch any rails. Regroups. Bring the foot back in. And gets the bottom of the board on the lip right there once again.
Back on the beach, the yellow jersey, Italo Ferreira, two-time champ here. Looks like he's heading to another final in Peniche. And Baron Mamiya, his run will end here in the semi-finals. He's put a good event together. He's got some incredible vision, particularly in those lefts getting barreled. Listen to this noise for Italo Ferreira. He'll be absolutely pumped right now. And a great looking matchup. The two Brazilians, the Goofies. And I think also Iago will be enjoying the chance to go up against Italo.
Both of them also holding it a little bit, you know, the last few heats, like not up to what you expect from them. They're probably holding it for the finals when they need the most.
We're all decided for finalists here in Portugal. Just two more heats to go. The most important ones coming up next. Caroline Marks takes on Gabby Bryant, the women's final, real soon.
So we're here in the westernmost point of Peniche. We have Cabo Cravoeiro there, the lighthouse. The beautiful rock there is Nau dos Corvos. Rolengas in the west, we just came from there, and Supertubos on the back. It's a perfect place to watch the sunset, especially during winter because it sets over there, and also a nice place to enjoy a golden moment with friends, some beers, reflect on the day, on the barrels. So, cheers.
Yeah, it's a golden moment right here at Supertubos. Buckle in because the women's final is on deck. 35 minutes on the clock. 2019 champ here at Supertubos. The 2023 world champ, Caroline Marks, coming up against the power surfer out of Kilauea, Kauai, Hawaiian Island chain. Gabby Bryant, Kaipo Guerrero here, along with Mitchell Salazar. Oh, it's been a long, windy road to this final, but we're here, Mitch.
It definitely has been, and we've seen a lot of rain squalls, a lot of different winds. Kaipo, so far the waves have held up, and we got clean and fun conditions this afternoon here.
Your pick for the final?
You know, definitely got to go with the experienced veteran, Caroline Marks. Gabby Bryant has surfed incredible, though. Had a couple of close heats. She looked great in the semi against Aaron, though.
Yeah, power surfing in that semifinal and well rewarded. So it's going to be another one of those goofy foot versus regular foot clashes. We saw the analytics when the CT body numbers coming into this event since 2019. It's been split straight down the middle.
Yeah, no, and we've not only seen a lot of people succeed here in the past, it's led to world championships too, Kaipo. We're talking about Caroline Marks, who has become not only world champ, she was runner-up last year as well.
Yeah, this is true. It's all in the pathway, and it always starts off with a little bit of positioning there. Open priority between the two surfers, and a paddle there on the replay. With that paddle, Gabby Bryant does get priority, so she's awarded priority, and that's why you see a little separation between the red jersey and the blue jersey right now. Caroline Marks getting away from her a little bit down the beach.
Well, they did consider it a block, so priority established right here in the final, and big difference maker Kaipo experience will be coming into play with the 5-minute difference with the final and the semis. Talking about Caroline Marks, she's won here before. It's the first final ever at this location for Gabby Bryant, but she has done well in Portugal at the CS level before.
Yeah, when you're talking about experience, you have Caroline Marks with 7 years on the championship tour, 23-year-old, the youngest female ever to qualify for the championship tour, just at 15 years old, 7 years of experience on the Dream Tour, and also the 2019 MEO Rip Curl Portugal champion, compared to Gabriela Bryant, really close in age, 22-year-old Gabriela Bryant, in her 4th season on the championship tour. But talking about the narrative of Caroline Marks, oh, there's Gabby Bryant right there. 22 years old, Kilauea, Kauai, like I said, 4th season on the championship tour with a single CT victory to her credit. That happened just last year in Margaret River.
Yeah, and she's made multiple finals since, El Salvador. Obviously seen her right here. She's up and riding.
Winds up off the bottom, chops it off the top, and rides out of it.
That was gnarly right there, Kaipo. What a great way to start off the final for Gabby.
There's a dog pound right there, her support squad. Richard Dog Marsh, Connor O'Leary, all sharing the same coaching and workout program. Like I said, 1 CT victory for Gabriela Bryant that happened last year in Western Australia at the Western Australia Margaret River Pro.
And it's nice to have that support crew around you, even if you're not being family, even if they're not still in the event, Kaipo. It matters, and it goes a long way, as you can see right here. Drives off of the bottom well, but just an incredibly timed turn right there for Gabby to start things off. Not only the precision, also the element of power that you were mentioning, Kaipo. Beautiful way to open things up for the surfer from Kilauea.
I really think that's a patented turn that Gabby Bryant has, the front side hack. Here we go, the backside, which has been the weapon for Caroline Marks in her CT career. Nice smooth transition through that first turn. Little whitewater on the face, but dependable finish, I was going to say, until that convergence of whitewater scoops that mayhem out from under her feet.
Yeah, and unfortunately right there, that would have been a great answer back to the opener of Brian. And you mentioned the combination of maneuvers. Judges really considering that this afternoon with the fun waves that we have on offer. Unfortunately for her, it's just going to be a mistimed opportunity right there, Kaipo. She still has close to 30 minutes, though. And combo was sick. I mean, opening turn is nice, a little down the line, softer right here on the shoulder. But if she finishes that one off, I feel like we're having a good battle for who gets the better out of the opening exchange. Once again, another angle, down the line snap, a carve right here on the back end to get some variation going. And timing was on point. It just, as you mentioned, the convergence of water right there, 2 waves coming together.
And there's the coach's reaction. You just get a golf clap for that one.
A little sigh too, and unfortunately for her, that would have been, you know, something to really match the 417 of Brian, and it seems like it's going to be quite under.
Yeah, there we go. A 3-point ride comes in for Caroline Marks. Surfers still paddling out, so yet to establish priority between the two, but Marksy does get priority. So consolation prize, if you would, Mitchell Salazar. Although she didn't take the lead, she did regain priority.
100%, a big difference in comparison to the semi, right, where she probably had to paddle out 5 or 6 minutes against Molly Picklum just to reestablish positioning, Kaipo. But right here, you know, we talked about experience and having qualified at 15 and already have such a wealth of knowledge on the championship tour, 7 years now for Caroline Marks, also an Olympic gold medalist last year.
Olympic gold medalist, former world champion, and 6 career championship tour wins. All the accolades to the 23-year-old Caroline Marks.
And given, you know, the slow start that she's had by her standards, right, to this year, quarters over at Pipe, quarters in Abu Dhabi, this is a make or break event for her, because that way she positions herself within the top 3 heading into one of her best events, which is Punta Roca.
Yeah, let's hear from Strider Wazalewski. Where are you, Swaz?
Yeah, we're down here in the coach's corner. Actually, you got Team Dog over here. The Dog, what is going on out there? You're in the finals. Are you stoked?
Yeah, super stoked for Gabby. She surfed really well the whole event. She's been really consistent. Got through a couple of close heats that fell her way, and she's taken advantage of it.
And what about the name? Richard Dog Marsh, where'd it come from?
It's a long story, and we'd need a bucket of Coronas to get through that one, I reckon, Strider. But we could do it. You and I could do it.
All right, I'm ready. I'm ready. We'll do that later, but right now we're going to get into what is going on. How many times have you surfed against Luke Egan, and who has the higher heat percentage?
I'm pretty sure Luke would have that. He did get 2nd in the world, so I couldn't take that away from him. But no, we went right through our careers together. Yeah, Luke, fantastic surfer. Had the same sponsors, Billabong, Peak wetsuits and stuff. So yeah, we spent a lot of time together.
Well, it's really cool that, you know, you guys both have surfers in the water together now after all these years.
Yeah, we kind of don't talk about it much, eh? We kind of stay in our corners. We stay in our kennels, and then we'll have a beer afterwards, I'm sure. But right now, it kind of feels real serious.
Here we go. Back to the action. Thanks, Dog.
Pleasure.
Marksy off the bottom, snapping off the top. Caroline on a good-looking left. Another big snap on the Mayhem. Looking to close this thing out. Has to stay on her feet. 2 snaps is all that's going to count for her score, but I like what I saw.
So did I, and that was a much larger wave, Kaipo, when you look at the 417 and the 3. Unfortunately, not completing the last one, but I really do like the combination at the beginning. Larger wave, obviously that side offshore wind that you're seeing right here on the left plays a big factor when it comes to the spray and the dramatics. That beautiful second turn right there in the pocket, crisp timing, and it seemed like she was gonna ride out of this. Unfortunately for her, just caught an outside rail right there and lost enough speed to the point where she wasn't able to ride out. Still, should be the best way with the heat to me.
Yeah, there was a lot of bounce on that ride out, and and Caroline just not able to hang on. But Board, the Mayhem, looking really good under her feet. And also, let's take a note that both surfers in this final, both of our women's finalists riding those Lost Mayhem surfboards.
Yeah, and you know, props to Matt, the entire team, Gian, everybody worldwide. They've done an incredible job. Mike Briola, who we had lunch with yesterday, props to them.
Yeah. See if we're going to have a taker here with Gabby Bryant. Taking a look at this one. Got one more wave in the set for Bryant. There's a series of sets here. And it doesn't look like Gabriella's going to go on any of this. So we're going to go with AJ McCord, who earlier caught up with Italo Ferreira straight out of the water into the final.
Italo, it looked like you gave everything you had in that semifinal. How do you gear up for the final?
That was a close heat, and still pretty hard to get the scores. You know, the crew is still pushing so hard, and then you need to have patience, you know, to be on the right moment. And but yeah, I'm really stoked to make the final here, and so it's time to win.
See you in the next one.
One more.
Thank you.
Let's do it. Thank you.
Yeah, I was in the Red Bull athlete zone as Italo got out of that semifinal, and he was absolutely exhausted. He had put everything into that. So, you know, you could see it with him, but he's one of the fittest guy on tour. Absolute, you know, gym monster, if you would, constantly working out. But even with him, it shows you how strenuous today is.
Well, and just considering the kind of wipeouts that he's gone through in his career, the one at JB to me really comes into mind, and he recovered quickly after that just because of how physically fit he is.
Well, today specifically, if we think about it, he surfed a brutal heat in the round of 16, a quarterfinal, and a semifinal. That's a lot. That's a lot of gas taken out of the tank. But he knows 2 good waves, and he's gone back-to-back with wins on the championship tour.
All you need.
Gabby Bryant waits off the bottom. It's not going to get anything from that first section. It's going to stick with this, moving down the line to hit the oncoming section. That was a lot of yardage, a lot of meters, and you can see right there, Dog, her coach, saying, why?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I wasn't the only one thinking that she was going to kick out after that first section just kind of dissolved. And fortunately for her, as you said, spent a lot of time trying to catch up and play with that last section at the end. Didn't really come to fruition, Kaipo.
It's hard, right, Mitch, when you're looking for something like this?
Well, and especially considering that you were expecting that first section to pop up a bit earlier, and then you gain all this ground right here and don't really have anything to show for it right at the end with the fall. So just going to have to be a reset for her with a lot of time.
Yeah, meanwhile, Caroline marks her last wave for that left, even though she fell on that last turn of 4.5, so well rewarded.
Yeah, no, it's the best of the heat, and, you know, I just want to say props to Baron Mamiya, too. It's his best result outside of Hawaii, Kaipo, and looking like the contender that we're all expecting to see.
Head-to-head matchups between Caroline Marks and Gabriella Bryant. Let's take a look at those head-to-head matchups, Mitch. It's been all Caroline Marks.
Yeah, and the last time they faced off in El Salvador, where Caroline was the victor over there, close to 14 points every single time they've paddled out together. Kaipo, and the max heat score right there also reflects how good she's been.
Yeah. For more on this matchup, let's go with AJ McCord along with Caroline's coach, Luke Egan.
Thanks, Kaipo. Luke, what was the last thing you told Caroline before she hit the water?
Go out and do what she's been doing all week. She's just been really good at her timing out of the lip, and we're just looking for real steep, nice faces, which is a tall order out there. It's pretty challenging for the girls right now. I reckon the winds picked up a little bit this heat too, so it is challenging. So just finding that super nice steep face, front side or back side, and just chip away at it.
And we've talked a lot about positioning today and how it's moved all over the place. What is your plan in terms of that?
The plan is to just stay out of the rip, pretty much stay out of the rip, and because not only does the rip send you out of position really quickly, it does make the waves a little fat and hard to read. So, yeah, we've been doing that all week, and it's been working, and she's been surfing really good. I hope she gets some more opportunity.
Dog seemed like he remembered a lot of back and forth between the two of you when you were both competing, now going against each other as coaches. What is it like?
Oh, I love it. I love it that we're still here. We're still here doing it, and we mightn't be us in the water, but our minds are out there. And, you know, having Jake here and Dog and that, it shows how passionate we are about the sport. We love it. It's just that competitive inside is just still going.
Thanks, Luke.
Thank you.
Cool hand, Luke Egan. Here he is, his surfer, Caroline Marks on the backhand, leading in this heat. A couple of stings there for Caroline Marks, looking to improve upon a 3-point ride.
Yeah, there's a chance she does it right here. 19:20 to go, Kaipo, and a real solid approach right there, fitting in the 2-for-1 in a real tight section on the backhand.
Think she improves upon it?
There's a good chance. I mean, it was a shorter section, shorter ride as well, and you know, with this kind of angle, especially with how gnarly the glare gets at this point in the afternoon, it is very difficult for the judges to be able to see this far down the beach. It seems like Gabby looking here.
Gabby finds a right-hander, glides through the wind there, has to ease that first turn, punches it a little bit at the end. Some troubled water right here. You can see the mumble, the jumble, all of the sloshing. And again, Dog just a little frustrated, I think, with the wave selection of Gabby Bryant.
Yeah, and even for both of them, outside of the 4.9 of Caroline, which was the good left, they haven't really found anything with a lot of steepness to the face. And just looking at the tides right now, Kaipo, we still have about an hour to go. Not a huge coefficient, as you were mentioning, but just enough to the point where we're seeing a lot of these waves be gutless, really, with energy.
Yep. Another look here at Gabby Bryant.
Yeah, so as you said, flatter face, had to kind of resource that one carve right there into something. And unfortunately for her, second turn wasn't really anything of consequence. As we look at Marksy here, this looking to improve on the 3-point ride. Solid combination, fit in the 2-for-1. Second section, not really as critical as the first one. Maybe yes, maybe no, Kaipo.
Yeah, and the judges are agreeing maybe not yes, maybe no, just under a 2.83. So the situation remains the same there. Caroline Marks holding on to that 3-point backup, and Gabby Bryant looking for a 3.74 to take the lead off of Caroline Marks, 17 minutes, 35 seconds, and Caroline Marks with that priority running the lineup.
Yeah, and just as we expected, Gabby getting a pretty insignificant score right there on the last one, and tough conditions out there with all this glare, Kaipo. Look at that.
Let's see if we have anyone going. No. Hey, Mitchell, you know what? Up next, we got a new piece to share. This has been created in celebration of surfing's living history, honoring the past while witnessing the present unfold, just like we're witnessing here on the CT, where these moments happen. History isn't just being recorded, it's written. We'd like to thank Sean Thompson, the 1977 world champ, for providing the voice and support, and also legendary Brazilian surfer Rico de Souza for his voice on the Portuguese version. Let's check this out.
The thing about history is that whatever happens, happens. There's no denying it. History doesn't ask for your approval. It's not necessarily good or right. Not pretty, not fair. It is what it is. And no matter how hard you try, you're never entirely in control. It's the beautiful chaos. Hell and heaven canceling each other out. Triumph and defeat. This year, history will be told in 12 chapters. 54 men and women will write it. And once it's written, it can't be unwritten. The question is, will you witness it? History will be written live at worldsurfleague.com.
That's right, WSLstore.com. You can get all of your Surfers jersey. Get a number 3 like Caroline Marks. Get a number 77 like Gabriella Bryant. Right here, Gabby in live time, trailing Caroline in this final, looking for a 3.74. Working over that wave that did not provide a lot of opportunity. Kaipo girl, Mitchell Salazar on the call here for our women's final.
Yeah, definitely not going to be the 3.74 that she's needing at the moment, Kaipo, but lots of time, 13 minutes, nobody's running away with this one so far. Small heat totals by the standards of the waves that we're seeing, and you know, overall, Marksy, she's a competitor, she knows how to win. So does this young surfer, though. Gabby had a lot of success in similar type of waves. Kaipo, 2-time champ over at the QS in Papara. Having really a difficult time finding the right wave that'll give her an open face, though.
Yeah, she was fighting against that wave the whole time, so she did slightly improve upon her scoreline. She ditched the 2.27, replaced it with a 2.37, but she's still looking for a 3.74 to take the lead off of Caroline Marks. Caroline, you can see her at the top of your screen, sitting in control of this heat control to Marks with the lead and priority at the 12-minute mark.
And can we talk about that incredible campaign, that awesome job by our editors? History will be written. Ups and downs in the surfing world, Kaipo, we've both been able to see things either in front of the camera or behind it, and to be honest, the last few years have been nothing short of awesome, and seeing, you know, the outcome so far in 2025, I'm really stoked.
Yeah, I like the narration by 77 world champ Sean Thompson, just an absolute living legend. Sean's actually, it's really cool when you talk to guys like Sean Thompson, Rabbit Bartholomew, Peter Townend, because that generation of surfers actually were surfing professional contests. They started on single fins and twin fins. They were the birthplace of professional surfing, and they're still available for you today to meet in person.
Right.
It's really, really cool. And we have a rich, rich history that we're celebrating with History Will Be Written.
And in that movie, Busting Down the Door, that you're referencing with PT, you know, Mark Richards, all those guys, Eddie Aikau was a fundamental part of them getting them
I wasn't really referencing
the
movie, though. I was just talking about history, like life.
Surfing in general.
Yeah, Iago Dora getting ready for his matchup in the final. It's going to be a rematch in the men's final between Iago Dora and Italo Ferreira, a rematch of the Oi Rio Pro final just last year.
And Saquarema, Italo winning that one. Iago been very close a couple of times in the past 24 months to winning another event.
Talking to Leandro da Silva, his coach, Iago Dora's coach, with the preparation for the men's final. That kicks off a little over 10 minutes from now. There's Italo in the warming hut, Mitchell, at the Red Bull Athlete Zone.
Yeah.
What's that?
Pretty nice that they have a sauna right there, but he is just relaxing. He's making sure that he's in the zone. Everybody's different, Kaipo. He likes to be by himself and just get in that zone right there in a corner, listen to some music, and looking to go, you know, 3 for 3 in the last 6 years right here in Super Tubos in the finals.
Caroline Marks uses priority. Wave spits as she slashes off the top. Can't hold on, though.
What an interesting final so far, Kaipo. Nothing better than a 5 in this one, and I don't know if this is even going to improve on the 3-point ride that she has as the backup. Either 9:45 to go, and really it's still small scores on the margin.
Here comes Gabby, finds the left. Waits on the bottom. Hangs it off the top a couple of times. And you can see that was the rip that Dog was talking about. You hit that rip and the wave just stops.
Yeah, and you know, you're going up against the stream with the side shore wind right there going into the left as well. 3.74, the first turn wasn't bad. Is it very significant, though, when we look at the 4s that we've seen in this heat? Smaller wave, not bad on the first one, but just goes real soft there for the second one. So combination, yes, not necessarily of major maneuvers. Late drop right here, just a setup carb, and unfortunately for Caroline, comes unglued right there at the end, Kaipo. Once again, I mean, it's still anybody's final to take right here with just under 9 minutes.
Yeah, no breakaway scores as of yet. Highest score is that 4.9 held by Caroline Marks. So that would be the highest score just being a mid-range score. The last score for Gabby Bryant, a 2.8. Her requirement remains the same at a 3.74.
And Caroline getting caught inside right here. A lot of white waters there on the inside, and it's very shallow despite, you know, the smaller coefficient of tides that we've seen so far in the 10 days of the waiting period, Kaipo. There she is, looking to make her way back out and improve on a 3. Don't matter how you win, though, I will say that, as long as you win.
A W is a W any way you get it.
Yeah.
And, you know, sometimes you have high-scoring finals, sometimes you have low-scoring finals. It all counts, and it's all 10,000 points any way you look at it. First place, 10,000 points to your ranking, and second place, 7,800 points to your ranking. Also, with that being said, we'll still have Katie Simmers be on the lead with the yellow leader jersey when we go to stop number 4 at the Surf City El Salvador Pro.
Which is where we saw these two women make the final last year and Caroline becoming a champion. So it's a really pristine venue for the two surfers out there right now. As Caroline, who she is getting caught inside, and those waves aren't letting her back out anytime soon, Kaipo.
Talk about how exhausting it is, right? This particular break, there's no clear channel. The rips are ever moving. Sometimes these waves, which are very short period, are breaking in quick succession. So you're doing duck dive after duck dive after duck dive, as illustrated right here.
And if there's one positive to take out of it, you've only surfed your second heat, including this one right now, so you still have plenty more in the gas tank. You had multiple days off. Try to use every single ounce of energy that you can garner into your favor right now, and you still have the lead.
But look, there's no break for Caroline Marks. I mean, wall after wall of white water just beating down on her. It's like a fold, right? Once you make that fold, you're all G.
Exactly,
but it's just that fold to get past that. And a lot of times, I mean, we've experienced that, Mitch. It's just, it almost feels like you're staying in the same place.
Yeah, you're stationary, right?
You're paddling as much as, and these are the best paddlers in the world, by the way. You know, not just the best surfers in the world. They're the best duck divers in the world. They're the best paddlers in the world. But that is...
it's exhausting.
Yeah.
Just by watching it, and seems like Gabby had a look at that right there, the wave closing out, though. And, you know, you mentioned the best paddlers, the best duck divers. They're also the best at identifying which waves are the best. So if they're struggling to even break a 5 right now, Kaipo, that shows you how difficult this wave is at this period of time.
Yeah, it's really the inside section that been getting both surfers, and that's limited the scoring potential because
100%.
There hasn't been really a completion. There's either been a fall at the end or a wave that goes into the rip and just dissipates to nothing. You really want that combination of a couple of turns and then have that closeout section where you hit really hard and ride out of it for the completion.
And if you're Gabby, you already got a 4 with a single maneuver too, and you're needing something close to it. You might have to settle for that, Kaipo. Just find the one open section right there, and might be coming down to that. I mean, just under 6 minutes, all you need to find is really some open face.
Talk about the rip. Look at that rip on both sides of this peak. And Gabby paddles for it. Caroline, was she far enough out? And she gets priority, Mitchell.
Yeah, so look, the struggle was real paddling back out, right? Kaipo, it took her a long time just to get there, and now she has the opportunity to go on any wave she wants. It seems like she's going to let Gabby go, though.
Yeah, I mean, they got to move position off the beach. I mean, I feel they're in the rip right now.
And then another thing to consider, too, you waited that long with priority, the wave never came, and now underneath somebody else's priority, do you have 5 minutes in you to get that wave?
It's almost like they heard us. They got to take a different position on the beach. They were stuck right in the middle of that rip that moves up and down the beach. Get out of that. I call that dirty water. Get out of the dirty water into some clean water.
And that's where you see all the white water, right, Kaipo? That's where the waves tending to break the most. And of course, you want to be in a consistent spot, but not to a point where it's just costing you the lineup out there. So time, yes, but priority in the favor of the much more experienced surfer Caroline Marks at the moment.
And how many times have we seen this scenario at this particular venue in which you really have to be nimble going up and down the beach trying to find a wave? Caroline, a little paddle by Caroline. Was that a block? Are we going to see the priority switch with that, or was that just a peek over the lip? Looks like Caroline's hanging on to priority right now.
Gabby paddled at the end too, and she's got to watch out for that. If you want to sell it, you got to make sure
you
that
don't
the other
paddle.
person, the other person's angling, and you're just keeping them off of it.
Luke Egan, Caroline's coach, watchful eye over the lineup. We're down to just 4 minutes. This is Caroline's to win right now. She's got to just play these last 4 minutes wisely. Richard Dog Marsh, Gabby Bryant's coach.
At this point, any single paddle matters. So a wave that you paddle to, a wave that you commit to, you got to be going.
And we want to see who's going to be the champ. For more on the awards and what these champs will get, we got Strider Walzalewski. What do you got, Strider?
Well, Kaipa, we were talking earlier about the trophies. These are the real ones. The ones that were on our desk, they were just to show you kind of the art and what they're going to look like. But these are the big ones. These are the ones that we can barely hoist up over our heads. So these are the big dogs. And you know what, Kipes? I don't know if I can pick it up. It's so heavy. It's crazy. So we're down here. They're getting ready. They're setting up their Coronas. We're going to be right here on stage. Paul's going to be down here doing the prezzo, and the beach is packed, so it's on.
So good, Strider.
And the sun finally came out, Kaipo.
Well, the sun comes out, goes away, comes out, goes away. It's all in a day in Portugal. Gabby Bryant, under priority, looking for something. Finds a little streaky left here. Hooks it on the backhand and goes down. So that's going to cost her time and not the score.
And both of these women, a product of their environment. So we see Yago right there.
Okay, this is when we get the applause meter. That was the applause for Yago Dora from the fans.
Say 60, 70%, maybe?
Well, let's just see where that volume goes when Italo Ferreira
It'll be high.
Runs down.
It'll be high for Bravo. 2 minutes, though. I was mentioning product of your environment. NSSA's, USA Surfing, everything. They've done a 2-minute drill before, Kaipo. You need less than a 4. All it takes is one section. You do need to be on a wave, though. We've seen multiple people lose out by not even trying to surf right at the end of their heats, though.
Caroline with the lead and priority just has to have some awareness right now of the positioning of Gabriella Bryant. Waves coming through. And Caroline's going to really guard this peak. It's time to be security right now for Caroline Marks.
100%. You got to be the balancer at the nightclub right now, Kaipo. And with the minute 40, we talked about the Atlantic. You mentioned how short period the swell tends to be right here in Super Tubos. Make sure that if Gabby's on a wave, you still try to increase your lead and backing up and improving on the 3-point ride, because that's a small backup right now, Kaipo.
I feel you're just all defense right now for Caroline Marks. You just got to guard this peak and make sure Gabby doesn't have the opportunity. You only got a little over a minute, and she's on the chase.
Yeah, settling for it, as you're mentioning, a minute 10. And it's not like either of the women had chances, Kaipo. You know, Caroline's up to 5 waves in her wave count. She's counting her top 2, the first ones. And then Gabby's caught 6 waves, a lot of throwaways for her, though. And we go back to that 417 for Brian, the one turn. All you need to do is replicate that one. Have another wave like that.
Quiet time here, and guarding, and Caroline Marks is about 35 seconds away from being a 2-time winner here at the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal.
And growing up in Florida, very used to these beach break conditions, something changing quite often. Gabby just trying to get into anything at this moment, Kaipo. Just needs some open face. And right here, 20 seconds. We'll see what happens, but still has the inside for the right. Oh, they're calling it.
There you go. Let's give it up. And the surrender flag from Gabriella Bryant. She realizes the situation is basically fruitless at this point, as control to the heat, priority, lead, Caroline Marks. Now we can officially congratulate, Mitchell, Caroline Marks as our 2025 MEO Rip Curl Pro champion.
And best result of the year so far. It's her first final, had 2 quarters, which by her standards are good but not excellent. And for Gabby Bryant, also her first final right here in Portugal. Props to her. Shake up in the top 5 right now, Kaipo. It's going to be interesting heading into the next stop.
Well, 7 CT wins now for Caroline Marks, as she's going to take a victory lap on the back of our water patrol.
Yeah, and well-deserved. I mean, was the most consistent surfer out of the event, was able to surf in any kind of condition, Kaipo. A little bit bigger, a little smaller, like we're seeing this afternoon. Drain tide, higher tide, and a massive and monumental win right here in Portugal for the young surfer out of Melbourne Beach, Florida.
You win the event, you get a ride back on the Red Bull jet ski to the beach, and chair up to the podium.
Yeah, and that trophy, which seems to be quite heavy this afternoon right there over there at the podium as well. And props to Caroline, man. I mean, the comeback that she's made, winning Olympic gold last year, finishing runner-up to the World Championship, forcing match 3 over there at the finals. She's had an incredible career, and lots of things yet to come still, Kipes.
Caroline Marks, all smiles as she comes to the beach, and look at the crowd waiting there to greet her. The crowd has gone through hail, wind, rain, storms,
tides, waves,
everything.
And they're still here. Portuguese are a different breed. All smiles though from Flairline, Marksy, Caralupo as you call her, Kaipo. One of the all-time greats on the female side in front of our eyes.
Did you just say Flairline?
Yeah.
All right.
Of course.
Good stuff. Again, congratulations to Caroline Marks, our 2025 MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal champion.
And a huge, huge event for Matt Biolos and the Mayhem team as well. Both women's finalists.
Yeah, not to mention, Caroline's going to go to stop number 4, where she's the defending champion as well. Talk about momentum.
Yeah, both of these women finalists there last year. Caroline's won there in the past, and of course, heading into a great Australian leg before where she's won over there on the Goldie. Feel like it's going to be a great first half of the year for her. How's she and the crew on the beach?
Oh, Cole could pick her up all by himself, but he's looking for some help.
And a difference in stature right there. Don't drop her, guys.
There we go, a couple of big men. Cole Hauschman and Luke Egan with the chair up for Caroline Marks.
She's not wrong.
All right, congratulations to Caroline Marks, our women's champion. When we come back, our men's final in the water. Iago Dora up against Italo Ferreira. Stay tuned. Welcome back to the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal. Stop 3 of the World Surf League Championship Tour. Caroline Marks, our 2025 champion. She's a 2-time winner here. She's won in 2019. She's won again this year. So congratulations to Caroline Marks. We got a men's champ to crown. Iago Dora up against Italo Ferreira in a rematch from last year's final at the Oi Rio Pro. 2-time winner Italo Ferreira out in the water would be the favorite, but this Goofy Foot on Goofy Foot challenge is one that you want to tune in for. Thank you for joining us here at Super Tubos, Peniche, Portugal. It's Kai Pugaro, along with Jesse Mendez and Mitchell Salazar on the call. Wait. Yeah, so a rematch of, correctly, the Vivo. It started as the Oi Rio Pro. It evolved into the Vivo Rio Pro in 2024, where Iago Dora here, you see him in the red jersey, met up in the final with Italo Ferreira. Currently number 15 on the CT coming into this event. He's going to vault up those rankings with this finals appearance. Here comes Iago, ducks into a quick barrel, and does not come out, Jesse.
Yeah, tries to muscle through that section, but it was just kind of small and tight, mostly with the wind being a little bit more cross on shore right now. It makes the navigation through the barrel a little bit trickier.
Let's hear from our champ. Caroline Marks is up against the glass with AJ McCord. Congratulations, Caroline.
Caroline, ready to celebrate here in Portugal like it's 2019. You have done so much since the last victory here on the beach. How did this chair feel?
Oh, so good. Yeah, it wasn't the prettiest final, but we'll take it. You know, the waves are really challenging, and gosh, yeah, winning feels so good. I'm so pumped.
We talked about how hard it is to win an event here on the championship tour, and now you've done it on the third stop of 2025. Just how does that showcase the strength of your surfing?
Yeah, the last couple years, I feel like I've built momentum like in the second half of the season. So to start off with a win and just be really consistent, you know, being finals day every event so far has felt really good. And yeah, I don't know, I'm just really stoked and feel like I've just been on a really good program over here. I've been hanging out with Cole Houchman and my coach Lee Egan, and he's coaching Barron as well, and just been around such a great environment. My dad's over here, so it's been really fun. It's really special to share this win with my dad. He hasn't come to many, so it feels good.
And I know you've got such a great support here in Portugal, but also a lot back at home. You want to say anything to the friends and families who are also excited for you?
Yeah, I think it's pretty early in California and in Florida, so thanks everyone for watching. I love you guys. All those little beach breaks I surfed and San Clemente in Florida all paid off, so yeah, love you guys, and your support means the world to me, so thank you.
Congratulations, Caroline.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's 11 in Florida right now, 11 a.m. in San Diego. People are just getting up. I'm sure they woke up really early. I'm in California, 8:06 there. So good morning, West Coast. And you tuned in just in time for our men's final. Iago Dora just went 1 point right. There's Italo Ferreira in the yellow leaders jersey. He's going to keep that yellow leaders jersey on into the next stop in El Salvador. And also Italo Ferreira, a two-time champ out here, has also, he's our first surfer to make the cut already, Mitch.
Yeah, well, that's an impressive stat right there already. The way he's competed so far this year, Kaipo, throughout 3 events, nothing short of really a miracle what we've seen. Pipeline, I mean, the way he competed, amazing. Over there in Abu Dhabi, of course, and just the physical appearance that he has in Portugal, it's noticeable, Kaipo.
Stabs it there. Just one turn for Ferreira to start his account, Jesse.
I mean, smart of him. I feel like this is the type of heat that you just got to give yourself opportunities. You expect both of those surfers get closeouts and pull out miracles to it, and we see Iago up and riding.
Iago looking for a ramp, finds it, pops it up, puts it down, full rotation for Iago Dora. Smooth rail work to finish that up on the Mayhem surfboard.
Those two surfers don't need much. All they need is a ramp.
No, they do not. And you know what's crazy too? The fans here on the beach, they're appreciative and they're very well educated when it comes to the sport too, Kaipo. They recognize when somebody's done something awesome.
Well, anytime you see someone fly in the air, Mitchell, and land back down and keep on riding a wave, I think anyone's going to be impressed. Check this out.
It's pretty sick air, and Jesse talked about not needing a whole lot to really get that pop either. But with that side offshore wind, it just glues your board to your feet. Should be really what we consider a good score right there for Iago.
No doubt about it. Here on the other hand, just a straight hander, let's put it this way. Very fast wave down the line. He was able to get up and vertical, doing the most of what he could have on that wave, but definitely damage done on Iago Doras, and are gonna apply a lot of pressure into Italo, as we expect. Any of those guys that have the chance to go to the air, the consistency that they have under the sleeve, it's incredible, second to none. Probably the two most consistent surfers in the air going left, and showing this case now Iago Dora starting off very well.
And if you go blow for blow, Kaipo, big difference right here is the creativity of Iago, I feel. This is where you got to be really mixing in the grabs and finding some different sections to compete with the speed of Italo.
Well, I think Iago, we talked about it having the a rematch from the final over there in Saquarema. I'm sure that Iago would want to pay back right now. He's on his start to that payback with a 6.67 for that front side full rotation air, Jesse.
Yeah, that's well deserved. I feel like they even keeping the scale a little low because they kind of have to live a gap. If you think about the two surfers that are in the water right now, they can go much higher, much faster, much more critical section than this. So they need to leave the gap as long as they adjust everything below or above that. So good way to start there for Iago. And now to build his confidence. And when you have a free up, expect Italo to muscle through in tough conditions, tough moments of his heat or of his career. But Iago's more of a free soul. So the most dangerous he is when he's actually let himself loose and start off well. So could be sketchy as we speak now for Italo Ferreira.
Italo does have priority. Scanning the ocean. Bit of glare, bit of wind coming through here. The tide continues to draw out. We're nearly at the low tide mark. We're at 3:10 local time. We've got about 20 more minutes before the tide absolutely bottoms out, Mitch.
And where Iago's from in Floripa, Joaquina gets very much like this in the afternoon. A lot of glare. He didn't have that really strong northwest wind. And of course, right here for him, going into the left, it's very beneficial to that creativity and the distinct airs that we see, Kaipo. So right now, as Jesse was mentioning, I think you get another score on the board, and then you just be on the defensive side the entire time. Try to keep Italo off of the right waves.
Well, here comes Italo. Wave looking pretty good here. Looking for the ramp. Pops it up. Lands on the roof. Picks out of it. Brings up speed on the inside. Finishes off. And the crowd likes it.
Way to answer back. You don't want to let Iago get too loose, man. Don't want to get him too far ahead of yourself.
Here comes Iago. Backhand this time. Pulls into a barrel. That thing clamps on top of Iago. So we'll see if he can race back out and regain priority. So Iago needs to race back out here, and maybe it do him well to just kind of get out there and get priority. But let's take another look at Italo Ferreira, Jess.
I mean, obviously this is a beautiful angle, but hard to identify the height of it, but you can see it better here. That wave is so critical. He almost gets barrel, but avoids it to get that lip. Gets the pop higher than Iago. Rotation, not as much of a fluid rotation as Iago had. And finish it off strong, more critical section, bigger wave. More pop, maybe not as dynamic as Iago. Both airs very incredible, very fun to watch. You can check out his heel as he's going up. Kind of gets off the...
Both of them do.
Both of them. One of them kind of like going to the side of the board, somehow pulls it off and brings the foot back in just in time.
Really, I mean, he's making 8 out of 10 of those. His strike percentage is one of the highest on tour, if not the highest out of the men.
Catching back up to the end of a wave here with Iago Dora. So judges are also going to be playing some catch up right now with this flurry of waves being ridden. Waiting for scores of the previous of Iago as well as this wave right here, Mitch.
Yeah, and it seemed like this is going to be the backup at the moment for Dora. Great stab right there. Really just the one poke as we caught up to him at this point of the wave, Kaipo. So not a whole lot on offer at the back end, but should be a decent backup for the 6.67. But considering that Iago's probably going to get, Italo's probably going to get a monster number, this might be irrelevant right here for Iago, but still keeping active, looking good so far on the lefts. And I feel for both of these guys, it's really going to be those lefts that they're going to be keeping their eye on in these next 25 minutes.
Well, Iago looking good on the board. And for more on equipment, more on surfboard, let's go to Strider Wozlewski.
Yeah, I went and fished a board out of the locker room. I caught up with Leandro, Iago's dad, and they were talking about surfboards and what they've been doing with them and everything they've been trying to work on with Matt Biolis. And the beginning of the year, they had the fin template a little closer together, and it wasn't working out the way they wanted it. And it showed in the results for Iago. Iago's back onto his old template, back onto the the fin setup, and now he's just on fire. That's why we're seeing Iago surfing so well right now, is he's back to where he wanted to be. So there's a lot going on in the beginning of the year for Iago, but he's looking like he's back in form right now out there on the sub driver.
All right, thank you for the info. You can see those 3 fins thrusted design like a triangle, right? And the closer the triangle is together, those fin placements, the tighter the turn the board will make, but it also diminishes the drive. So the farther away those fins are from each other, you have a longer radius turn. So it's that adjustment that you have to make between the placement of the fins that really can affect the way a board rides, even with the same rocker, same template, same foil on the actual board. Fin placement is important. There's a number for Italo Ferreira, Jesse, like you suspected, big number.
Yeah, I mean, obviously less than a point of difference, but that was just on the height and the criticalness of the wave itself. That wave was taller in size, more dramatic. You know, as much as it wasn't as flowy as Iago, it was more dynamic. But there's still a lot of time on the clock. Both of the surfers with no backups, as much as what I think and I expect for this heat so far.
100%, and we're talking about 2 of the most qualified surfers on the World Championship Tour as well. The development of both of these gentlemen in multiple and different types of waves too. Kaipo Italo's made massive progress in heavy water waves. He's won in Tahiti, winning his World Championship over there at Pipeline, and of course Iago, he's no slouch in any kind of surf. So looking at these 2 guys, I wouldn't even be surprised if they actually replace the 6 or the 7 at the end of this heat with the time remaining.
Catching up here, Iago Dora goes stalefish on that full rotation. Nice snap there for Dora, getting back into the game, doubles it up for yet another one for the finish. Looking at the beach, and you know he flared that thing out. Went stale on the full row, and Iago looking good.
I like how he mentioned to the judges right there in the end, you know, like he did that little layback to show, hey, like my backhand was touching the rail. As you see right here, his backhand is gonna grab that inside rail, coming out with the flow and mixing it up, comboing it up with a lot of speed and finish it off with that beautiful layback snap.
That's right. Pointed out. Here we go. Backhand, heel rail, stale fish grab.
He has to bring the knee up a little bit too. That's a skate-inspired move right there. And talk about combination of major maneuvers, the 2nd and 3rd turn were something special too, gentlemen. And what I point out, creativity is what's going to separate him from Italo. Case in point right there, Kaipo.
Stalefish. Tony Hawk invented that in skateboarding. Was teaching a summer skate camp in Norway. Ate some stale fish.
Who was the first one on the surfboard? Christian Fletcher?
Pretty much Christian Fletcher, yes.
All right.
And that's because Christian was a great skater as well. Is a great skater as well as Nathan. Both brothers. Pretty good on 4 wheels. All right, so we're waiting for a number. 4.27 is going to give Iago Dora the lead. No doubt he's going to take the lead, Jesse.
Yes, I have no doubt on that. Just the only down point, obviously, on that wave was a little bit smaller wave. Obviously, it lacks energy, it lacks power, so the judges also take notice of that. But if he kind of ticked all the other boxes, you know, creativity, fluidity, and Italo up and riding on a pretty hollow wave.
Lines up for the barrel. This one's going to skate away from Italo Ferreira. You can see the Patterson surfboard getting shot out, but without Italo Ferreira on top of it, incomplete.
It was close to making that thing, though. Traveled a long while.
Man, if I was Iago watching that wave, I would be terrified. You can see him pumping down the line with no hands, getting so much speed on his heels, and just put on the track right there. Pops up once again.
Fought for it.
Fought, like, I mean, right? Expectable from him, but
that's what we talked about, his physical fitness. Dude, that lip line had to be major strong for him to fall that way, Kaipo, because we're talking about maybe the fittest guy on tour. He's been in the gym every single day at our hotel over there.
He's on the gym every single day, no matter where he's at. Here's the number for the stalefish full rotation, 6.7, Jess.
Yeah, well deserved. The combination of variety of maneuvers deserved every bit of that scoring. If he can pull that off in a little bit of a meteor section, he's going to get into the 9-point range.
Yeah. I mean, he does that on a proper set wave. We're no doubt seeing one of the best scores of the event, but his explosiveness in those big sections, I really want to see that happen. I think he has the capability to do so, Kaipo. Just needs to be on that wave. Has time, though, and already a good heat total.
I like the matchup right now. These guys have been 2 of the most exciting surfers in this event, Jesse. throughout this entire competition window, and it's nice to see them meet up in this final.
I mean, well deserved for them. Couldn't be better. I'm glad we're here watching this.
Just Italo just fishing for something. He's not going to find anything right there. He's going to paddle back out and try to cast another one into the Atlantic Ocean and see if he can catch a good score, Mitchell.
And as you were mentioning, it's the perfect matchup at the perfect location too. A beach break, a lot of hollow barrels, and of course, perfect ramps on these lefts. So I think when you look at the career of Italo, it kind of started here, Kaipo. 2018 had a victory at Bells, which was his first one. He won here. And then eventually, to regain that championship tour campaign when he won his world championship, he won the event here. So this has been a pivotal event for him so far. And for Iago, it's his first final at this location.
Yeah, I mean, in 2018, he won here. Like you said, they went back-to-back 2019. 2019 is also the year that Gabe Medina got that interference with Kyle Belli, opened the door for Italo Ferreira. Italo saw that opportunity, won this event, and then put him in a contention for a world title, which he did win with that showdown in Pipeline.
Yeah, that was one of the greatest moments in surfing history, no doubt about it. But just to mention, these are perfect ramps for
these guys
at this level, right? Like, you expected the average Joe would love that little lower, kind of mushier, not much wind, not much power ramps, but these ones are very tricky to find and actually have the guts to commit to it because it's so dumpy out there and so powerful. But for those guys, they couldn't ask for anything better.
Well, Brazilians have done really well here at Super Tubos since the beginning of the event. Let's take a look at the history. Felipe Toledo, Gabe Medina, Italo Ferreira, Joao Chianca, Italo Ferreira again. Adrian de Souza has a win also out here. So it's been really strong for the Brazilian camp at Super Tubos. Jesse.
Yeah, and that's all because of, I mean, obviously where we grow up, Brazilians having so many beach breaks, and mostly for a guy like Iago and Italo, they're used to the strong winds blowing into the left where Italo lives up north. You have this, it's basically the trade winds there. And for Iago, same way, the winds vary a bit more, but the most consistent wind that he has is the south wind that blows into the left down in Florianopolis. So very used to these conditions where he lives right in front of his house. It's not quite similar, but you know, has a lot of things that you can break it down and point it out. Just a heavy beach break with massive ramps, and some days that is clean some barrels as well.
Yeah, I think it's the innovation that helped Brazilians at this break, but also just it's a real sport here where it's just a physical wave, you know, and you have to adapt to so many areas in the on the beach as this peak, Jesse, just moves up and down this stretch.
Yeah, it really does help to for the surfers that are used to this, you know, like we're used to an environment that we can't control, but here even more with the big tides that we have and the different banks, and we come back is different than J-Bay. No matter how the swell is before the day before, it's not going to move anything. You know, it's just stacked there, Chopo another one. But here, every day we show up, you know, the banks are a little different, and those guys are great at adapting to it.
Halfway through this final, Mitch, 15 minutes and 35 seconds. Italo Ferreira trailing Iago Dora, but doesn't need a big number, just a 6 to take the lead.
Yeah, and you know, to add to the point that you guys are making about the Brazilian dominance in the past, majority of these champions come from very different locations of Brazil too, meaning there's a lot of great beach breaks in the area you come from, Jess.
No doubt.
Well, we're going to take a break in this final. We'll be back with the conclusion and crown a champ here at the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal. Italo Ferreira in the sky.
Welcome back here at the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal. We're out here on the Corona deck. We're watching the action. Everybody's kind of ripping out there, and it's pretty much standing room only. Good times, a little bit of a party. Everybody enjoying the afternoon here. The sun is out, I think, to stay for the sunset. What are you guys going for Iago or Italo?
Italo. Iago. Italo.
Oh, all right, well, there's Italo. Come on, Iago! It's a good time over here on the stairs. Of course, I'm going for, the Mayhem Rider. Just to note, we got a Goofy Footer won the contest. Goofy Footers out there are going to win the men's. We're kind of cleaning up here.
Yeah, that's true.
Finally, we're going places.
And we got a Goofy Foot.
I know.
Finals on the broadcast right now.
All Goofy Foot set, huh? All right. Well, something to be said.
Only took us 50 years?
Stop. Tom Carroll, Mark Occhilupo.
Right.
Derek Ho.
50 years to get to this point.
Okay. Good stuff. Yeah. All right, 11 minutes and 45 seconds here in our men's final. We already crowned the women's champion in the way of Caroline Marks. Iago Dora with the lead over Italo Ferreira right now. And Italo just looking for a 6-point ride.
And Iago so far, after getting the 6.7, Jess, has been very smart, selective. Italo's been on a few waves in and outs, and his wave count is higher up, which is normal. We see that a lot more from Italo, but here is where wave selection is just a bit more important at this point with the clock winding down.
I think just the difference right now is just the situations that both of the surfers sit on. Obviously, without priority, Italo can be way more freed up and just trying to pull the trigger, and Iago has the pressure of actually having priority, which is an advantage, but also plays into your head a little bit. You ask your question, is it enough? Is this wave enough for me to pull the trigger? Should I hold myself back a bit and play defense, which I don't think he is yet so much, but he also doesn't want to waste his priority on a bad wave and, roll the ball into Italo's corner with Italo only needing a 5.94. And as much as he's not playing defense right now, I doubt it, but he's keeping himself in reachable distance to make sure if something of substance comes, he's right by him.
And I'd have to say the way Iago's competed so far in this event too, Kaipo, not only extremely impressive, he's been very intelligent, taking calculated risks, not over-risking anything either, as here goes the world champ.
Bravo on the backhand. Big snap there for our #1 on the rankings. Follows it up with a nice climb. Just needs a mid-range score, 6-point ride, little over mid-range actually. What do you think, Jess?
I don't see that going for the type of surfing they previously done in this heat. This is a very critical turn, goes up in vertical, but once again, the wave just dissipating. A lot of energy in one spot right now. It gets very shallow. Finish it off strong, but like on a smaller section. He did as much as he could on the wave, but I don't see that coming into the 6-point range.
So wait for the judge's decision on that. Look at this slow motion, Mitch.
Yeah, no, just a lot of speed, as Jesse was saying. First turn was awesome, but unfortunately for him, the second one not as critical as we were expecting. To be able to get a 6 today, boys, that's a tough score, and especially the way we've seen the scale be adjusted so far in 2025, Kaipo. Really, 13 points or 14 or 15 even last year, so props to the judges. They've kept that consistency. They want to really see you on the best wave out there.
9 minutes. So you're saying that the judges, have a lower scale this year?
Definitely. I mean, just a couple of maneuvers, a couple of combinations that we've seen. It's just the level there is nowadays, and the quality of waves we have on tour is significantly higher.
Okay, so there was Iago, and Jess, I think that was a priority error because he probably will not increase on his scoreline after pulling the trigger on priority.
I agree, and that wave was kind of like lacking wall in front. Obviously, it's very hard for you to pull back someone like Italo. Anything could look something decent for him to get into the air, but that wave was getting shouldery, as he identified. Took off, had to fade a little bit to try and get up in vertical. But now, same way I just mentioned a little bit ago, now Iago's turn to have a little bit more freedom, and that could be dangerous sometimes with guys like this. He's going to try and get a little gap and go away from Italo a little bit to find some ramps, most likely.
I like what you're saying, Jesse. So what would be a priority error could actually work out in Iago's favor because now he doesn't have the responsibility of priority. He can just roam.
Yeah, it's surfing, you know. A wave could come underneath or just down. Yeah, it's like...
That's what he's doing now.
Yes.
I love it.
And how close was he from actually getting a big score right there? Like, maybe if that wave held 1 second more, he would have gone into the air, and that's just all it takes. But I'm not saying he should have pulled the trigger on that wave. I'm just saying it could lead him into that.
Right.
He's a better surfer under priority, I'd say.
Yeah,
personally.
I agree with you. Both of those surfers actually are.
Freed up, one thing, of course. Certain waves nobody else would look at with priority that they'd be like, okay, I'll take it if you don't want it. Why not?
And just to, I guess, to break that apart, surfers, in my opinion, like Ethan Ewing.
Yeah.
You know, it's a guy that it's very good with priority because he's very patient, knows which wave to select that suits his surfing very well. These guys, the more freedom they have, the better they will be.
Both of them, right? Both of them are very, very busy surfers. Okay, Italo. Let's see if he can come back here. Looking down the line, building up some speed, launches it in there. It's a big one and lands it, explodes on that Timmy Patterson board. Let's see if hopefully the board stayed in one piece there, Mitchell, but that was a huge error.
That was sensational. Just unfortunate that he wasn't able to land it, but good Lord. I mean, the height, the projection, and of course, once again, Jess, the speed that he uses for this air right here, awesome. Even over rotates on that one too.
It's very impressive. You're going to see it right here. He eyes it down, times it perfectly, gets the rotation, and now he's going to start pressing the weight on the front foot. You can see it right there. He knows he's going to land with the impact of the wave coming back up against him under his board. So he applies as much energy as he can on the front foot to try and navigate through it, but just not enough. Like, it's too much impact. Needed to be a little bit of a smoother wave or maybe landing a little bit more into the flats. Very hard to, like, the section just didn't help him at all. But very close from probably something close to a 10-point ride right there.
100%, without a doubt.
So still time on the clock for Italo. Obviously, he's been able to get scores way over 6-point ride, which is his requirement right now. He's been very busy riding 10 waves in this final. There's Italo Ferreira. He does not have priority, but I don't think that's going to matter right now in this beach break with a lot of opportunity, especially if they're able to separate themselves. Actually, which they're not, Jess. I mean, looks like Iago's right there. All of the scores on your board there. 10 waves ridden by Italo Ferreira, 8 waves ridden by Iago Dora. Highlighted are the top 2 scores for each of the surfers.
I'm actually interested to see how Iago's going to position. Obviously, if you're in a point break, you try to put yourself a little bit underneath more to give the benefit of the doubt. You don't know if your opponent actually wants a wave or not, but here with very peaky conditions, you almost got to put yourself into the best spot you think it is, because if the wave comes, it's barely going to give you a split seconds to make turns, mostly in the low tide conditions that we're about to hit pretty soon.
Yeah, right you are. It is it's low tide right now, Jess. Tide's just bottomed out. 3:33 local time, and we're at the bottom of the tide, so that's going to affect things a little bit in these final 4.5 minutes, Mitch. Italo Ferreira, though, we know he can just make something out of almost nothing.
No, that guy, there's maybe 5 people in the entire world that can do that, and he's easily the most consistent one out of all of those. And right now with 4 minutes to go, it is a possibility.
Yeah, you give Italo Ferreira some lemons and he makes the sweetest, the most delicious lemonade you've ever had.
Especially if we're dehydrated, Kaipo. He's going to make that count, but to Jesse's point, Iago took away the left, which has been the most consistent and the most favorable wave for Italo. Now he's taking away the right, considering that they're on the other side of the rip with just under 4 minutes, Kipes.
And tricky. This rip has been moving up and down this beach, Jesse.
Yeah, and it all starts right in front of us, behind us, actually, obviously, because we're facing the opposite way of the ocean. But it always starts here, and depending on the energy of the previous set that came in, it moves a little bit to the left or to the right, but they're sitting pretty much right behind us right now, and they kind of like wait for that zone to clear up a little bit. And for Iago's luck, the messier it gets, the better will be for him. But for obviously Italo, he wants that to clean up as fast as possible. or try to move away from it, which it looks like he's trying to do that right now, but things are cleaning up. Let's see it. Maybe waves on the horizon.
Sprint paddle right here. Dora with priority. He's going to let Italo go on this one. Ferreira looking for a launching pad, pops it up. Straight air for Ferreira, a little shifty with that one. Cuts back into the power source. Wants a little bit more on the inside here, and he's going to need a little bit more for that 6-point ride. Low road here, the wave splits into two and does not give him any inside opportunity, Mitch.
It's not the wave, but he did break away. So at least it counted in that sense, Kaipo. And there's a lot of time talking about one of the fittest and fastest paddlers on tour. 2 minutes, 30 seconds is an eternity for him right now, especially with that capability of flipping the switch with one wave.
What do you think about this?
I mean, did as much as he could, but the wave very flat. As you're going to see, he's going to tweak it, and I was hoping for probably, you can see him eyeing it down way down the line. You're going to see him stall a little bit the board right there, trying to hold himself close to the source of energy, hoping that wave was going to stack up a little bit more, but just didn't happen.
Yeah, the shifty was cool, but I don't think it was enough for Italo Ferreira.
I mean, we've seen some pretty big airs for 6-point rides, so. But he did gain some, like you mentioned, Mitch, he gained some ground. He's quite far away from Iago right now.
Yeah, 3.4 for that straight air shifty for Italo Ferreira, not enough. He's still looking for that 6-point ride.
There's distance though, Kaipo, and he's on the other side of the peak right now where there's a left braking over there and a lot of time, 90 seconds. Definitely a chance for him to get that score.
And for his advantage as well, all that water that is coming out, it's kind of going in an angle from the right side of the bottom of the screen to the left. So you can see Iago is struggling to actually go to the other side of it. And Italo is just kind of free up. He's probably going to take a little bit for Iago to get there. And I've seen that happen actually with Tatiana Weston-Webb and Courtney Conalog, where they were in the semifinals and one of them couldn't go to the other side of the rip to get in time for a defense. So let's see what's going to happen here.
I agree with you. Look at minutes. So Iago's not going to be able to play defense, but Italo has to hope, Mitchell, hope for a wave and an opportunity.
And that's the major issue right here. Time's not on his side, but, you know, just needs to be an opportunity. And you see the Dora camp right there, Kaipo. He's 44 seconds away from winning his second event on the Championship Tour. You got to give major props to him. The head he's out on his shoulders this week, calm, stoic, competing, extremely intelligent. 30 seconds away. There is a set coming, though.
Can Italo Ferreira steal this final from Iago Dora in the final 25 seconds? Wave coming through. Ferreira way away from Dora. Dora with priority on the chase right now.
Maybe one more.
One more wave.
This has got to be it, though.
One more wave. Whistles from the beach. Here goes Bravo. Ferreira. That was cool. But not the 6. What do you think, Jess?
I don't think he sold himself as well.
Yeah, he realized that.
Yeah. I mean, they know exactly what's happening on the heat. They know how big they went already in order to get those 7 points and 6.6s.
So it's not official, but the feeling in the room right now is that Iago Dora's taking out the win, Mitch.
Yeah, I'd be shocked, honestly, if Italo gets the score right here. And
well, Dad thinks it's a win already.
Look, he surfed the first half of the heat as good as you could have. Had the 6s, which realistically could have been a bit higher. And there it is, Kaipo.
Not enough 5-point ride, needed a 6-point ride. So it is Iago Dora, your 2025 MEO Rip Curl Pro champion. Number 1. Great stuff.
Back-to-back excellent results over there in Abu Dhabi, getting his second victory at the CT level. We've been talking about world championship contenders, gentlemen. Finally, I think we're seeing him rise to the top, Kaipo.
The consistency, I think it's all a matter of that. Like, he's that good of a surfer. He should be in the top 5 he deserves. And let's just talk about it. It's a little bit too early, but he started off very badly, almost falling off the tour. And by this much, he didn't qualify to the top 5. This year, completely different scenario.
There's the coach, Leandro da Silva, and the rest of the crew ready for the chair up, along with Dad, Leandro Dora. Red Bull Jet Ski. That's a pleasure right there to get that ride.
Oh, and make him taking out both the men's and the women's division, Kaipo. Major bounce back for them, too, with 2 great goofy footers.
Yeah, we'll see when we add up the points for the Vissla CT Shaper rankings. We'll get all to that in our Corona Cero post show. But right now, it is Yago Doro's moment.
The locations where he's won at, boys, two of the crowdest locations on the beach, too. What a way to handle the pressure right there in Saquarema, over there at home in Brazil, and right here in Portugal, Kaipo. Seems there like there's a little bit of a recipe for success right there.
Feeding off the crowd. 2023 Vivo Rio Pro winner. Now he has another CT win under his belt. Yago Dora also heading to a break in stop number 4 in El Salvador, in which he surfs really well. really, really well, Jesse.
I personally think that's the best backside performance, high performance I've ever seen on a point break. Like the amount of technical abilities he displayed on that event was really impressive to me.
Security's like, hey, boys, gotta let him through.
Just listen in.
Jack Bravo right there.
That's the sound of victory.
Soak it in. It doesn't happen often. Enjoy the moment. Well deserved.
Great stuff. And a moment here between father and son. Yago Dora on the road had to take down his good friend Jack Robinson. Tight hug right there from coach Leandro da Silva. There's Jack right there, right there. As soon as Jack went down, he turned straight into the support camp for Yago Dora.
And then Ethan Ewing in the semis and #1 in the world, Italo in the final. The murderer's row right there, Kaipo, of who's who.
And the most important for me is just the momentum. Putting on that 5th gear early in the year, he needed that.
Yeah.
He hasn't done it yet, so important from him. And going into an event that he's very comfortable. We've seen it before, the performance he's done.
Saw the Brazilian flag at all Brazilian final this year at the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal. And a nice moment here with these two finalists.
All about respect, Kipes.
Let's go, AJ.
Yeah.
We want to hear from Yago.
Kaipo, we'll try to get a word in edgewise here with Yago Dora because this crowd is so excited for you. We talked about how you dial it up when you need to. Going against the yellow leader jersey, what did you tap into?
Well, it's always so hard surfing against Italo. He seems to always do what he needs to do and find a way to win. And I found a way to win today, and I need to thank God he got me all the way to the final and into that victory. I felt something special was going to happen here this week, and it did.
It's your first victory in a few years. You're working with a new coach. Just how is everything coming together for you to start this season?
It's so cool. It's so cool to make it happen. Of course, a change is always risky and scary, and everyone's going to talk about it and say I'm wrong, say I'm right, and yeah, I'm glad I'm still the same, and I'm still going to do what I love to do.
How much does a moment like this validate all the times you've wondered, how am I going to get this done? What am I still in it for? How much does a moment like this bring it all together?
Yeah, it's insane. Last season I had 2 finals, and I felt like I was the informed surfer of the event, and I ended up just falling short in the end. And that one, I was like, I'm not going to let this one go away. I want to win this so bad.
Parabéns para o Brasil, a sua primeira vitória desde 2023. Como você faz isso?
Tô muito feliz. Difícil explicar. Ano passado eu bati na trave 2 vezes. Esse ano deu certo. Muito bom sentir essa sensação de novo e espero que venham várias ainda.
Parabéns, Yago.
Obrigado.
There you go.
Yeah, Jaga. I gotta say something though. I just want to point it out. Every day that we've been off, I've been surfing with him, and he's been putting on the work, so well-deserved for him. It's not just happened, you know? Like, he's been putting on the work outside, and it's been very stormy and cold. And every day he's been out there checking all the other spots, and, yeah, it paid off.
Yeah. Wow, Mitchell, what a roller coaster. We started off in the first 4 days of this window, then we went on 4 days of storm and having to shut everything down, and now we have both a men's and women's champion, Caroline Marks, two-time champion, Iago Dor with his second CT win.
Yeah, and outside of Brazil too, and major crowds, a lot of pro-Italo crowd, I would have to say as well, but just being stoic, making sure that he's surfing the way he wants to, Kaipo, and sticking to his roots too, the creativity, the variation with the airs. That's really what got him the W right here in the final against world number 1 Ferreira.
Jesse Mendez, those sparring sessions with Iago Dor seems to pay off for Iago.
I mean, I didn't spar with him. He was comboing me every time we were out there, but I surfed with him, if that's what you're meaning to say. But yeah, I think it pays off. And maybe, I'm not saying Italo doesn't, because he's the most hard-working guy on tour probably, but maybe that's what it took for Iago to take the win today.
Well, we love it. We love what we're seeing right here, and we're going to wrap all of this up, all the highlights, all of the action here. That's all going to happen at the Corona Cero post-show, as well as our official awards presentation. All of that happening right after these messages. That's right. It is the Corona Cero post show. Corona Cero, 100% natural, 0 ABV, and Iago Dora dancing with the fans on the sand here at Super Tubos. Our men's winner, Iago Dora, taking his second championship tour win in a wild crowd that has endured a lot of nature here in Peniche. That's where we're at. Beautiful place, a lot of surf, and we've been on and off and survived the storm, but we're still right here. Kuiper Girl, Jesse Mendez, Mitchell Salazar. What a road, Mitch.
Definitely, and when you consider who won, the two deserving champions won out there, Kaipo. Really difficult conditions this afternoon. We got the sun to come out, too. Really stoked to see the last 2 hours of sunlight right here.
Yeah, we got the sun just in time for the awards presentation, Jesse.
I know, that was good enough because all these people that are watching just behind us, they went through thick today. I saw all the umbrellas pop up, and we're not talking about Hawaii rain that it's 20 degrees
thick,
outside.
Cold.
Yeah, freezing cold, north winds, so well deserved for them. They deserve that.
Yeah,
and well done with you guys. Highlight moment for you, Mitch?
Definitely hard not to say Iago winning. The pride of Florianopolis, Brazil, really excited to see him. To me, he's a championship tour contender. I want to see him over there in the finals, though, Kaipo. I want to see that consistency roll through over in El Salvador and, of course, heading into the Australian leg.
Yeah, and speaking of Iago Dora, let's take a look at the men's bracket and Iago's road to his second victory on the championship tour. Jesse, it wasn't an easy road.
No, definitely. I think the top part of the draw right there was more stacked up than the bottom one, just a matter of names, right? You have past champions, Felipe Toledo, you had Ethan Wheeling, one of the most informed, and then Jack Robbo, and he just went through everyone, and not to mention, he beat the best out here, Italo Ferreira, on the finals.
Let's take a look. Starting at this morning, Iago's road to the finals started with a matchup against his good friend, Jack Robinson.
Yeah, and had to surf 4 times today, Kaipo, to be able to get the victory. Look at the conditions this morning, though. Turns, barrels, airs. He did it all, and en route to his second victory at the CT level.
Just disappearing out here, Jesse. Where'd he go?
I mean, do you see how much he weaved that board into that barrel? Just big pumps in the beginning, and then after just adjusting because he already had the speed. Found another jam of a wave right there.
Yeah, it was all Dora with his matchup against his good friend Jack Robinson. That was just another bonus. 7.5, 8-point ride for Iago Dora, moving on into the semifinals. Little breather on the beach. Time to match up against Ethan Ewing, Mitchell.
Yeah, one of the best in the world, especially on rail. He made a point of it to get into the air and have that real big point of separation right there, Kaipo. Lofty airs, especially when it comes to the creativity on the lefts. No slouch on the backhand either with the rail surfing.
Yeah, look at the second turn, just making the most of that section. Almost felt like he was like, I'm done, but then he realized there's another section in front of me. I'm gonna make the most of this whole wave. But I like how he wasn't anxious. He wasn't trying to think ahead of himself. Just really identified what was in front of him.
Coming up against world number 1 right now, Italo Ferreira, but Iago was able to make it happen, getting tech out there.
Yeah, and especially in the first half of the heat too. 6.67 on that one. Made sure to not only ride out of the air, capitalize on every single ounce of opportunity he had on these waves, Kaipo. To me, though, the height of this one was the standard that the judges set for that final. 7.43 from the number 1 in the world.
Yeah. Italo coming up short on the backup. It's all Iago Dora. Dora continued his assault all the way to the end.
I mean, how's his bottom turn? Just sat up this stale fish, air reverse, and he knew he had to be technical because the wave lacked a little bit of size and energy to it, and combo it up. Ticked all the box. Creativity, fluidity, had power on the bottom turns, finish it off strong, creativity, just very progressive surfing there. Outside of the box there for Iago Dora.
What a good feeling for Iago, and he's got to be one of the favorites this year on the championship tour. Like you said, gaining speed and gaining momentum this year after a disappointing start, 33rd to begin with on the tour, but has made up for it and then some now after stop number 3.
Well, and as we all know, he's always been a slow starter. So the fact that he's already got 2 keeper results in the first 3 events, Kaipo, the throwaway's there, but you have a lot of major events heading into the back end of the year, especially the inclusion of lower trestles as a regular CT event now.
I mean, I feel like he's been people's pick for the last few years to be in the top 5. It's just a matter of time, and this might be his year.
Yep. There's the number, 6'7". 6'7" was enough. You can see Italo Ferreira did have the highest single wave score, just was searching and could not find the backup, Jesse.
And that happens, man, even with the best. He swinged himself in 12 waves and wasn't enough to find the 5.94 he was hoping for.
But note, Italo Ferreira has already made the mid-season cut after only 3 events.
Ridiculous.
I mean,
crazy.
Just say, like, he made that and he probably did 70% of his job to get to the top 5 final. Like, it's incredible how well he's doing this year.
Yeah. I mean, you think about Italo Ferreira, he's only lost 2 heats all year.
No, you know what the craziest part about it, too? He was one of the last people to make the cut last year, winning 2 out of the 3 events after the cut line, Kaipo. So now, off to a great start. To me, it's no doubt that he's going to be in the top 5 race right there heading into Fiji.
Yeah, I think he's looking good mentally, physically, just the whole thing. We had an inspirational win, a repeat win on the women's side, Mitchell, with Caroline Marks here.
Yeah, you know, as we look at the bracket right here, had to go through Joanne Defay, Molly Picklum, and then Gabriella Bryan, the powerhouse surfer in the final, Kaipo, though. But then you look at the bottom half of the draw, Brooks was in there. You saw Kenworthy, a lot of new surfers in the mix, Kipes.
Yeah, Gabriella Bryan had to come through 2 rookies on her way to another finals finish, Jesse.
She sure did, and I mean, I feel like that final's gonna hurt her so much. Like when you come in and she looks back and knows see the score and how close she was from actually having a win. It's not that many times you have supposedly that easy of a win on the final days. Right here, starting it off a few days ago before that huge storm. Just beautiful surfing from Caroline Marks, just solid. Knows exactly what she needs to do in every heat in order to win. If it needs to be 7 points total or 15 points total, she's gonna make it happen most of the time.
Yeah, 11 points here. She got by Joanne Defay in the quarterfinals. And mom-to-be Joanne Defay, quarterfinalist. While expecting pretty big deal.
That is. And then Marksy right here in the semis, Kaipo against Molly. Another low-scoring affair, but most importantly, every single time she paddled out, made sure to be on the winning side of things, on the right waves at the right time. That her backup score, a little late to the party, but it was just enough to make it into the final.
Signing an autograph on the beach, getting ready for the final. The sun peeks out, little word with Coach Luke Egan, and then she came up against the power surfer, Gabby Bryan, in the final, Jess.
Yeah, and that's what I was talking about. Like, just beautiful for her to always be on, you know, with a W by her name. Like, she's just that smart of a surfer. She doesn't overcommit when she doesn't need to, but she will step it up when it's time. And right here, just solid surfing once again for Caroline Marks.
Yeah, picks off this great left. 2 big turns, didn't get the finish, but it didn't matter. She still got enough of a score to take out a win here at Super Tubos, her 2nd win at this event.
And a momentum-building event, I would have to say, too, Kaipo, considering they were going into a venue that has been very favorable for her in the past over there in El Salvador. As of right now, though, in the mix in the top 5, I like what I'm seeing out of the shift on the women's side, gentlemen, and Caroline Marks could easily be crowned a 2-time champ at the end of the year.
Oh, love it. On the road. Well, guys, here's the numbers. Low-scoring final and very close.
Yeah, that's why I said, like, for Brian, it's gonna hurt so much for you to get to a final, and you needing something around the 4-point range, and you're not able to catch. Like, she's gonna look back, and she was that close from crowning another CT victory right here. Yeah. But once again, Caroline Marks taking down the show.
Caroline Marks with 7 CT victories, tying former world champ Kim Mering on those record of CT victories. Congratulations to Caroline Marks. And let's make it official, guys. Let's give away some big trophies. For that, I'm going to throw it down to our awards presentation with Paul Evans. Take it away, Paul.
Welcome, everybody, to the awards presentation for the MEO Rip Curl Portugal, presented by Corona Cero. Stop 3 on the championship tour this year, and well, it's been emotional. It's been physical too. We had a massive storm. There's been a few challenges here. And our first round of applause, most important one, you guys, the fans, you've been absolutely amazing. Coming down early, pouring rain. We've had massive waves. We've gone on hold. You guys have been incredible. So it's great to have your support. You've been part of this event since it first started. And it just gets better and better. Of course, we wouldn't be able to do this with our sponsors and our partners, so a huge thank you to MEO, Rip Curl, Corona Zero, title partners for this event. And thanks to our partners Visit Portugal, Red Bull, Yeti, Onzoy, Serve, Icy, Visla, ADP, Millennium, and Hertz. Thank you. Of course, the city of Peniche, an incredible place, iconic really, and another chapter's been written of this event since we first did this back in 2009. It's come a long way, just seems to get better and better each time, and despite some of the challenges we've had from the ocean, once again, it's been an absolute honor to be here. Thank you for sharing with us, and of course, the crowds that make this event what they are. On stage, for our prize giving, we got Renato Hickel, WSL Deputy Commissioner, Enrique Bertinho, Mayor of Peniche, Lydia Monteiro from Portugal Tourism, and Pedro Laranjeira from MEO, Jean-Sab Estienne from Rip Curl as well. All right, let's get into it. Time to give out our trophies for the 2025 MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal presented by Corona Zero. Our first award goes to someone, he's pretty popular in this town. He's pretty popular everywhere he goes. He's been wearing the yellow jersey because he's been the best surfer in the world this year. Coming off the back of a win in Abu Dhabi. Couldn't quite get it done here, but he's always getting the crowd in a huge voice. Ladies and gentlemen, please make some noise for your men's runner-up, Italo Ferreira. Italo, mate, obviously you would have loved to get another win here, but you're in incredible form and your relationship with this town and this wave just continues.
Yeah, that was a long week for sure. I was like super confident, but on the final I had like a couple mistakes. Didn't land one of the biggest ones, but I would say congrats, Iago. That was a good final. It's always like a pleasure to compete against him. And yeah, I love this place. I have such good memories, and it's always like fun when I come back, and then I have like all the support from the guys. And yeah, we just started, so we have a long season into the end, and let's keep going for sure.
Great job, mate. Once again, Italo Ferreira, your men's runner-up. Okay, for our next award, we're going to welcome up a surfer who's been laying down just power, really incredible. She's thrown some of the most powerful turns this beach has ever seen. She's in incredible form. A lot of people are backing her to go perhaps even all the way this year. A lot of events still to come. She, with great value to get to the final. Let's make some noise for Gabriella Bryan. Gabby, a tough final there. Not loads of great waves coming through, but overall, obviously going all the way to the final. It's another great result for you. Since getting that win in WA last year, you've been in incredible form. You must have enjoyed your time in Portugal this time out.
Oh, yeah, I had an amazing time in Portugal and surfed every single condition out here. Like you said, the final wasn't the greatest, but I'm stoked to have shared that with Caroline. She's an amazing person, and yeah, hopefully we'll get a few more in better waves, and yeah, I'm looking forward to the rest of the year.
All right, keep it going once again, ladies and gents, Gabby Bryan. All right, time to crown some champs. Bring up someone who, looking at surfing he does, and the sort of wave and what's available out here, and the kind of form he's been in, he's been getting better and better and better. A lot of people backing him to go really, really big this year. Let's make some noise for our men's champion from Brazil, Iago Dora.
Aqui é o Brasil, porra!
Iago, mate. Getting your maiden win in 2023, back home in Brazil. How is this feeling back on the podium? Another CT win for you.
Yeah, it's amazing. Hard to describe the feelings and everything we go through as an athlete to just for this moment, for those minutes we have out there and to achieve our goals is, I'm really grateful. I want to thank God for guiding the way for me in this event. And thanks to my girlfriend, my family, my team. Without you, I wouldn't be here. And yeah, congratulations to all the surfers. It's been a really challenging event with all the late days, all the rain, the wind, and everyone pulled through really well. And I want to thank the fans. Obrigado a todos que vieram aqui na praia. Vocês ficaram aqui debaixo de chuva, no vento, no frio e ficaram dando energia pra gente o dia todo. Agradeço de coração. Valeu.
Iago Dora, your men's champion. All right, one to go. Our next award, our women's champion. Someone who's been a world champ in 2023. She's the Olympic champion from Paris 2024. This event right here, her 7th championship tour win. Let's make some noise for Caroline Marks. Caroline, 7th time for you on the podium as a winner. How good does that feel?
Yeah, it feels amazing. Sorry I couldn't lift the trophy. It's gotta go to the gym more. I don't know.
I mean, a lot has happened here in Portugal, and a lot of ingredients come together putting a win here. What's been key to you for getting this success, getting this win?
Yeah, Portugal's been really good to me. Won here in 2019 with Italo, actually, and it was at a different time of year. This time of year, a lot more challenging with wind and waves and all that, but yeah, really stoked. I don't know, I came from surfing beach breaks, so I feel comfortable here, and yeah, thank you, Portugal. Portugal's just been really good to me, so special place for sure.
All right, well done. You've been amazing. Ladies and gents, your women's champion, Caroline Marks. And let's go back to the studio for the rest of the Corona Cero post show. Take it away, lads.
All right. Well, there you go. We got 2 champs, Iago Dora, Caroline Marks, the Corona shower. And here we are. On the set.
Where's our trophies?
Hey. Well, you guys, that was great, and it's good to see Iago Dora, Caroline Marks, Caipo Guerrero, Jesse Mendez, and Mitchell Salazar. It's been it's a great showing here of the talent that it takes to be so tenacious, I would have to say, Jesse, because it wasn't a straight run to a victory here. There are a lot of down days. You said about working out, even through the storm, keeping in top physical form to peak right here on finals day.
And it's always like this. Those surfers that come here, they expect that. Like, you're going to have multiple conditions, and even in a good day of surf, there's going to be high and low tides, and it's going to be tricky to some heats, and you have to navigate through it. So, yeah, good work for those surfers that are in the the top 4 best surfers of this event.
Yeah, careful with those trophies too. Those things are heavy. Don't drop them on anyone's toes. We still got a lot of tour left.
We do.
Especially the next stop with those rocks over there. You want to be having any kind of feet injuries.
Oh my gosh, it's slippery and scary.
All right, well, let's look at the rankings. Iago Dora up to number 4, Ethan Ewing up to number 3, Baron Mamiya.
Yeah.
Still in the number 2 spot.
I am very, very stoked to see Baron actually finally contending the way we all expect him to, Caipo. Iago up to number 4. Look at Rio Waida, though, at number 5. Great result for him right here in Portugal.
What stands out to you, Jess?
I guess what stands out to me is actually how important it is for you to kind of capitalize in every event. You see Miguel Pupos in the top 5, all of a sudden gets a 17, all the way down to 10th, just like that. Kanoe Igarashi, even though he didn't do so bad as well, dropping as well, Leo as well. So you kind of keep pushing every single event.
Yeah, it's a long road. And let's take a look at our women's live rankings after stop number 3. Katie Simmers will remain in yellow, Molly Picklum in second, but look at Caroline Marks with this victory up to number 3 in the rankings.
And we got several rookies right there in the top 10. Erin Brooks up to number 6, Kaipo. Bella Kenworthy cracks the top 10 for the first time. Vahine at number 8.
I like it.
But of course, number 1 and 2, Simmers and Picklum, the 2 most consistent surfers so far.
When you look at this top 10, it's really young, other than a couple of veterans, Lakey Peterson, as well as Tyler Wright.
Yeah, and that's just the testament to what we've been talking about. Really, seeing a lot of these young nations, young generations come out from Australia, from Europe, and of course, from the U.S. and South America, Kaipo.
Yeah, what do you see in the women's surfing?
I think it's just the energy that they bring. Obviously, like, you know, everything's new for them. Everything's exciting. Sometimes when you've been on the tour for a long period of time, you can kind of get like, oh my gosh, like I'm coming to this again. The conditions are tough, you know. Even though it's the best job in the world, it gets to your head. So those young women, they're just like, okay, I'll take this spot then.
Yeah, there's another competition that's going on, Mitchell. It's the CT Shaper Rankings, and this was a great stop for the crew over there at Lost and Mayhem. Let's take a look at stop number 3 in the standings of the Vissla CT Shaper Rankings. And Lost vaulted up to number 1, Mitchie.
Wow, more than 12,000 points separating them and Sharp by now at number 2. Channel Islands, they're still in the mix at number 3. GH had a couple of big results with Molly and Ethan Ewing. And Timmy Patterson with just a couple of surfers on tour there at number 5, gentlemen.
Pretty crazy, man. I think like it's a big event for Mayhem right there.
Huge.
Oh yeah, big happenings there. But it's a long road, long road, long road. We're only at stop number 3 out of 11 stops on the regular season championship tour. Lots can happen right now. Nice scenic there. Well, time for us to turn the page, you guys. Let's get out of the 4-3 wetsuits, get us through some board shorts, because Jesse, next stop, Surf City El Salvador Pro.
I mean, polar opposite, right? We're going to probably the warmest place we have on tour. Some rights, let's see how it's going to go down.
I need it. I need the humidity. I need the warmth. And of course, I need my pupusas, gentlemen. We're going to have a great time down there.
Oh, yeah. It's going to be a good time. But it's really the adjusting, right? There's a lot of adjusting coming from a beach break to a cobblestone right-hand point, and just the equipment's going to change a lot.
No doubt about it. And I feel like the guys that are used to competing in those situations, I feel like here, there's a lot of variables. The more mature surfers that have been on tour for longer, they tend to thrive in these conditions because it's more about the surfing and the experiences that they previously had.
Mitchell, you like to talk about Mama Roca.
I do. Yeah, Mama Roca is kind of gnarly, guys. And, you know, we talked about this being at a different time period of the years, too. We've had 3 events there. They've always been in June. Going into early April right now, we should be seeing some South swell, early season swells. I'm expecting big things. We just saw a couple clips online that it was pumping. Brian Pettis said it's been really the best early season he's seen in about 5 or 6 years. I hope we score.
Pantera Rosa.
Yeah, the Pink Panther.
All right, well, let's take a look at some fantasy picks as we go into stop number 4. And the draw, average points. This is the history of fantasy picks. Looks like Felipe Toledo. Jesse's a pretty good pick.
I mean, how can you not pick the guy, the best surfer in the last 5 years, besides last year that he took a time off on a right-hand point break? Performance-wise, no one cuts the water better and goes in the air in those conditions than him.
What about the women's picks, Mitch?
Yeah, well, definitely Tyler Wright up on top of the rankings right there. More than 37 points. Shout out to Caroline Marks, a champion. She's going to be trying to go back-to-back. I feel like Gabby Bryan's a lock at that location. And, of course, Sakura, she's looking to make something up. More than 15 points every single time out there.
Yeah, you guys. Well, up next, we've got a new piece to share with you. This has been created in celebration of surfing's living history, honoring the past while witnessing the present unfold in real time. And we're seeing that right here today. The CT is where these moments happen. History isn't just being recorded, it's being written. Thank you to Sean Thompson, the 1977 world champion, for providing the voice and support, and also to Rico de Souza, legendary Brazilian surfer who is the voice of the Portuguese version.
The thing about history is that whatever happens, happens. There's no denying it. History doesn't ask for your approval. It's not necessarily good or right, not pretty, not fair. It is what it is. And no matter how hard you try, you're never entirely in control. It's the beautiful chaos. Hell and heaven canceling each other out. Triumph and defeat. This year, history will be told in 12 chapters. 54 men and women will write it. And once it's written, it can't be unwritten. The question is, will you witness it? History will be written live at worldsurfleague.com.
Wow. I don't know about you guys, but you can call them goosebumps. You can call them chicken skin. That got me right there. That campaign coming up on worldsurfleague.com.
Definitely did. A lot of ups and downs in the history of professional surfing. Recent ones, too. John Florence getting injured. We saw Italo. We saw the piece with Mick. But then on the positive side, a lot of great things have happened in the most recent of years, Kaipo.
Yeah, well, you know what time it is? It's time for our top 5 segments of this entire event. And it's been a great top 5 compilation. We're starting talking at number 5 about a rookie that took down our defending champ here at Super Tubos, Jesse.
I mean, he mentioned this is his spot to shine. He loves Pipeline, but if he would have picked a place that he thinks he has more chances, this is it. And maximizing, getting a 5th place and beating someone like Griffin Colapinto, it's not easy out here, defending champ, and throwing down some hammers and some big punts.
Marco Mignot taking down Griffin Colapinto.
Well, and there's a reason Griff had won here twice in the last 3 years. Kaipo dropped a couple of high 6s in this heat. Surfed great.
Watch this.
This one, 8-point ride for the surfer out of Sayulita, Mexico. Excellent stuff right there for Eminem.
Lofty, kind of levitated right there. It felt like he was just floating through that section. That was impressive.
You gotta love a rookie victory.
The jaw.
Dad liked it too. Number 4, progression in the way of Katie Simmers and her silky surfing Mitch.
Well, she keeps not only the consistency to her surfing, as you were saying, also on the competitive side. She hasn't really lost out before the quarterfinals in a lot of events, and seeing her progression so far, Kaipo, especially in different kinds of breaks, I think we're still going to be seeing another superstar in the finals later on this year.
Number 3, Jack Robinson tames the Paniche Storm.
I mean, how's this morning? This looks like almost like Pipeline. Look how thick that wave is. He was picking up, he was doubling up, getting very straight, and he somehow finds some corners there. And there's what, 20 minutes of that? Afterwards, it was done. That's just a connection.
Oh,
that
my.
he's so good at this. That was crazy.
That was gnarly.
It was. And as Jesse pointed out, 20 minutes, maybe if that, on that day, Kaipo of perfect barrels.
Oh, man. Jack Robo put on a show, though, in the storm.
Then finding some diamonds in the rough right there. Doggy door, look how big that wave is. Are you kidding me?
Probably the most exciting heat here in Paniche. That was number 3, Jack Robinson. Number 2, we got to celebrate. Marksy, Caralupo, 2-time winner here at Super Tubos, Mitch.
Yeah, flare line back on the podium once again. Some amazing, consistent surfing. Had to surf 2 heats today en route to the victory, Kaipo, and did it not only on the backhand with a couple of big lefts in the final that got her the victory over Gabby Bryan, Jess.
I mean, so impressive from her. Such a good competitor. She's amazing at slow cooking her opponents or just going to town when she needs to. I always love to mention that because it's very hard for you to have that ability. And right here, doing just enough on what he needs for her to take the win. Critical sections, once again, finish it off, but even though that was enough to take the win.
And a final appearance by Gabby Bryan, but it was Caroline Marks' day, 2019 champ, 2025 champ. That's right, Caroline Marks. Number 1, let's give it up, Jess, for Iago Dora, our men's champ.
I can't get enough of that kick stall right there. Just the precision of the timing and everything those guys do above the lip. Iago is just on fire today from the first heat all the way into the finals. Just on a good rhythm, not getting ahead of himself. Perfect executions and beating the most informed guy of the year so far, Italo Ferreira.
4 heats today too, strenuous day for this victory for Iago Dora, Mitch.
Didn't necessarily seem that way. I mean, the way he was surfing with a lot of consistency, and he talked about a Kaipo, the Tony Hawk-inspired stalefish right there in the final against the most consistent surfer out of the event. But what separates him is that he has those on lock when he needs them, getting his 2nd victory at the CT level.
That's right, revenge after a final shared last year in Rio. This time it was Iago Dora in the number 1 spot.
Good for him. A lot of work putting behind the scenes, going through changes of coaches.
Yes, that's the major thing right there. And he said change is always scary, Kaipo. It has worked out in his favor so far.
Wow. Good stuff as the crowd starts to clear the beach. I'm considering this a very, very successful stop number 3, you guys. Jesse, always a pleasure. Thank you so much for your insight. Mitchell, couldn't do this without you.
Tamo junto.
Let's get ready, though, for the change in environment and climate. That's right. Stop number 4, the Surf City El Salvador Pro. That window opens up April 2nd. Let's toast some Corona Ceros, you guys, and send it off to
cheers, bud.
The end of event highlights. Enjoy. All the updates are at worldsurfleague.com, and aloha.
Good morning from Portugal, Peniche. The best in the world in town.
Welcome to the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal.
And it was a bit of an air show. As we see ramps really providing, we see it every year. Tour comes to town.
This thing was just gigantic in my book. I mean, where he landed, it was a knee breaker.
Gabriella Bryan.
That's some great surfing right there. Bang!
Look at these scores are dropping. Number in for Ramsey Bukiyam. He gets the high score of the heat.
Pops that front side air.
Where did that come from?
Now give me a score.
Tell me, wait a minute here.
However this goes, I think it's fair to say this is a matchup we're going to enjoy watching going down over the coming years. These two absolutely outstanding talents.
Jack Robinson off the bottom. And another barrel. Robinson off with the spin. And it looks like he's gone excellent again.
Oh my goodness.
Here we go. Ewing, double E, chopping it down. Italo Ferreira!
Oh my God.
Bravo.
That is the man without fear right there, Kaibo.
Iago tucking in, pulling through, draining barrel. Iago Dora puts on the gas and comes out. Ethan Ewing right behind Toledo. Ewing pulls in. It's a wide one. The spin comes through. And so does Ethan. Caroline Marks on to the final up against Gabriella Bryan.
And a great looking matchup, the two Brazilians, the Goofies. So Iago will be enjoying the chance to go up against Italo.
Now we can officially congratulate Caroline Marks as our 2025 champion. Iago Dora, your 2025 MEO Rip Curl Pro champion.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.